I think they're all part of the same theater here. But yes, the Pope and his obelisk, they're just the old school version of what Elon Musk, a modern Pope, the new Pope, Pope Elon, is offering. And his obelisk literally flies you to heaven. You don't just pray to it so you can get beamed up there when you die. No, you can literally go inside of his obelisk and it'll fly up there. Let me open up phones as well. 833-311-1984. Cubstar says mud flood and mud bloods. Well, the astrocrete is the thing that they're going to build your homes out of on Mars. An astrocrete is made out of blood and Martian mud, regolith mixed with blood or sweat. So I assume they're going to work you probably to death, and then they'll take your blood and who knows, maybe your bones could form like instead of rebar, just use human bones. Like, doesn't it sound a little nightmarish that they're talking about creating infrastructure out of recycled human remains? Soylent Green has come home to roost. And the movie was set in 2022, so it's about time. And I think all of it is about getting us into the idea of this ideal of the ultimate in sustainability and recyclability to the point where you're even recycling one another. This is why I was talking about the green god earlier, the one that they worship on Earth Day, how essentially you're worshiping Osiris as the god of recycling, sustainability, death, resurrection, this whole rebirth thing. It's all about recycling, reincarnation. We also talked about JFK Jr. having sex with Ghislaine Maxwell. And we've been wondering if Alex Jones has eaten his neighbors yet. It only took him 6 weeks into the COVID lockdowns to crack. So I'm assuming the homes around his home are probably empty. Tunak says Soylent Green is people. Well, Astrocrete is going to be people. And that's not the grossest thing that they have come up with. Let me go through some voicemails.
What's going on, Tim? It's Nick, first time caller. I actually exclusively listen to you through Spotify and on the Prince.
Okay, excellent. And hey, by the way, Spotify, and you can get the link below any of these videos. I'm posting links now. Spotify is allowing me to host my video archive. So it's not just audio there, it's also video. So if you aren't able to keep up with me on any one single YouTube channel because they delete our channels every couple weeks, Spotify, just like SoundCloud, will be a consistent record. But SoundCloud, you have to download it to get video. Spotify is now video. I signed up early on, and I think Joe Rogan was like the test subject. So yes, Spotify is now video. You can find us there. Just go to infiniteplainsociety.com or any of the links posted below. Cubstar says in Russia there is a road of bones built on the dead road workers that helped build it. Yeah, I think that's part of the development here. We're talking about space communism. These gulags in outer space, these closed systems. And I think part of the idea of getting you used to the idea that you can take your body fluids, your blood and your sweat and your tears, presumably, and actually mix it with the soil. It's like blood and soil. It's this concept of, I think, bonding the collective to the land itself, like really putting their roots in. So their kids will grow up there knowing, yeah, this was literally built on the blood, sweat, and tears of my ancestors. But space communism's a thing. Always, the Russians were always about that from the beginning. And I think that outer space utopianism is actually the Trojan horse they used to get all the capitalists to go along with the program. They knew environmentalism was a communist hoax. They knew that environmentalism had been appropriated for the use of advancing this other agenda. Yeah, it's easy to see through, but then they see the rockets and they think, oh wow, technology. Market-driven technologies. Capitalism put us on the moon, not communism. That's what they think. Well, it's not about putting you on the moon or on Mars. It's about getting you to accept the premise that that is the ideal way to live, and then we can therefore say, we ought to live on Earth as we do on Mars. I've read their blueprints. I mean, they're very open about this stuff. They just blab about it all day long. So now they're talking about eating one another, or rather, sorry, building building homes out of dead people. Recycling people is now a thing. We talked about that earlier today. The unicorn killer Einhorn, the guy who originated Earth Day, composted his girlfriend. That's how environmentally friendly he was. I mean, he's really living it. We're joined by Slave Rescue Hound, P Trippa 103, Lickety Split. Yeah, we did take a break. Well, I didn't really take a break. I was on a workcation, and at the end of it, it's not really going to pay off. So I'm going to double down on this. So I'll be live in the mornings and evenings. I'm also working on publications, animations, and everything else. But I figured, if I put the same amount of time and energy into this that I did into that job for the last 30 days or 25 days, it'll definitely pay off more than $8 an hour, which is what that boiled down to. Again, if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Let me go ahead and finish this voicemail.
Death Hoaxiversary episode. There's actually video available comparable to like Joe Rogan's podcast, and it was great. That's the only one that I actually got to watch, because I listened to you at work / watch you. So yeah, if you can somehow get video up on Spotify like continuously, that would be huge for me. I'm sure for a few other people too. So anyways, take care.
Appreciate that. First time caller. And we are now archived as video on Spotify. If you Infinite Plane Radio.
Tim, what's up? Slave.
Hey, what's up, Slave Rescue Hound? Good to hear from you. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, bro? Yo, so check this out, right? I got some funny stuff real quick, just real quick. So I'm watching this movie with my boy the other day called Get Him to the Greek. You ever seen that movie?
Get Him to the Greek. No, I have not.
But you heard of it though? It was like with the kid from Badass, the fat dude, Seth Rogen. Not Badass.
Jonah Hill?
Super Bad. Yeah, Jonah Hill. The fat. Okay, Jonah Hill. All right. All right. So he was like working for Puff in his record studio or whatever. This, that, and third. This is more of the movie. But my whole thing is, so check this out. I remember watching this movie years ago, but I didn't know all this shit that I know now. So I'm sitting there, smoke weed and shit, watching the movie, whatever. Man, so the fat dude's laying on the couch in this one scene. You gotta see it. I don't know what this black eye thing is, but man, check this out. So the fat dude's laying on the couch. As he's laying on the couch, they're showing all these paintings. Cause it's that dude Russell Brand. Man, you know that dude Russell Brand? He was trying to
Yes.
get Russell Brand to come to LA. All right, yeah, that's the theme of the movie. He's trying to get him to the Greek Fest or whatever. Okay, so check. He's laying on this couch and shit, and they're showing all these old royals, all these pictures of these old royals, like paintings. I never noticed it before. Check it out. They all had a black eye. All of them. You got to watch this shit, bro. So guess what, though? That's not the kicker. The kicker was, as soon as they got done showing all them black eyes of them old, like, European royals, the first word out of his mouth was Seattle.
Wow. Okay, that's intriguing right there. So they threw that in there. And this Black Eye Club reference is also noteworthy considering that Russell Brand has branded himself literally with the 33 with his tattoos. His tour is all about the 33. He's ultimately an insider.
Oh,
And
he's totally down. Yeah, you gotta watch. Yeah, yeah, he's totally down, bro. But yo, it was so much throughout that movie because man, I might have probably watched that movie like 5 years ago. That was probably like when I probably wasn't even listening to y'all yet. So I knew, my shit, whatever. Like, let's talk about Sandy Hook and a bunch of all types of crazy shit, but not the extent of the buffoonery, like fakeness, like how everything's fake. So, right. So check. So I said, you know what, man? Let me just do a fucking random Google search on black eye rituals. Like I just started putting all bunch of stuff with black eye, right? So luckily, this dude, he debunked the whole thing. There's this guy named Sean Leary. I couldn't get him on Twitter because I wanted to tear him up, but I couldn't find him. I'm not good with that kind of stuff, man. But this dude named Sean Leary, he debunked it. Check it out. He said that. So I found this article about this, the guy debunking that it's not a cult ritual or whatever. His name's Sean Leary. Okay, so he says that it's not a conspiracy. It's not an Illuminati thing. It's not a join the club Freemason thing. All these people, because he was naming all these people, right? They all of them got the black eye due to cosmetic surgery.
Oh, that's his
They
explanation. Okay, so
That's how he debunked it. It's cosmetic surgery, bruising. None of them waited the 2-3 weeks for the bruising to go away and then show off your skin. They all wanted to show off the bruising as if, like, like signifying, I got mine
oh,
done.
what a
But
joke. I mean,
man,
look,
I wanted to tear them up so bad, but I couldn't find them on Twitter, and I just said, "Fuck it." But hopefully, one of y'all, somebody that's listening,
I'll
is
find him
better
on
than me
Twitter.
at that.
I'll call him out because Prince
Yeah,
Philip. Are you
man,
telling me Prince
tear
Philip?
him up. Man.
Uh,
Who Prince called Philip?
Prince Philip had his. Did he have his eyes done at what 95? No, that doesn't make sense. And then also,
Oh,
like you
the
said,
other, the old OG Prince. Yo, bro, it was all of them. Because even the debunker, the dude that was trying to debunk it was calling out all these names of like Christine, and then he like tried to make fun of like, you know how some of them aren't as rich as others, or you know what I'm saying. So he tried to make fun of a couple of them because they're like broke or whatever, like they're not down just because. You know what I mean? That shit don't mean nothing. Whatever.
okay,
I
let me
don't
ask you a
believe in
question.
that money.
Do you think that if Ivanka Trump got a black eye, do you think she would go walking around showing that off? Do you think if Donald Trump had a black eye?
Exactly. These people are so fucking like uppity. You think they're about to let somebody see them with a black eye like they're from like a regular middle class place, man? Yeah, right, man. They're having surgery just to make sure that the blood the black eye gets taken care of quick. You know what I mean? Like get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that
That
doesn't make
shit is
sense. They
such
would
a
wear
crock of
shades.
shit, man.
I don't buy it. It's
But
like,
yeah, exactly, all that stuff. But it just showed me, how they gotta do some, what do you call it? When you put the fire
disinformation. Yeah, they have to kind of
disinformation, they gotta put that fire out a little bit and try to find a way to, you know what I mean? Because that black eye thing, there's something there with that. There's something there with that. Just like I always take heed to stuff that they try to ridicule you or they gotta get rid of it real quick. Like when Joe Rogan brought up the crater Earth, I
yeah,
always start
yeah,
leaning
that
more towards.
I don't believe this crater Earth necessarily is the answer. I don't know that the Earth is an infinite plane, but what I do know is that merely asking the question is something they don't want because they don't even want you to check out the edge. And that's what I want to do.
Yep,
That's what we're doing
yep.
in our discourse every day here, and you can see their reaction. And by the way, Russell Brand was once married to Kate Perry, who is obviously John Benet Ramsey grown up.
Mm, mm. Oh, so he's been down forever.
He's got to
God.
be deep
But
insider,
honestly,
yes.
they owe me. Come on. How many of them, other than the sports athletes and maybe a couple, they're all really been down since forever, man. These people were born into this shit, man.
Yes,
It's
have you
like a
heard of
rain
have you heard of
marriage.
the Moonchild thing that Aleister Crowley used to talk about? And the
No, what's that? Let me hear that.
so the Thelemite group, this cult or whatever, the OTO, they're all about this thing called the magical child, where they believe you can time the birth of your child astrologically and invoke certain influences into it, and such a child will be born with magical abilities, so they say. So, but anyway, the whole idea with this Thelemic cult, though, is about how in the New Age, every man and woman in their cult will be a star. And they never quite explain what that means. What's it a metaphor of? Well, I'm starting to think here that we're looking at planned lives, lifetime roles, and it mixes with this whole occult thing as well. So I think this idea of
Ooh,
death
I
fakers,
got
you see what I mean? I think there might be something to this idea of planned births, and that, yeah, these are lifetime actors. He was born for that role, and so was she.
Yes, completely. I mean, because they even do it with like, come on, you think Justin Bieber was just picked out of some Mickey Mouse Club shit like Justin Timberlake and all that? These people were groomed from that since conception, man. It was since conception. I believe the same with LeBron and some of the huge profile athletes and the singers. Some of these people, it was planned long. It was planned. They were planned, bro. They were
Yeah,
planned.
you can find references to Donald Trump going back 60 years. So
Yeah,
before he ever
yeah. The
grew up,
Trump one
it
was
was already
he.
there.
Oh my God, and they got people so they. Oh my God, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I might hate QAnoners more than Jews. I don't. And you know, my podcast name might be called Straight Hate because we gotta save hate speech. So I want to name it or just have something named Straight Hate. But I'm starting to hate QAnoners, bro. I swear to God. And I'm just a mean motherfucker. I'm talking shit. But at the same time, man, they are annoying, and they think they really. How stupid can you be, man? I seen this lady. I drive trucks, man. I seen these people in this RV today, bro. Completely, bro. I swear to God on everything I love, the RV was completely wrapped with Donald Trump's body on like some type of the movie 300, like some old ripped up dude's body, and Ivanka and all these words and ready for round two. He was like Rocky Balboa on one side. The whole RV was just Trump and Ivanka, bro, and all these different images of like him being God, man. Oh
Yeah,
my
look,
God,
it
I
is.
wanted to throw up. I almost threw up, bro.
There's a system here. There's a methodology. They have turned QAnon into a cult that actually venerates the Kennedys as the bloodline of Christ, and Trump is their agent. So they actually have a religious fervor about them. And are these people government agents, or are they that deluded and they have that much expendable income to?
Yeah. Yeah, like, is this a government agent RV, or are you just this fucking stupid off Mountain Dew, man? Like, I don't get it, bro. I you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
it's
Is
laugh, but
it's
at the same time, it frustrates me that our populace is this fucking stupid, man. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it is because whether or not there's any truth to their basic core narrative about the deep state, what they have done is they have smeared anybody that goes against the mainstream media for eternity.
Exactly. That's what they did with that shit, man. That's what they did. You're gonna be pulled as soon as you say anything against the television. Oh, you're a QAnoner. You're a fucking retard. This, that, and the third.
Yeah,
Delusional, whatever you want to call them.
they'll say you're you're dangerous, that you'll kill your kids. They have all kinds of stories they put out
Yeah,
there, and I
conspiracy.
can't even criticize them. If I put QAnon in my title, they'll pull my video for misinformation. I can't even accurately describe the movement.
Oh, damn. See, that's when I started hating Jews, bro. Because I used to disrespect Christians and Muslims and all these little different, not disrespect, but I make fun of the shit a lot of times. I make fun of religion. That's how I started my whole journey, man. But the
Okay.
whole thing was, when I started making fun of Jews, bro, I turned into Adolf Hitler. I couldn't even post anything. Everything changed. And I'm like, oh, so I can disrespect Chris, Muslims, anything except Jews, bro. So
It's
then I went
it's
so
arbitrary though.
extreme. It was crazy.
The new thing you can't criticize is global warming. And I've been saying for some time that the scientism religion has replaced the Judeo-Christian religions. It's replaced it all. And now they're saying if you criticize global warming, you can't post ads on Twitter. You can't post on Pinterest. Well, global warming is just
Damn.
angry Jehovah. It's the flood god all over again.
So you're telling me that they literally made laws that you can't even speak against it?
Not laws yet, but these
Not
platforms,
laws,
they're
but you know what
based
I'm saying?
essentially,
Like they're
yes, yes.
basically saying if you want to get famous, you can't say this.
Exactly. Exactly. You can't criticize global warming. And if you criticize global warming, I'm just saying that that's the same thing as saying, oh, you can't criticize their God. You can't criticize their holy book. Well, this
And
flood myth is not
it,
science. It's based on the old myths.
it's such a joke, man. And then these electric cars, yo, man, I'm hoarding V8 engines, man. Yo, anybody listening to this, man, buy yourself a Ford Expedition from 2002 to about 98. Do you need a Ford Expedition, and you need a few vehicles that are gas powered and that are known 500,000 mile into a million mile engines. You need them, and you better go get them now because the prices are gonna keep going. Bro, you go by car dealerships. I remember like cutting through certain car dealerships, going to parks and stuff like that. Bro, the parking lot used to be loaded. Now, even the huge car dealerships, it's just like the stuff that's on Frontline, basically. They got some stuff in the back, but it's like, it's done. And you better start hoarding some gasoline engines and not none of this 29. '09 Nissan Sentras and shit like that. No, from '02 and down. Shit that you can work on yourself. There's 80 million of them in junkyards. That runs on pure gas, and it has to be from before 2002, man. Point blank period. I truly believe that with all my heart, man. I got two Expeditions and a Buick Century. I'm not fucking around. Think about it. 2030 is only what? That's like 6 years from now, man. They want to discontinue like gasoline cars, and then all that's gonna be left is these crap shit. I mean, I got a 2011 Camry, but at the same, and it's crazy. I made money off the shit, man. A lot of money. I'll never sell it. But at the same time, my thing is this: all those cars after '02 are crap. They're gonna rust out, and those engines or
Planned,
trannies, one of the two,
planned
are just crap.
obsolescence, no doubt. This is all.
Yes, that's what
This
they
is
did. That's why GM got rid of the 3.8. You got to get your hands on either. If you want a sedan, like that's why I got the Century. Get to 3.1 or 3.8. I would stay away from the Ford sedans. I'd go more Ford truck, F-150 or Expedition. I'd go GM sedans. But my thing is, man, get your hands on some gas-powered stuff quick that's in decent shape because it's over, man.
it's the Great
They're going
Reset.
to try to force you into these Rivitons. Yeah, it's the Great Reset. The Rivitons and these Teslas, all that garbage. When it's how are you going to afford to fix these shits? You're not buying that shit new. You got to buy that used. You think you're going to have the money to fix a Riveton or all this shit they're coming out with? Yeah, right. You're going to be riding a bike just like they want your slave ass, man.
Interesting.
Point blank. Period.
Interesting. You're right about that. I've even heard some of the more radical environmentalists in Seattle talking about literally coercing people out of cars. Over here,
Yeah,
there's that element of bicyclists in the jester costumes where they have some political leverage and they are just taking control of the roads. It's like you have your bike trail. Why are you taking up these lanes? And to me, I think it's a
it,
power move.
it is. Like you said, man, they use so many government. They got so many government names, and then they got so many people. Like you said, the crisis actor ads you put out, and you had to turn your phone off. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. These people don't care about who they're lying to, man. People are scum, man.
Right.
Come on, the people, but go give them $100 a day, yo. Go ride around on that bike and act like you're fucking whatever. You hate the gas and all that shit, man. They'll do it, man. They'll do anything, man. Fucking lunch and $50, bro.
It's
This
all
damn
PR
thing.
stunts.
This
We live
damn
in
thing would have happened.
Edward Bernays' world of PR stunts that manipulate the mass consciousness, and people are influenced that easily. This is Slave Rescue Hound, everyone. Appreciate your call. And you have a channel on YouTube. Have they allowed you to maintain a channel?
No, 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 no. I want to start one. I want to start a podcast or something. Just I want to name it Straight Hate. I don't know if they're gonna actually let someone get the name of that, but
Ch-
that's just the name of my shit. Yo, man, thanks for the call, man, and everybody say, do your thing, man. Get some. I'm dead serious. Get some gasoline engines, and at least have one good running car from the late '90s or early 2000s, man. Preferably a V8 too, like a Ford Expedition or I don't know, man. Just get yourself. I just truly believe that, man, because you're not going to be driving around, man. I think
cool.
they'll let you grandfather some old shit and stuff like that, but for the most part, people are going to be stuck buying either new shit they can't afford, or you're going to have to fix up these 2015, 2012, all these garbage that are coming out with. It's trash, like you said, planned obsolescence. They Ford did it, Chevy did it, they all did it, man.
Awesome.
They
And
all
also, hey, thanks again for
garbage. Thank
for
you.
the info about that
What up?
movie with Russell Brand and
Oh man,
we'll,
you got to check that out
I'll
because
get that clip.
you got a nice think tank, man. Check that out. I really want you to see that. We got to figure out this black eye thing, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure that one out. I'll get
All
that
right,
clip. All right, thanks again for the call. Appreciate it.
all right.
All right, everyone. That Slave Rescue Hound. He called in, starting off with some information about that movie with Russell Brand and Jonah Hill, where apparently it involves a Black Eye Club reference, and then a conspicuous use of the word or the phrase, the name Seattle. Lean Dion says misinformation laws in the EU already. Yeah, so pretty much they're going to criminalize not believing in global warming, which is like saying if you don't believe that God punishes sinners, you're committing a crime. I mean, it's not based on science. Philip David does not believe that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Hey, you're free to believe what you want to believe. We have facts on our side. You can believe that Kate Perry isn't John Benet Ramsey. I'm pretty sure that all these death fakers have disinformation squads that counter people like me or attempt to, but the cat's out of the bag. On some of these, you can't put this back in. So look at John Benet Ramsey and her parents. I'm sorry, Kate Perry and her parents. Now let's look at the parents of John Benet Ramsey. And then you tell me these aren't the exact same people. I'm something of a super recognizer. Maybe it's because I draw a lot and I've always done art, and so faces stand out to me. And yes, I can even see a physical resemblance between Kate Perry and John Benet Ramsey's father. Look at John Benet Ramsey's father, look at the forehead, and now look at Kate Perry's forehead. I mean, I just think it's the same family. They haven't even updated their haircuts. Dad's a little cooler now. I think he's got an earring kind of hip, but other than that, mom didn't change anything if you really look into it. But anyway, it's already settled. This is settled. It's not even a conspiracy theory, it's an observation. They're part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, and they took part in that early drama. So they symbolically sacrificed their daughter to the cult for a lifetime of, looks like, opulence. I mean, look how they're dressed. All right, let me go through your comments. Anything else that I've missed here? Tomanoid2 says Green Theft Auto. Not bad. Yeah, that's what's going on. We're being coerced into the Greta reset. And Greta, Great Reset, does correlate to the great work of the New Age Thelemic cult and the great work of the Masonic order. And it's all about the great work is the Great Reset, is the Greta Reset. It's burning down the old, starting new. The Thelemites worship the new Christ as a child, Horus, and they say it's a child because it doesn't have any of the baggage from the parents. It's also an androgen. Make of that what you will. Philip David, it says that requires proof. So this anonymous guy on YouTube is trying to say that Alex Jones is not Bill Hicks. All right, that's cool. Feel free to call in with what you have that would disprove it. But we have a pretty solid structure that connects it. And also, and this might be inconvenient, but you'll notice that a lot of the death fakers, they all are in the same circle. And Owen Schroyer is obviously the QAnon shaman in deepfake. And is Alex Jones 45 or 60? I mean, look at Alex Jones. Tell me he's 45. Come on, he's 60. He's Bill Hicks's age. Jared Board says Bill Hicks being Alex is one of the few I actually believe. Oh yeah, definitely. And this has to do with not one individual fooling people, but this is actually part of a bigger pattern, and this is why they're so sensitive about it, even today. Like, if they're sensitive about it because it's about gatekeeping comedy, gatekeeping a certain outlet for information, and you know how they like to control information and memes. They want to make sure that we're not laughing at the moon landing. No, we got to worship that. We got to laugh at the people who don't believe in the moon landing. So they want strict control over comedy, and I've noticed that there's a lot of comedians that are gatekeepers within the conspiracy world, keeping people entranced by the PSYOP entertainment complex and not looking too deep behind the screen, behind the surface there. And Alex Jones, he's one of them. So there's a reason they don't want you to know. All right, let us continue going through my minds. Okay, so today is Witches Night, Walpurgis Night. It's also happy birthday Travis Scott from Astro World. He's doing a documentary. I think it's called Crushing Concert. Now check this out. So this is also the anniversary of the founding of the Church of Satan. It's a very important day. This is bigger than Halloween for the pagans. The veil is thin. Now, I mean, it's just after midnight. The actual celebration is going to be about, 12 hours from now. But here's what I wanted to point out. Look at the Google Doodle. You know how they have this thing for Google where it has a different theme every day? Well, right now it's G66. So you have Google Doodle 66. Route 66 is where Isaac Cappy was found, or where he supposedly died. Anyway, I just think it's kind of interesting that the two go together because the way they have it laid out, it's just a bunch of sixes across the top. I don't think it's a coincidence. Again, how many years has it been since the Church of Satan was founded? But this is their anniversary date. This date has a very special significance, as we'll get into. But okay, Philip David doesn't believe Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. Hey, that's cool. How much is Bill Hicks paying you? How much is Bill Hicks paying you to try to cover up that this is in fact verifiable that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks? And this is not just about Bill Hicks being Alex Jones. This is about a methodology. This is about a template. This is about how the PSYOP entertainment complex gatekeeps culture. This is about CIA deepfaking. This is how they do what you would call weaponized anthropology. This is all about cultural control, infiltration, bottom up, grassroots. The elite need to control the masses. You can't control the masses if you don't have your agents planted early. And that's what you're looking at here. There's a lot of symbolism with the death of Bill Hicks we could look into. I mean, this is an entire topic. You can't refute it by saying, I don't believe it. Your argument from incredulity does nothing against the weight of the evidence that we can present here. So, you haven't presented anything, Philip David. So, whatever Bill Hicks is paying you, he's overpaying you, to be honest. Bob Sapp says Kate Perry is hot. Well, we brought up Kate Perry because she's married or was married to Russell Brand. And that Russell Brand movie has some references to the Black Eye Club that we'll be digging into. By the way, the last caller, Slave Rescue Hound, said he hates Q. Now, one of the main operatives within Q that has not been recognized yet by the mainstream media or the J6 committee is George News. Well, George News just opened up a Twitter account. I think they have 8,000 followers now. They just opened up a little while ago. They have 300,000 followers on Telegram. Within 5 minutes of his account opening, I was blocked. Why would somebody who has 300,000 followers who works directly for Donald Trump take an interest in blocking Infinite Plane Radio? It's interesting if you look at my blocked list. Philip David, you want to call in and defend Alex Jones's? I mean, what is? I mean, actually, the fact that he's Bill Hicks makes him cooler. But if you want to take that from him, feel free to call in. I'm starting to think that Philip David is Bill Hicks. Why did you call in? You know, we used to have a caller that people were convinced was Mark Dice. So I said, hey, caller, what do you think about this theory that Mark Dice is actually River Phoenix? And he got really silent on me. And the next thing you know, Mark Dice on Twitter, who has probably 1 million followers, blocked me. And I'm like, why would Mark Dice block me? Did I reach something sensitive? And what's the connection here? Mark Dice, originally John Connor, was introduced to the PSYOP entertainment complex by who? By Alex Jones. You see what I mean? They all flock together. They're all part of the same clique. They're all backstagers. I'm kind of working on a concept for a book about the deep fakers among us, and I'm going to call it the backstagers. Something of a mind map plus the narrative structure that shows how this all works. Philip David said he can't call in. Right, you can't call in because you'll obviously sound like probably Bill Hicks. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the voicemails.
Hey, you mentioned recently the Illuminatus of Thanateros, and I was wondering if you had any more to add to that, and how much you knew about all of that, or if you had any stories, and it looks very interesting. Have a good night. Bye.
Okay, the IoT, the Illuminati of Thanateros, they're the ones who write all the books on, quote, chaos magic. And I did have this synchronicity, you could say, with one of these books that had to do with this concept of how they approach what we would call magic. And magic is one of those topics that you're meant to ridicule. And I know why. I mean, can you tell me the difference between magic and prayer? Is there a difference? You know, are we not talking about this notion whether it's superstition or not, that you have some kind of control or maybe some kind of ability to seek some kind of intercession. The idea that the perceiver has some influence on what is perceived is what I'm getting at here. And I think that's ultimately what's at the core of magic. And so I've been looking into a lot of these various schools of thought on the subject, specifically sigil magic, the chaos magic is the one that the caller referenced, which is simply, I guess, a distillation of various schools of thought, but stripped of all of the Judeo-Christian imagery. Without, like, the word demon. People think demon, and they think horns, monster, evil, hell. These things don't exist. Hell's not a biblical concept. A demon was never associated with monsters or malevolent things. It really refers to more like an intelligence, kind of generic genius, I think is what it actually means. Let me go through your comments. And on the screen, you're looking at Greta Thunberg eating bugs, rather catching a moth. Bob Sapp says, I ate a quarter pounder from McDonald's today. Now everyone says my breath smells like human. Clockwork 113 says, has Taylor Swift being Anton LaVey's daughter been debunked? Yeah, that one's like 30 years off. I mean, same hair, same eyebrows, but that's about all you can say. A similar brow line, but no, decades off. Infinite Muse says, interesting time for the live to start buffering. It's back now. Bill Hicks and Mark Dice did it. Yeah, Bill Hicks and Mark Dice, or Bill Hicks and River Phoenix, are launching a DDoS attack or something. Lickety Split says Paul McCartney is Lucille Ball. All right, let us continue. Philip David is really, really mad about this. I'm really thinking it's Bill Hicks listening. Let's talk about Owen Schroyer being the QAnon shaman. And if he's not, then they're really super close in way too many different. Here we go. Is Owen Schroyer of InfoWars playing the role of the QAnon shaman? Now, I searched Owen Schroyer QAnon shaman, and one of my blogs popped up first. So that whole dead internet theory thing, I don't know. It's not a perfect record, and it's certainly not accurate nor objective, but it's still useful for storing things out in public. So if you're looking at the screen, on the left is the QAnon shaman without his makeup. On the right, there he is with his makeup. Or it's Owen Schroyer. I mean, you tell me. You tell me. They're within 10%, like they're 90% the same. So my point is this. If the QAnon shaman was played by Owen Schroyer, tip of the spear, InfoWars, now he goes into the Capitol with the spear, if they are one and the same, then this even makes it more likely that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones, does it not? Philip David would call in, but he's afraid, I think. I don't think he's mad. I think he's afraid. 833-311-1984. I'll even put the number on the screen, so if you want to maintain this notion that Bill Hicks isn't Alex Jones, if you want to keep promulgating that silly conspiracy theory that they're not one and the same, then call 833-311-1984 and we'll hear it. Jared says, I don't think Owen is a QAnon shaman because I watched him interact with the Flat Earth Boxer on a stream. He'd have to be in two places at once. Interesting. But then again, do you know that the Flat Earth Boxer is not an agent? I mean, he does push the dome, and that's very questionable. Here's another one. Is a QAnon shaman Owen Schroyer of InfoWars in disguise? Spot the difference. I can't. His ear's a little stretched out, but that's because of the heavy earring that nobody would wear. This is literally just a disguise taken out of some department at the CIA. Just so generic. Oh, be a radical patriot. Yeah, because when you're patriotic, you wrap your head in a flag. No, you're not supposed to put the American flag onto garments. Anybody who's been in the military would know this. So this is a caricature. This is meant to demonize. Nobody wants to look like this. That's absurd. Infinite Muse says there's quite a similarity in facial features. Well, if it's not the same person, it's so close that it is noteworthy, and to not notice it is to be unobservant. Sink Lloyd says Owen was suggesting Indian costumes like the Boston Tea Party on the day he wore the Q shaman garb. So there you have it. If Owen Schroyer even referenced the Sons of Liberty and the whole Tea Party thing, then it even makes more sense that this was the concept. Makes perfect sense. There's more. It's not all. There's a lot more. So I even studied their gesticulations, their body movements, how they speak, because if you do any transactional analysis, you'll see that only like 10% of what's conveyed are the words. You got tonalities, facial expressions, body language is most of it. And there is a body language match. There's a physiology match. They have the same build. Are you telling me that the QAnon shaman who's supposedly doing mushrooms? What is he doing? Shamanizing. This guy is clearly at the gym as much as Owen Schroyer. Look at the forearms, look at the shoulders. So again, look at the way that he holds one finger up and he points when he talks and he's trying to get attention. Same exact gestures. And conveniently, the shaman's wearing gloves because the hands would be a dead giveaway. And if you didn't know, they have printable fake roll-on tattoos. Fake tattoos have been a thing forever. So if the tattoo thing throws you off, then you don't know what they have in their disguise departments. You have to study the work of Jonah Mendez, who was the CIA chief of disguise for 27 years. She gave a lot of the stuff away. It was previously classified, just how good the disguise technology is. And this is just basic theater. Again, fake tats. Wearing white power tats, dressing like a Viking, which wasn't really a thing, but now there's some TV show about Vikings. I think it's on Netflix that they're associating with the white nationalists. Okay, so here I did a mashup, swapping out their eyes, swapping out their mouths, and then their noses. So the idea here, Owen Schroyer, InfoWars, tip of the spear, playing dual role. Symbolism of the horns is duality, by the way. Dual role. Suit and tie, and then wild man. There's a few of the things I could add to this that would build upon this narrative, but yeah, definitely it's the same guy. It's not even a sophisticated disguise, they just mess with the hair a little bit. So now, who's fooling who? Is Owen Schroyer tricking Alex Jones, who's actually Alex Jones? Yeah, Alex Jones is Alex Jones, not Bill Hicks, but he got tricked by Owen Schroyer. Oh yeah, right under his nose, tip of the spear. He let this guy have the mic. Next thing you know, he dresses like a Viking, and he storms the Capitol and ruins freedom for everyone. Damn, too bad Alex Jones didn't see that one coming. No, if Owen Schroyer is the shaman, then Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. It's his protege. If you think about it, we're just talking about a bunch of deep fakers hanging out together, setting up the far right. And then you throw in the spear symbolism, the tip of the spear, the QAnon of the spear, and then the guy in California who said Q told him to kill his kids with a spear. No coincidences. Infinite Muse says for sure they could be brothers. Right. I listened to him on the Phoenix Enigma show too. And what's weird too is that he's got all kinds of tattoos that would suggest that he's a white nationalist neo-Nazi, which completely goes against the idea of being a kumbaya, I love everybody, mushroom taking shaman. Like, which is it? Do you love humanity? Or is it Hail Hitler? It's kind of hard to say. Bullet01536 says, is that even a fake tattoo? It looks like a Sharpie. Philip David is in here. Okay, so Philip David, I'm going to grant you that Alex Jones is 46 and he's Alex Jones and he's not Bill Hicks, okay? And he just happens to be as funny as Bill Hicks in exactly the same ways, okay? So I'm just going to grant you that because your incredulity is so damn compelling. So Alex Jones is Alex Jones. But look what happened. Good-natured, truth-seeking Alex Jones allowed the tip of the spear to be co-opted by the deep state. And the QAnon shaman was Owen Schroyer. Somebody needs to tell him. Somebody needs to tell him. Hey, Alex. Looks like you let the devil in. You've been duped. He fooled us all. Unbelievable. I'm almost willing to bet here that Philip David thinks that Will Smith actually slapped Chris Rock without Chris Rock's permission. Probably believes that. And I'm not ripping on you for your beliefs. I'm just pointing out here something about your frame of reference. And why would you defend it anyway? I'm not defended, but why would you be defensive about it? We're just analyzing facts here. Bring me some facts to substantiate the idea that Alex Jones is Alex Jones. Vladimir Putin could declare a new world war within days with mass mobilization of Russian forces, Defense Secretary warns. And he's got Satan too. GOP lawmakers are still spreading the claim that kids are pretending to be animals and demanding litter boxes. So, do you remember that Nebraska Republican who was angry because furries were demanding litter boxes and were using the floor in protest of lack of litter boxes? Well, that was obviously a joke, but he couldn't tell. And in his defense, you can't tell if it's a joke. You can't tell if it's fake or not anymore. But anyway, more of these GOP lawmakers are spreading this, and they don't seem to know that this thing has been a joke the entire time. So you had Representative Steve Drazkowski who said, there's something going on in our schools. It's called furry. I looked it up on Google. Kids are identifying as animals. They put on tails and they demand litter boxes. Anyway, there's a reason, though, why these stories are so believable. So before you mock these people for actually being worried about having to accommodate furries with litter boxes, you have to understand that we live in...
There is something going on in our schools, according to this, something called furry.
So again, I know where this guy's coming from. I don't even find this all that funny. It's like, well, yeah, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if the furries start demanding litter boxes and get them.
And I think it's spelled F-U-R-R-Y. I looked it up on Google here. Oh, I got to get back into my computer. It's described to me that we have kids in our schools that believe that they are animals. And they are identifying, I'm told, as animals. Identifying as animals. They think they're a cat. A cat. They put tails on and they demand that they have a litter box in the school. Has anybody else heard that?
All right. So, furries wanting litter boxes. But the story here is GOP lawmakers are spreading false claims that kids are pretending to be animals. No, they are claiming it. They are identifying as such. They're just not asking for litter boxes.
Have you heard about this furry thing and what? I mean,
Now, there might be a market for that, though. You know, litter boxes for furries. If you have a 3D printer, I'd invest if anyone wants to partner up. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Salty says, why does it always have to be a cat? You know, I've seen a furry. I saw what appeared to be a furry, like a fox furry, walking hand in paw with what appeared to be a member of the Mexican mafia. In a certain part of town where those things aren't uncommon, I've seen furries. And I don't have a problem with someone who wants to use litter boxes. In fact, Det Marble, or D Marble rather, had a video on van life where he showed how he was able to effectively use a litter box in his van. It wasn't a litter box, it was like a 5-gallon bucket with litter in it, but what's the difference? I mean, he's not a furry. Although I don't know, I mean, I haven't really kept up. Let me play a few more minutes of this deeply confused GOP state rep.
your district and mine are a long ways away, but I've talked to others here. Tell us what you know about this. I've got the dictionary. It's in the dictionary on Google, Madam Speaker.
When I heard about this, I heard that they were actually cutting holes in the uniforms for tails, and then in some cases the students were putting on fake tails, and in some cases one of the parents was responding to what was happening in the school, where a child that believed themselves to be a cat didn't have a physical tail but had an imaginary tail. And they were sitting at, I think it was a lunch, the table in the lunchroom, And this imaginary tail was there, and a student came up and sat down, and the child that believed themselves to be a cat screamed.
Okay. Okay, so maybe when everybody's hooked up with the Oculus, when we're all metaversed, 100% immersed, and we all got the lenses in our eyes, maybe we'll be able to see people as these avatars that they believe themselves to be. So you won't accidentally sit on a furry's invisible tail because you'll be looking through your lens and you'll be like, oh, there's a tail there. And this is a furry, not a human.
You just sat on my tail. That was imaginary. It didn't exist.
In my district, and I won't even name the school, I will say in my district, I had a pastor come to me and he said he is being told that in the one school district, and I'm not saying this is the case, we don't know, it's unconfirmed, but he is being told by multiple people that there's a litter box in one of the locker rooms, or bathroom, that's my understanding.
Hey, someone ought to contact Alex Stein and say, hey, man, you should go to the city council dressed as a furry and demand a litter box. And they would not know that he was joking. Oh, let's see here. Oh, Philip David says, what is your proof that Hicks was Jones? He's still on it. I swear that they pay people. They pay people to do this. Calamento says, do legal rights extend to imaginary friends, aka you assaulted my imaginary friend? Right. Right. All right. Philip David is glowing, as they say. Infinite Muse says, no way Alex Jones is only 46. If so, he's had a rough life. Yeah, when I look at Jones being 46, I'm like, do I really want to take super male vitality and iodine and ivermectin and horse paste? I don't know. I have my doubts now. Russia threatens to abandon NASA on ISS and join China's space mission. Outraged by Western sanctions imposed over its invasion of Ukraine, Russia may end its collaboration on the ISS in favor of China. If you've been following Infinite Plane Radio, you knew this was going to happen last summer. With the cracks on the space station and all the space beef. And this makes perfect sense because you already have conversations being had about a communist moon base. Yes, China and Russia making a base on the moon. So the breakdown of the International Space Station is the fall of the Tower of Babel. It's happening. It's not all at once, but it's happening. Jared Board says Alex Stein was with the Blaze. Isn't the Blaze Glenn Beck? There's a really great piece of audio I'd recommend for Philip David. It's from the Blaze, in fact. Let me see if I can find it. It was on the Glenn Beck show where they actually did a side-by-side of Alex Jones and Bill Hicks's voices. And using that, they made the case that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. So no visuals, just audio, just inflections, tonalities, cadence, rate of speech. And this is from an episode of the Glenn Beck program 5 years ago. They've already made this case. Is Alex Jones Bill Hicks?
The Blaze Radio Network.
And again, the audio is what gives it away, in my opinion. I'll go ahead and find this clip really fast.
Is he a performance artist?
And now it's time.
In fact, this was a great impersonator, would frequently use the accent you just heard. It's the...
Okay, here we go.
The same...
He's comparing the voices.
Voice, people.
This is Pat Gray with Glenn Beck, and here he is comparing and contrasting the voice of Bill Hicks and Alex Jones, and I think he sealed the deal.
Legendary comedian Bill Hicks. Does this voice sound familiar to you?
The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones tend to want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them, so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger.
Of course, it's unmistakably Alex Jones, the same owner of this voice.
This is a song I wrote when I lived in a dumpster. My eyes are red, my clothes are stained, and my breath stinks. If you can see this, you're not nearly as wasted as I am.
Actually, that was Bill Hicks. Hicks was a...
Now, they go on for about 15 minutes with this. Many comparisons. Even Bill Hicks's impersonation of hillbillies is the same one Jones
I
does.
want my children to listen to people who f***ing rocked. I don't care if they died in puddles of their own vomit. I want someone who plays from their heart. Mommy, the man Bill told me to listen to has a blood bubble on his nose. Shut up and listen to him play.
I can yell at the comedian because I'm a drunk. That gives me carte blanche. I got a.
So, I apologize for the beeps. Those are more annoying than the bad words. But he's comparing Bill Hicks freaking out to Jones doing the same, which you hear right here.
I want you to go find a soul.
The only other person I've ever heard go off the deep end like that is, you guessed it, Alex Jones. Alex is very aware of the Bill Hicks theory and addresses it from time to time on his show, apparently. Sometimes he vehemently denies it, but sometimes he mistakenly slips up and admits the truth.
I carried on the charade for more than 15 years.
Anyway, this is an old topic. We're just doing this for the benefit of Philip David, and he's willing to accept whatever he's told to believe. That's fine. None of my business. I mean, I have a lot of Mandela affected friends. Very open-minded here. Engineered supply chain shutdowns are clot shots against the global economy. Is anybody starving yet? Has Bill Hicks eaten his neighbors yet? Vladimir Putin test fires an ICBM that can destroy France in one shot. Now, if you watch these rocket tests, even the fearsome Satan II missile, they're faker than the rockets that NASA has. They're faker than North Korea's. It's all just CGI theater. Blimps, cylindrical blimps with jet-assisted takeoff. That's about it. Russia boasts that the new missile will obliterate boorish Britain. Must be a joke about Boris, I'm sure. Again, Satan 2 is going to destroy us. Satan's been in the news. MTG, Satan. Russia's state TV warns that nuclear war is probable and, quote, we all die someday. There's a consolation. 737 says, Mandela meets where my bills are paid. Well, you're asking the wrong person. I'm technically the God blocker. That's what they've called me. The Mandela effect. They say that I'm blocking God because the Mandela effect is a path to, I guess, some better way of living. A universe where we have more conscious control over reality. I mean, it's a nice theory. It's a nice, what they're promising. It's kind of nice. I also call it the miracle effect, and some of the recent Mandela effects that they're asserting are that we have been given bodily changes to adjust. Like God, for example, according to Brian Stavely, gave us some extra glands in our mouths when COVID started to fight against the bacteria that would otherwise have killed us. I'm like, that's nice. A little just kind of a nice way of shoehorning it in there that God is using the Mandela effect to communicate to us, so it therefore is a spiritual thing. And the question I've been asking though is it wrong for people to believe in something that's false if it gets them to where they want to be belief-wise? And maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine that some people are convinced by the Shroud of Turin. Maybe that's enough. Even if it's a false hope, maybe that's enough for some people. I mean, fine. If you want to make that argument and say that the Mandela affected are untouchable, then why would you even criticize the believers in the mainstream media? Or any religion for that matter. I've been very critical of religion for a long time for a lot of reasons, and I think it's because of the walls of ignorance. All right, I am going through some comments here. Calamento says, witch night. Why do witches pick this day? The significance. Well, we're exactly 6 months from Halloween. Why May Day? Good question. Okay, let's see here. This is the eve of the Christian feast day of Saint Walpurga, an 8th century abbess in France. I know the Church of Satan celebrates this day Travis Scott, this is his birthday. Probably not a coincidence. Here it is. The reason why they choose this night. April 30th is halfway between the spring equinox and the summer solstice. So this would be analogous to Halloween being halfway between the autumn equinox and the winter solstice. And this is why you have the cross associated with the sun in all the symbolism, because it's all about the quartering of the year and these holidays that are diametrically opposed to one another across 6 months. All right, so that's the thing, and of course the celebrations would begin, I guess, sometime later on tonight. I don't know if anyone here has any plans, but I'm just watching it because these pagan holidays do seem to correlate quite often with the big psychodramas. Commenter says April 30th is the Eastern Orthodox Easter, so it's the night before one of the Eastern Orthodox holiest days. Zinvala says Walpurgis was the original title for the Black Sabbath song War Pigs. And War Pigs is the one that references the generals gathered like witches at black masses. Oh, I see, War Pigs and Walpurgis. You could actually get that anagrammatically. You have to get rid of the R, but I mean the L, but otherwise, yeah, War Pigs. All right, let me go through the headlines. We're just kind of perusing them at the moment here. Could Marjorie Taylor Greene's Satan controlling the church stance break up the Republican Party? How offensive is this? When she said that the Roman Catholic Church is controlled by Satan, this is not really an extraordinary or shocking claim. Many internet Christians, and QAnoners are basically internet Christians, they don't go to church. Not that I can tell. For the most part, their concept of it is that they are part of the true church that doesn't have the institution attached to it. And so this is actually kind of consistent with what they're always saying. The media is controlled by Satan. The church is controlled by Satan. I don't know why that would be considered to be that offensive to their base. Marjorie Taylor Greene feuds with conservative Catholics over her Satan remark. Top GOP candidates, one with deep QAnon roots, compete over who can make your brain hurt the most. Yeah, Ron Watkins was at a debate today. Ron Watkins, believed to be Q, very close to Q. He's the guy behind the 8chan boards and these others. Anyway, he was at this debate and he made this really bizarre answer. Had this really strange answer to the Russia-Ukraine thing, where he seems to think that the Keystone XL pipeline is somehow connected to why Russia invaded Ukraine. Just kind of bungled the whole thing. I don't know how serious he is as a candidate. I know that he's his own biggest donor. A slave rescue hound called in and mentioned how these people who are obsessed with Trump are very much invested in it, wrapping their vehicles in images of Trump. It's idol worship. Well, listen to this guy, right-wing pastor. I will never criticize Trump, quote, because God chose the man. Mississippi pro-Trumper Pastor Shane Vaughn said, people who criticize Trump are going against God. Quote, this is about a God that appointed a man, and I have enough Italian in me to know what loyalty means, he said. So they do believe that God is working through his bloodline, the Kennedys, and Trump is going to bring the Kennedys back. All right, going through some comments here. It looks like there's a big debate in the chat about Alex Jones and Bill Hicks, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and block Philip David from showing up on the screen until he calls in. And it's not a free speech thing. Too often, you have agitators do the cry bully routine, where they keep hammering at something, and then they claim they're being censored. Like, no, you got the response you wanted. If you have some information that can help us see through this Bill Hicks, Alex Jones confusion, yeah, please call in 833-311-1984. Why don't you disabuse me of this misconception I'm wrong about this, right? And also, let Alex Jones know that Owen Schroyer is moonlighting as the QAnon shaman and making everybody look bad. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she doesn't recall advocating for martial law. Yeah, she's very forgetful. You can tell she's a politician. They have a very convenient way of forgetting things. She also spelled martial law Marshall, so obviously she knows what it is. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, Tim? It's Phil.
Hey, what's up, Philip? So, you're the one who claims that Alex Jones is not Bill Hicks. Very interesting conspiracy theory. How did you arrive at that?
Well, it's not actually a claim that I made. I can't claim a negative. You're claiming that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. I'm asking you to prove your claim. See, I can't prove a negative. So it's your claim. You have to prove it. I'm just saying that your proof is a news segment and nothing more than that. So if that's your proof, why are you convincing a bunch of people to believe it? Or if that's not your proof, do you have any other proof that you want to bring forward?
Well, you actually misrepresented my argument. I had more than just that audio clip. Did I not show pictures?
I guess I
Are
missed the
are
pictures.
are
No,
pictures not evidence? And have you looked into it? Have you looked at the comparisons of Bill Hicks and Alex Jones yourself?
yeah. Look, all I've seen is a couple pictures that make it look like their teeth are the same and they smoke the same cigarette. But that to me is not proof that they're the same person. You really got to come with a little better proof than that.
What about a physical resemblance that is so striking that they're easy to confuse? Is that not enough to even raise an eyebrow? And consider this in the
No,
context of,
I would never see anyone that saw a footage of Bill Hicks in one of his stand-up specials and Alex Jones and would get confused about that. No, it's only certain pictures that show their teeth in a certain angle or show them holding a cigarette a certain way. That's not proof, man. That's what I'm saying.
well,
So like,
let
do
me
you
bring
have
this
any
up.
other proof?
That's not even a contradiction because if you know what actors are, and we're assuming we're dealing with actors, the person you see on the screen usually bears little resemblance to the person signing autographs, and there's a reason why. It's an act. Do you think there's anything to the common producer, Kevin Booth?
Yeah, dude, I think that's the entirety of it. I think if you look at it, that's the issue, right? Kevin Booth created a story and he convinced you all to believe it. So it doesn't need to be true because Kevin Booth said there was a script and his friend Bill Hicks gave it to him. And that's what happened. And then he writes a book where Bill Hicks is riding in the car and he says, "Oh, we got away with it, didn't we?" Like, that's not proof. That's Kevin Booth desperately trying to get you to believe something.
Okay, now
So if you're going to do it, that's cool.
do
That's
you
on
believe
you.
do
But
you
that's
believe
not proof.
do you believe that there are any people on the world stage who are pretending to be someone they're not? As in, do you believe in spycraft? Do you believe in deep fakes? Do you believe that deep fakery has ever
Yeah.
been used?
Yeah, I will tell you this. I just look at it from the point of like what I haven't fully debunked. Now the Bill Hicks, Alex Jones one, I fully debunked. So that one's just
Well, let me ask you this
that
though.
one's
Like,
right out.
is
Katy
there one?
Perry,
Is there
Katy.
one? Is there
Yeah,
one
there
that
is.
you stand
There is.
by? Name one that you stand by.
No, I wouldn't say any that I stand by, but here's what I'll say. Here's what's
None.
really compelling. Well, you ready? Given all the BS around the O.J. Simpson trial, and when you really look into that, you can find out that that probably wasn't as reported. Well, that really brings a lot of fascination to the idea that Nicole Simpson is Megyn Kelly. And now once that idea started getting some steam, now Megyn Kelly's kind of off the world stage. It's like that one's interesting. It's kind of sexy, but that's not proof enough to believe it.
Now, do you believe the official story? Do you have proof enough to believe what they told you happened?
What's the official story of Nicole Simpson getting murdered?
Yeah. Do you have enough information for that? Were you satisfied?
When that happened, dude, I was a little kid, so I wasn't able to really look at information like that. But now that I look back on it and with a set of discerning eyes, that's not the way trials are carried
No,
out.
but was it real? Was she killed? Was Nicole Brown Simpson killed by O.J. Simpson as described on TV in your estimation?
I can't speak to that.
Wait, you
I
can't
would
speak to
say,
it. Wait. Either you accept the media
Mhm.
as a source or you don't.
No. Well, look, here's what I can do. I know how to chew the meat and spit out the bone. So if I hear some bullshit, I put it in my bullshit
No,
pile
I'm
for a little
sorry.
bit
You
until
you
I
have
learn
you
until I
either
learn more.
you either trust the source or you don't. And you're saying that you
I either
default
what?
you're saying you go with the default until you can debunk it. And so you haven't debunked
No.
it, therefore you believe it. You have to. There's no gray area here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so certain that Alex Jones is Alex Jones.
Look, man, the reason I'm certain is because if you really go look, and you can find some videos of Alex Jones when he was young, just getting into radio, and that dude looks nothing like Bill Hicks. And this is in like the early to mid '90s. And if
Well, look,
Alex Jones was Bill Hicks, they would
we may not
definitely.
be coming from the same frame of reference. Are you familiar with Jonah Mendez and any of her work having to do with deepfake technology and its application in the PSYOP entertainment complex, the news media? Because if you're not
No,
familiar,
not really,
if you're
but
not
I'll.
familiar with how deep fakery has been used for generations, then none of this
Well,
stuff has any
yeah, I
context.
will.
Okay, do you think that the
It
Challenger
does.
was a Challenger explosion real in your mind?
No, that wasn't real in my mind.
So what happened to the 7 astronauts?
Dude, I don't know. That's probably a question better answered by people in that time frame. But I
Wait.
can say
Have
that
you looked into it?
I've
Have you
seen.
looked into it? And then if you haven't
Yeah,
looked, then why don't you believe it was real?
because I've seen photos. Well, because I've already done my due diligence on NASA, so it came
Oh,
from NASA, right? So I don't have to go much further than that. But outside of that, just
wait. You
looking at it
think
as
that
the
they can
Challenger,
fake
just
the
looking at
Challenger
it.
explosion, but they can't fake a comedian coming back as an obvious deep fake? I mean, I don't know if you're using the same level of discernment looking at Jones as you
Look,
did at the
look,
Challenger.
Tim. I'm saying they are faking it. Look, they did fake the Challenger, and they are faking that a comedian came back as a different person, right? You just didn't fall for one, and you fell for the other. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't think you're using a consistent methodology to look at all these things because your evidence. What is your evidence for Nicole Brown Simpson actually being dead? You know what? You can't
Look,
say you
it's
don't
I
believe
don't
it if you don't have counter evidence to what they claimed. The status quo
look.
rests.
It's really yeah. That's really not one that I've done enough due diligence on. All I'm saying is I consider the source. I look at where it came from. I look at a couple other inconsistencies in the trial and how it played out. And I would say that there's some fuckery there. Whether or not that fuckery is all the way to the point of them taking Nicole Simpson and bringing her back as a newscaster or any of this, to be honest, that doesn't really matter because whether she did or she didn't, the point is that we're focused on that and not the other bullshit that's going on in the world, you know?
Well,
Like,
no, actually, I think it's
there's plenty of
the
other.
thing is it's key here is we're talking about if we're dealing with fakery on this level, then the news media is simply not what the average person thinks it is. It's actually an extension of world government and it's monolithic. That's the part they're trying to hide, in my opinion. By the way, there's a commenter here who says,
Yeah,
"Ask
dude.
Phil if he has any super male vitality left." Kind of sounds like you've taken it all at once.
Well, that just sounds like ad hominem, right? Like,
I'm
who's
just
that?
trolling,
Lickety
man.
split again? That dude.
We're obviously
Yeah,
we're
no,
just
no, I get
trolling.
it.
That's our chat. That's
No,
what people
dude,
do.
dude,
But
look,
look at the
look, I'm not.
screen. Look at
Look,
the screen and tell me Bill Hicks isn't Alex Jones. Look at the screen and tell me that two
I
plus
don't,
two is
dude.
5.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Let me see the screen. Am I? Oh wait, are you there? I couldn't. I'm on my phone, so I couldn't pull it up.
Well, look, this is an interesting topic. Deep fakery hasn't been debunked. If Alex Jones is not Bill Hicks, it doesn't change the fact that this is standard operating procedure within the psychological operation entertainment complex. It's par for the
Mm-hmm.
course. I think it's more likely true than not true. I would still need a debunk. When I look at Alex Jones, I see a 61-year-old comedian. I don't, and his frame of
No doubt.
reference goes back that far. I don't see a 46-year-old.
Have you listened to much of Bill Hicks stand up? Like, how much have you sat there and listened to?
You know what's funny about this is I was listening to Bill Hicks for some time back when I was first into I think it was Richard Metzger's Disinfo series, and I was looking into a lot of this stuff, and then I came across Alex Jones, and even before I heard the conspiracy theory, I thought Alex Jones was Bill Hicks, and I was like, why are they calling this
Hmm.
guy Jones? So no, I mean I automatically thought that organically when nobody had interfered. So no, I mean it didn't even shock me. I think it's funny that people are so vehemently against it. They gatekeep this one, almost as bad as they gatekeep some of the NASA death fakers. Like Neil
What
Armstrong.
is it?
Neil
Yeah.
Armstrong was
What is it about?
clearly a Russian Yuri Gagarin. So I mean, this is not just limited to Jones or a few little comedians here and there or actors.
What is it in the content of Alex Jones's conversation that reminds you of Bill Hicks? Like when Bill Hicks would tell the audience, oh, you should go home and take 5 dried grams of mushroom, and then you'll realize that life is only a dream and there's nothing to be scared of because death is an illusion, and there's nothing to be afraid of
Sure,
because this is
I can
only a
find
ride. When
I
you
can
hear
find
Bill
Alex
Hicks say
Jones.
something
Look,
like that, and then you
yes.
hear Alex
Okay, let me
Jones
go ahead and listen. I'm gonna play this
you hear
call.
Alex Jones's show, and you think those are the same two people?
Yes, I'm gonna play a clip for everyone listening here as soon as we terminate this call. It's gonna be Alex Jones talking about specifically what you said. Bill Hicks would rant. He would go off about how you could transcend with drugs and see through all these things. Alex Jones has an identical
Sure.
thing about DMT and seeing elves, among other things. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and play this clip so you can see that no, it's actually, in many ways, he hasn't changed all that much. I mean, I think Alex
Okay.
Jones is very similar. So, appreciate the call, appreciate the skepticism,
Cool.
and I'll definitely dig deeper into this and I'll find my best quote evidence and then see what you think, and hopefully we can follow up with this later.
Cool. Thanks, Tim. Hit me up with a wrench too, brother. I'm not a troll or glowing or any of that stuff. I'm just a skeptic, dude. I love your show.
Cool. Definitely. I'll get around to it and I'll get you a wrench, Philip. All right. Have a nice night. All right. So let me play this clip here. This is Alex Jones saying that the government is using DMT to talk to aliens.
Is the main project site. Literally have an alien base, and they are literally communicating, and they've got like astronaut level people taking super hardcore levels of drugs and going into meetings with these things and making intergalactic deals. And again, that's what the government believes and says they're doing. And this isn't
when you say the government, that's a.
So again, yeah, this is pretty much the same character. They cover the same topics. I don't think they're all that different. And I think Alex Jones is actually very funny if you listen to the commercials. In fact, he was just on a podcast with Sam Tripoli and Eddie Bravo and Hitler or Hibbler. And he's like, they're inviting him. They said, hey, you need to come out to do some stand-up comedy, 15 minutes. We know you're not Bill Hicks, but can you do some stand-up comedy? We all think you're funny. So, I think Sam Tripoli said, people think you're Bill Hicks anyway. And yeah, okay, so it's just a coincidence that he happens to be a natural comedian, as I would say, as funny as Bill Hicks, as extreme, same histrionics. Bombshell, Elon Musk replaced. Maybe we'll look into that. I was looking into the weird story about Elon Musk's father, who adopted a girl. She grows up, and when she's 30, they have a baby. He's 42 years older than his daughter. Text messages show that Sean Hannity was taking orders from Trump on 1/6. You know when Sean Hannity got his start? I think his second day on the job. He got his start on 9/11. See, Jared Ward says, this is one of my favorite clips of Jones. Lickety Split says, thanks, Phil. Hicks is Jones. Perry is Benet. Well, really what it comes down to is burden of proof. And that's what we're fighting over here. I mean, not fighting, but, we have a bit of a dispute over who owns the burden of proof. And if you default it to the media, then they get a pass on all kinds of things. If you default to extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, then you're left in this area, this gray area, where you have a lot of questions. But what we have found here, the common thread that connects all the death fakers, all the terror attacks, all the fake school shootings, all the hoaxes, the common thread here is that we're looking at a methodology for monolithic media control, quote, globally. That's what we're looking at. So it's not some sneaky guy faked his death. Elvis faked his death. He got sick of being famous. Jones, yeah, he's a death faker. No, it's not simple. It's not simply individuals in isolation. I'm saying this is part of a broader strategy. And as I got into the call with Slave Rescue, and I kind of brought up this Moonchild thing that Aleister Crowley and company are part of. And I think that might be a key to seeing what they're actually about. When you look at the significance of death dates and birth dates to these various cult members, it all kind of makes more sense when you think about lives planned in advance. We have predictive programming showing that Donald Trump was going to be Donald Trump and that a Donald Trump was coming, that this character was going to be on the world stage fulfilling this particular role. And this stuff goes back 60 years. Elon Musk is in a book called Mars, A Technical Tale about Elon colonizing Mars, written by the Nazi and pal of Walt Disney, Werner von Braun. Nothing questionable about von Braun being friends with Disney. Let's see. Commenter says, I have never called, but I will when Vegas comes into the conversation. If you talk about the Vegas hoax, I'm always open to talk about that. The most interesting thing about the Vegas hoax, 50 of the people that were shot at again exactly 13 months later. And that doesn't shock anybody. In a different state, no less. On the night that crisis actors were doing a drill based on Vegas down the street from where these people were shot at again. Media calls these eerie coincidences. We know it's scripting. Somebody had sent me an email comparing Rupert Murdoch to Darth Schwab. They do look alike, but I don't think it's the same person. It's another one of these instances where you get to a certain level on the Illuminati dung heap and everybody looks related. Breaking news, the owner of Las Vegas drops bombshell, announces they will welcome Colin Kaepernick to join the Raiders. He deserves a chance because he, quote, sacrificed. We'll see how that turns out. A lot of interesting meta scripting there. Here's another one is Jimi Hendrix, 27 Clubber, actually Morgan Freeman. Is Rush Limbaugh, Jim Morrison. Is Amy Goodman, another one of these 27 Clubbers. We have probably about half a dozen of these various 27 Club members that all kind of fit the same template, where they went from kind of hippie or rock and roll, kind of extreme, I guess counterculture, right on over to doing media. That's kind of the story here. So of course, Jim Morrison, 27 Clubber, coming back to do Rush Limbaugh, right wing. Janis Joplin dying, coming back as Amy Goodman again. We're talking about media gatekeepers. All right, let me see here. Going through my Twitter feed, it's Real Tim Osman. Infinite Plane Saturday will be tomorrow afternoon. We'll have open phones, a lot of topics. If you want to get on the newsletter, I'm going to be sending out a newsletter tonight, probably in a few hours here, just kind of updating everybody on where the channel's at. We're live on Telegram 24/7. We're live on Rumble. We're now doing video archives at Spotify, which is huge. Comment says Kaepernick's a good fit for the Raiders. Always played like he was a pirate. Okay, here's my interest. Oh, throwing using one eye. Okay, here's my interest in Kaepernick's character. He was born on 11/3, which is a very significant date in the world stage, having to do with this phoenix and the reset. But his name, Colin Kaepernick, Colin is derived from Nicholas Kaepernick from Copernicus, as in Copernican revolution. And so you take Nicholas Copernicus and put him as the symbolic figurehead or leader of a revolutionary Marxist movement, and it takes on a different meaning. And then you look at the significance of the kneeling, which has taken on greater meaning since Derek Chauvin kneeled on George Floyd. Again, that is an event which ties together many other psyops. It was a 9/11ing of America. His kneeling, also his blackballing from the football field, has actually been blamed on Trump in many ways. And so you have this Trump versus Kaepernick dynamic here. And, to me, I think that his role is more than just a ball player. I think his role on the world stage is far more significant. And then you find a lot of interesting things when you look into, for example, his show on Netflix, Colin in Black and White, and how his co-star, Chesley Christ, again, interesting name, the beauty queen, jumped from the Orion building, 29 floors, and landed on 42nd Street, 7:13 a.m., as reported by TMZ. Anyway, there are just so many connections between him and the PSYOP Entertainment Complex and BLM. It's almost deserving of its own mind map. But anyway, what I've taken from this is that his role is far more significant than merely being a ball player. He's calling out this notion of systemic racism is what kept him out. That's what's being pointed out here. And his role on the world stage was strongly foreshadowed at Super Bowl 47 in 2013 when he was quarterback for the 33 minutes of darkness. Beyonce was performing at that one, but you had 33 minutes. They called it the Blackout Bowl. And I think there's something coming up too. So the Blackout Bowl had 33 minutes of darkness. What were they doing? Pizza party beneath the bleachers. I don't know. Power outage stops Super Bowl for 33 minutes. So my take on this, though, as far as the subtext, is he's the quarterback during a game where it goes dark for 33. Now you see him kneeling. And what is he doing by kneeling? He's standing, well, he's kneeling, everyone else is standing. It represents, I think, somebody standing against the darkness of the world. He's taking a stand against what he sees as a principal evil. So, like, the idea here, of course, is Jesus dies at 33, and he's standing up against the world of darkness. And he, of course, is crucified. And so I look at Kaepernick kneeling as symbolic of a period of crucifixion, of being a living testament to the evil of the world. And the evil, or the concept of evil, has been reintroduced in our modern paradigm as systemic racism, systemic oppression. They've reintroduced sin, with the idea of the carbon footprint and the virus, but evil as a concept has been reintroduced in a way that they can diagnose it. They've taken it out of the religions and they put it into mainstream society. And I think that's his role here. I think his role on the world stage is to be a martyr for this particular cause. And it's very layered when you go into his character and the world stage. Like, check this out. Again, I already mentioned his name being significant with the context of revolution, but Colin Kaepernick's bloody gloves. So this is, again, a connection to his world stage persona. His bloody gloves were auctioned. Well, if you look at his gloves, it says here, game-worn, blood-stained. So if you look, it looks like they have blood on the palms. Think Jesus, stigmata, nails through the palms. Then you have St. Francis. Like Kaepernick, St. Francis took a stand against the world and materialism and worldliness, and he gave up all his wealth, and he became this austere monk. So you have this idea of sacrificing everything. And then if you look at Kaepernick and his role and his persona and the word sacrifice, he's part of this Nike campaign. Here we go. Kaepernick sacrificed his career. He sacrificed it all for this moment. Kaepernick Nike ad here where he says, believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. Now, the interesting thing about this one, too, is that this ad was 30 years old when he put his name on it there. But this ad is something he won an Emmy for. And it was produced by somebody with the last name Kennedy, which stands out for a few noteworthy reasons. And also, if you look at this Nike ad campaign, you find a lot of Christ-like symbolism. You have, I think it was a soccer player where he has his arms out and he's covered in blood. Very common theme here, sacrifice. But anyway, my point being, it's all ritual drama, world stage characters. These names are probably chosen for them before these names are chosen. These are roles that are laid out for them before they're born. All right, I'm going through your comments. Someone says, question, are the ceremonial connections typically Western, or is there significance via Eastern or Voodoo? Well, you'll find that the classical astrology, the planets, the associations, they correspond across the board for the most part. Good question, though. And that was one of the things that the New Age movement, and Crowley in particular, were focused on, was amalgamating all the different traditions and then putting them underneath one umbrella, universalizing it, which they've done. All right, anyway, I'm going to go back to the 24/7 live stream here. Appreciate the callers, and let me see if I have any more voicemails. Let me go ahead and actually I have a couple more. Let me go through these voicemails, and then we'll go.
Hey, IPS, is it ready or not? First time I called in, but I just wanted to give my take and opinion on something. You were talking to fakeologists, talking about how movies represent the bigger picture of what's going on. And the Foo Fighters recently lost a bandmate. But when I was going through Fandango looking for movies, came across a movie called Studio 666. It's about the Foo Fighters moving into a Encino mansion to complete their 10th album. Once Dave Grohl is in the house, he finds himself grappling with supernatural forces that threaten the completion of the album and the lives of the band. It's kind of weird and eerie that the bandmate just died and this movie was released in 22. So 2022, the guy dies right after they release this movie about the band being possessed and being haunted or whatever it may be. Optics are pretty strange. Just wanted to give my take on that. Maybe you look into it, see what you come up with.
All
Have a
right.
good one.
Appreciate the call, ready or not. And yeah, that is a very interesting story there. So David Grohl and Studio 666 has some interesting coincidences. Beyond coincidences, though. So this movie corresponded to the death of their drummer. And so this is, again, one of these instances where you see a blending of the world stage and what's on the movie screen. And this is an intentional merging of the two. Taylor Hawkins, here we go, joins his bandmates in Studio 666 in the film. Grohl gets possessed by an evil entity and attacks the other members of the group. Hawkins' death is the most memorable moments of the film. Okay, now, Taylor Hawkins' death and its disturbing links with Studio 666. Also, the imagery of Studio 666 has there's an album that's released in the movie, and the album actually has the six-pointed thelemic star on it. So it's not your usual hexagram. It's the same basic symbol, but this is drawn with one continuous motion, not two intersecting triangles. And the significance there is that when they're doing invocations and evocations, summonings and banishings, they're tracing these symbols in the air. And so it's kind of hard, I would imagine, to trace a six-pointed star without lifting your pencil off the page, so to speak. And so they make it unicursal. So they're using true to form, true occultism, in these movies, or in this Studio 666. The Foo Fighters movie is about a blood sacrifice to the devil who rules the music industry. Also note that David Grohl is associated with Nirvana's Kurt Cobain, who may or may not be Rivers Cuomo. Kurt Cobain, another 27 clubber, to bring that up again. And some believe that he is Weezer, Rivers Cuomo. And recently, Rivers Cuomo was on a podcast with Rick Rubin, the producer. And they were talking about this. And Rick Rubin actually said, hey, let's just do this interview as though you are a death-faking Kurt Cobain. Like, they openly just talk about it. They address this as though it was no big deal. And maybe it's not. Rick Rubin interviews Rivers Cuomo as if he were really Kurt Cobain. And I played some of these clips. It's pretty good. And he actually does throw in some breadcrumbs there. He's like, well, if you look at In Bloom, you can see I'm already wearing the glasses. So they played into it. Is it real? Is it legit? I think part of the rationale he explained in this hypothetical interview, just kind of freestyling, I guess, or spitballing, he said that it would make sense to change genres into something that has more longevity than Nirvana. So is Rivers Cuomo a squeaky clean version of Kurt Cobain? Interesting question. But anyway, back to David Grohl and Studio 666. This is from Vigilant Citizen. This is talking about the death of the drummer. And let's get into the connections to the movie here. Okay, here's David Grohl with Taylor Hawkins, and here he is with Kurt Cobain. And if you look at these pictures, it looks almost like the same picture. Similar, repeated story. Okay, so let me find out what the other links are between the two. Okay, so why would Taylor Hawkins be killed? Some might respond it was a blood sacrifice carried out by the occult elite. Of course, this might sound crazy to some. However, when you look up to the context to this event, things take a disturbing turn. They released a horror comedy called Studio 666 about blood sacrifices to get into the music industry. Watching the movie is now surreal. It blatantly exposes the occult mindset of the music industry and depicts the gruesome murder of Taylor Hawkins by a demonically possessed David Grohl. The premise is simple. Grohl wants to do something different for the Foo Fighters' 10th album. So they go to a mansion to record it, and they were unaware that in the 90s, another band had recorded there. Okay. So that's the basic theme, and he gets possessed, and then of course the person from Vigilant Citizen points this out. If you know a bit about occult symbolism, you'll recognize the universal hexagram. Although the symbol is quite ancient, it is popularized by Aleister Crowley, prominent member of the OTO, Golden Dawn. In short, the presence of this symbol on Studio 666 is not random. It's an extremely deliberate choice, and it points to real occult concepts. That was my take on it. That's not cheesy, that's not accidental. Okay, after murdering, okay, this fits in with 2022. All these people are like up in arms about Disney grooming kids, and it's like, well, now they're preparing people for cannibalism. As David Grohl becomes increasingly demonic, he starts killing his band members in gruesome ways. After murdering Chris Shiflett, Grohl eats him. The occult elite is truly obsessed with cannibalism. While the rest of the band doesn't understand what's going on, the neighbor of the message sends them a message. The sacrifice feeds the book. So these murders are literal blood sacrifices. A book made of living human flesh. The premise of it sounds just like a knockoff of the Sam Raimi film, Sam Raimi's Evil Dead. So it's probably not even all that original. Now this has got to be hard for the family to watch. Imagine, you watch this because the guy's actually dead now, but he was killed with a symbol being tossed like a frisbee, and it decapitates him. It says once Hawkins is done recording, he's decapitated using a symbol. In light of what happened to Hawkins 1 month after the release of the movie, this scene takes on a disturbing meaning. Nate Mendel gets stabbed in the eye, and for 1 or 2 minutes gives the one-eye salute. So, okay, anyway, this is pretty much in conclusion here. The forces and symbols displayed in Studio 666 are not fictional. These are real occult dates. His death was on the vernal equinox. Appreciate the voicemail. Let me go to the next one. And that again was from Ready or Not.
A rooster is called a cock, and a cock goes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cut off that voicemail until I can preview it offline. I don't know where that was going. All right, this has been great. I appreciate the calls, everyone. Get on the newsletter if you're not on it. We will be doing Infinite Plane Saturday tomorrow. This is now my full-time job and my part-time job. I'm not doing anything else. My attention is not at all divided anymore. I think I need to be increasingly immersed, especially as we go deeper into clown world, a world where it's entirely plausible, and it actually should be expected that at some point the furries are going to rise up and demand equality in the restrooms, and they're going to demand litter boxes in every public restroom. This is World War III another track by Murder Hornets. After this, I'm going to go back to the 24/7, and you can catch this on the replay. Oh, that's right. Some snowflake melted, so we can't play World War III anymore. At least I can't, because I'm locked out of about 100 different channels. I noticed that. Yeah, YouTube is, we know what it is, but we're here because we have to maintain a presence in what is a public commons, kind of like Twitter. It's kind of the same thing. Anyway, this is Pope Elon, One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, and I'm going to return it to the 24/7.
It's like, we're all going to die someday, and if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Wait for the sonic booms.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the pig, we're messing with the pig, messing with the pig, messing with the pig.
illegal stuff. Get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games. We stay relentless, exposing hopes against quick DIPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close to resemblance. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes on me, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. This is the court of the 33rd degree. I was taken back a little suddenly as I looked askance at this door in front of me. Yes, there was a plaque clearly stating it to be the Supreme Court of the 33rd degree. 33rd degree. 33rd degree. I sat my days upon a hill. I sat and gazed across until I saw the most amazing thing. The sun and moon are closing in and other people carry on down below. Just because they don't know just what's really happening. The sun and moon are closing in. We do not know what we are, so all our knowledge is conjecture. Accept the truth about what we feel, believe it in the feeling that nothing is real. We're all gods with the knowledge of bliss. We're all pussy and except for this. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. 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 Stupid.
All right, it is April 29th, 2022. This is the 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. Text messages should be going out any moment now. So I'll be right back. And we'll catch up on things. Okay, text alerts will be going out, so expect a raft of penguins to arrive momentarily, fashionably late. Okay, A. Woodward, 7899, just got the text. Okay, excellent. So assuming you're on the same timeline as everyone else. Tim Osman in the chat mentions that Biden is seeking $33 billion for Ukraine. Just ask Bezos. He made $33 billion during the first quarter following the novel crown, the new crown being installed. The pandemic. $33 billion. Speaking of 33, if you were paying attention to the Brooklyn subway shooting, which was staged and fake, it was basically, I would say, Boston bombing light, and it paralleled the new Batman movie and the Riddler character. Not a coincidence. But anyway, the gunman was able to fire off 33 rounds, striking 10 people on the N train. Another 33 for you. Tyson Luke Fury had 33 fights as a professional. He's 33 years old. And I'm pretty sure that's also just a coincidence. So many coincidences out there. That's what we do here. We're coincidence theorists. Zareth the Alchemist says, mind blown 5 minutes ago. I was just thinking about you. I thought you were permanently banned. Yeah, actually, and I'm still trying to get your coffee mug out to you. I haven't been banned. I actually took a job and I waited, I stuck with the job even though it took, 3 weeks to get my first check. And I did the math on it. And it turns out, even though it was a part-time job, I was making probably $8 an hour when I factor in all the time. And it was time away from this. So it actually didn't pay off. And I realized this because I was getting paid 32 cents per mile, but I wasn't getting paid for the actual work. For example, and I think it really hit me the other night. I was at some small town funeral home and leaky bag. I mean, I shouldn't even say this, but it just goes with its job description. The job description includes these things. So I'm just mopping up blood by the warmth of an open crematory, and I'm rearranging things because there's not enough shelves for all of them, so I have to put one on a gurney and slide it in. And I'm like, I'm not getting paid for any of this stuff. I'm just getting paid for my foot on the gas pedal. And when it comes down to it, $8 an hour, it's not worth it for these types of liabilities. Things go wrong, bloodborne pathogens, I don't know. Not to mention the disruption of my life. And so I was getting an impinged shoulder from driving for 7, 8 hours at a time. Anyway, no complaints here. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying the job didn't fit. I thought it would be a good fit. I could listen to podcasts on the road and stuff, which was kind of useful, and I did listen to a lot of things. It was kind of useful because when I'm at home, obviously I want to listen to things that I want to listen to. I don't want to do controlled opposition research. But when I was on the road, I was like, oh, let me see what Dearth is doing. What's going on at the Mandalards. So I used the opportunity to listen to things. I have a few podcasts from the Daily Beast, unlistenable garbage. And I listened to it to see where they're at. Kelly Weil, the one who did the book on Flat Earth, Off the Edge, she's got a podcast now, and I believe it's called Fever Dreams. And it's all about conspiracy theorists going crazy. But they never talk about the conspiracy theorists on their side of the political spectrum. The climate change conspiracy theorists. I mean, now they're saying that climate change is going to spread new viruses, that climate change is the cause of pandemics. I mean, these aren't considered to be conspiracy theorists. All right, let me go through some comments and see what's going on. But yeah, for the record, I waited it out for one check and I just did the math and I realized it's not worth it. I'd rather spend an additional 4 hours a day here. Not necessarily here, but on Discord or working on related projects. And so I decided I'm just going to focus more on things that we're already developing. I'll just double down on Infinite Plane Radio, and I'll work on wrapping up a lot of projects, things that we've been kind of putting on the back burner. I mean, South Pole is doing very well, but it needs to be more frequent. Thank you, Phase Polarizer. Appreciate the support there. Don't know why the Godzilla noise isn't on. I'll get it on there. JT33 says dead people are so unappreciative. I don't believe in ghosts or anything, but I was at an insane asylum, I guess, an old insane asylum back out there in Las Vegas, New Mexico. And the morgue is at the end of this hallway, this dark hallway, and the security guard just opens the door. I go in, and he's sitting there fumbling with the lock for like 5 minutes. And so while he's there, I'm just sort of looking around, and I notice this elevator, and for some reason I just keep staring at it. No reason at all. It's just I'm fixated on this elevator. It looks like something's off about it. So anyway, I take the thing that I was there to pick up, go back to the city morgue, and the guy at the morgue asks me, he said, hey, did you notice anything weird about the behavioral health center? I'm like, what do you mean? He said, well, supposedly there's an elevator there by the morgue entrance where some nurse was brutally murdered in the 20s. And a lot of the workers there report hearing things in this elevator. And no, I didn't hear anything, but I thought it was kind of interesting that for some reason it captured my attention. And sometimes it's like I get an intuition that gets me to look at things. Like anytime I've seen a shooting star, I'm usually something has me just, it's like a compulsion. I look and then I see it. So I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Probably just superstition. People get really weird about that kind of thing. I don't know why. I don't. Anyway, let me continue going through your comments. Let's see. Rorik66 says the job is more like 25 to 30 an hour. That is hard work. It is. However, the problem with it is when you're dealing with these types of things, it's contract based, lowest bidder. So there isn't any more money to pay. You don't get paid more to do a better job. It's just grunt work. And I moved on from that work a long time ago, at least in this state. I've gone to other places where I've made a bit more money, but that's New Mexico for you. Truth Hurt says, look into resale, Tim. Buy cheap, sell high. Oh, what are you talking about? Bodies? All right, now the channel's doing just fine thanks to all of our listeners and supporters, and we are in fact still going to continue to expand. And I'm putting out a number of new. Oh, you do hear Penguinzilla. I wasn't hearing it for some reason. It wasn't on my end. Not sure why I wasn't hearing it, but hopefully I will this next time. Yeah, and the Penguinzilla. Anyway, Penguinzilla, the noise is there whenever somebody purchases from the store or sends a super chat. And we have more than enough listeners here that I can do this full time. So I appreciate everyone who's been pitching in. So I am going to double down on this. I'm not going to divide my attention as I had. I gave it a shot though. I mean, I haven't really worked a regular full-time job in a couple of years. And so it was kind of nice. It was sort of like a vacation. A vacation that left me tired, in pain, and somewhat disgruntled for a minute there. I mean, I just came to appreciate how good of an employer Walmart was, or DirecTV. A lot of these companies, they get a bad rap, but when it comes down to it, there's a streamlined nature to it all, where they do in fact kind of pay you for every second. Everything is, everything is pretty transparent. But here, I don't know, all kinds of things that you just wouldn't expect. But that's the nature of the job, and I've left it before for the same reason. All right, let me move on here. Officer Hayden's deposition in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case was recorded on 3/11 and mentions the officers are en route at 8:46. Interesting. These are all PSYOP codes. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. This is sort of a parallel story, I think, with the Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood. And I think they're both likely fake. Johnny Depp is very suspect, friends with all the people on that side of the curtain. They're all world stagers, backstage characters. They know about the PSYOPs. We'll look into this, though. I saw an image of Amber Heard walking with Elon Musk, and he had looked like a black eye. And I was like, did she slug him in the face? And I think that's the case. Here it is. Old pictures of Musk and Heard resurfacing. And I've seen this before. I figured she was some kind of higher up Illuminati initiatrix. And that, they have somebody's got to be doing these bruisings. All these people getting their heads punched. The Black Eye Club. Have you looked at all the different people in the Black Eye Club? The only person who doesn't have a black eye that I can see, that I've noticed, is the Queen. Which led me to think maybe she's the one slugging everybody, but maybe it's Amber Heard. Whoever doesn't have the black eye is suspect here. But here's just a collection you can see. Anybody who's anybody: Kanye West, the Pope, Ben Affleck, Richard Branson, Robert Downey Jr., Madonna, Adam Sandler, all of them. Black eye. Oh, Prince Philip. And shouldn't he have reincarnated by now as some kind of virus? I always thought it was weird. One minute he's like, I want to die, come back as a virus, and wipe out the human race to save the planet. And the next minute he's like, get your vax. It's like, which is it? Do you want to save us or kill us? Oh, let me give you one more point here about the job, since I can say this now that I don't work there anymore. So we've been talking on this channel about the empty hospitals and this big PSYOP and how they managed to basically bamboozle the world. Well, I know now one of the ways they pulled this off is I believe they probably did this everywhere. Here, they close the morgue in the hospital for the duration of the pandemic. So all of the bodies are handled outdoors in one of these reefer trucks that's really noisy and you can hear it from the college. So it gives you the impression that the hospital's full because they have these cases outside the news media can scope and they can say, hey, look, there's some COVID patients. Well, those weren't COVID patients. They were just regular deaths, misconstrued because it's all theater. So a little behind the scenes there. Tim and Vic says Amber Heard was born on 4/22, known as Earth Day. Yeah, Earth Day started by Einhorn, the guy who recycled his girlfriend. Now that's green. The unicorn killer. In fact, I was looking into this new form of, let's see if I can find it. I have a stack of papers here. I had this catalog, and one of the things it talked about was this business that was going to do human composting. Anyway, it was connected to Earth Day. And I'm like, wow, the founder of Earth Day composted his girlfriend, I believe, in the trunk of his car. Yeah, the Black Eye Club. I called Amber Heard an initiatrix. I believe that's a word. Isn't that the word for the female that initiates with the? I have this book on a few books on magic I've been digging into lately, and yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in the world, and these people are all in on it. Creation Bear says, ask yourself, chat, how many pictures of you are there on the internet with a black eye? Oh, what's more, how many of you would go out in public with a black eye without putting makeup on it? That's the strange part. It's like, wait, this is some kind of hazing. And this is not uncommon. I mean, I think, wasn't it like last year? There was some kind of thing where I believe it was Kanye West was walking around with some kind of punishment haircut. You know, like someone had taken a buzzer to his, they just kind of buzz cut his hair in random ways and they made him wear a mask. He went to a McDonald's. Let me see if I can find that. Kanye West, if you're looking at the screen, McDonald's. I'm just going to look it up, punishment haircut. And apparently that is a thing, you know, punishment haircuts. Okay, well, yeah, here's the image of it. Now, I don't know if it was actually a punishment haircut, but what do you call it? Looks like he survived some kind of a fight with Edward Scissorhands. I mean, it's pretty brutal. I mean, what is that? It doesn't spell anything. It's not artful. All right, going through your comments. Thank you, Battery79. We at the IPS appreciate the support. The vax kills Tim, he says. No, no, it doesn't. It does not. I've been waiting. I'm like, when are the pro-pokey mandate Democrats going to start dropping like flies? It's never happened. It's not going to happen. What I think they're going to do is what they've done rather, is they've created a new drug addiction for the masses. That's all it is. It's the new opiate of the masses, the vaccine, the illusion of safety. And so it's not going to kill anybody. It's just going to create a new division. It's just the new communion wafer for the world church. Nobody's going to drop dead. There's not going to be some mass die off. You know, I believe it was General Flynn claims that there's going to be an EMP burst from China, and anybody who's got the clot shot is going to have their head explode. So if you're a goo blood, or if you know someone who is, supposedly the EMT is going to have some kind of bad reaction. But no, look, we gave it until 2021. I'm like, okay, you had the whole year with your vaxophobia, nothing bad has happened. When is it going to happen? 2023, 2024? You know, it's like at some point you have to realize that this is all just a doomsday scenario to manipulate you in the present. Same thing with fearing asteroids. Like, I would put these as equivalent fears. I fear asteroids and climate change just as much as I fear vaccines, which is to say, not at all. You're more likely to die from climate change these days anyway. And again, this is all just partisan fears. It's not that simple. Truth Hurts 21 says Johnny Depp busted out laughing in court, such a production. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all just for ratings. I think that the same thing with the slap. Does anybody here actually believe that Will Smith slapped Chris Rock without Chris Rock's permission? Chris Rock got paid to get slapped. You know, if it doesn't work out with Jada and Will, they ought to put Will and Amber together. Let's see. A. Woodward says a lot of Black Eye Club also have been spotted in the red shoes. Yeah, I've seen that. But I've even seen JFK in red shoes, and he was feeding a deer. Alright, so I'm going through your comments. Rourke66 says there's a new slew of Ewar Anon videos. Yeah, Ewar Anon came out against the idea that the architecture of these cathedrals is somehow in any way connected to the ether. So he's actually backtracking on a lot of his things, which we'll get into here. Phase Polarizer says snake venom is harmless. Joined by Kitty Spreadborough, Maxwell Cooper, AK All Day 2323. Says, I was listening to a replay, says A. Woodward, where you said the Kung Flu and the ghost of Bruce Lee was kicking people in the back of the head. I missed that stream. Yeah, if you look at the original footage from Wuhan when it first broke out, you would see people standing there and then they would fall. And it's like, who's sitting there recording strangers? And then they fall, and then of course someone would jump out like Spider-Man. You'd have all these guys in PPE uniforms just jumping out like heroes and just carting off the person who just fell and died from COVID. So I'm like, this isn't your regular flu. If this just knocks you over like you got kicked on the head. So we started calling it Kung Flu, like the ghost of Bruce Lee's going around kicking people. We actually did an animated version of that for the first episode of South Pole. Alright, let us continue. I can't believe still, even to this day, people still think that there's some kind of causal link between that underheated bowl of bat soup and what you got or what your neighbor got. And people have hypochondria. That's what spread. A mind virus called hypochondria. And it spread through the screen. A lot of people claim it. Let's see here. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Crisis actors in China suck. I mean, their space program's graphics are terrible compared to ours. Say what you will about NASA and their cheesy special effects. They are the best out of anyone there. And, you know, this creates a real conundrum. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but Tom Cruise is going to go up to the space station to film his movie. On the space station, Axiom is built, or is building, an actual film studio. So you have a film studio in space on the ISS. The problem is the ISS is itself a film studio on the ground. So here's the huge conundrum. This is the problem. If Tom Cruise goes up to the fake ISS into its film studio and produces a movie that looks realer than what's in the ISS, it's going to create a problem. And it will, because the ISS stuff is just so outdated special effects wise. So this is why I think that they've made the decision to probably pull the ISS. They'll say, yeah, Russia shot it down with Satan 2 or whatever, but it's because the special effects have become a limiting factor on how far we can go out into space. Yeah, Satan's been in the news a little bit here. The headline or the title of today's live stream kind of reflects that. The Satan 2 missile is being talked about. I think Putin made some joke about Boris and getting rid of the Boorish UK or something. So then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene says that Satan's controlling the Catholic Church. So, yeah, Satan falling to earth. And I was thinking, too, about Pluto return, you know, how it corresponds to the year 1776. So, 1776, the number, not to get too deep into numerology, but we are going to be talking about Zach Hubbard for a moment, so I'm going to talk about this for just a second. 1776 is 888 times 2. 888 in Christian numerology is Jesus, or Christ rather. So 1776 is kind of code for second coming, or a phoenix, the rebirth, etc. So it's noteworthy here that Hades has returned, or Pluto has returned to where it was in 1776. just bringing that up, an interesting connection there, among other things. But let me finish going through some comments here. Once I'm caught up, we'll go into this thing here. This is this new rumor about Zach Hubbard. Knight Rider says, Tim, back in the saddle. Yeah, I really haven't missed much. I've been following. I just haven't had time to be live here. I thought I was going to be able to maybe even chat live at work, but no, I just can't be distracted. If you're driving with that kind of cargo at those speeds, and plus I was driving at night. All right, look at this on the screen here. Let's get into this for just a moment. This is Zach Hubbard, and that is also someone known as Josh Greenberg. Interesting little theory here. Let me go ahead and bring up everything I have on this particular thing. This was sent to me via email, and apparently there was an individual named Josh Greenberg who had a mysterious death. And when I say mysterious death, even the autopsy couldn't figure it out. So this is what I was sent by someone anonymously. Check out Zach Hubbard's old role. Now, I don't know if this is real. I'm just reporting it. It says here, now known as Dromitra Truther, the deceased Groove Shark founder Josh Greenberg died a mysterious death after many lawsuits filed against him. So, Greenberg was found dead in bed by his girlfriend in July of 2015. The Gainesville police stated that neither foul play nor suicide was suspected despite dying for unknown reasons. His mother said he was in full health at the time of his death. A later autopsy failed to determine a cause of death. So no cause of death for this person, and it is believed by a few people that this is actually the person we know of as Zach Hubbard, and this is being posited as the explanation for why he doesn't talk about the actor-based reality, death fakers, people playing multiple roles. That would be one explanation. I don't know if anyone has anything to say on this. I mean, I can basically just show you the pictures. You can compare the voices for yourself. Is it conclusive? I'm like 80% on it. Going through comments here. Zaret says always check the ears. See, I think so. I think there is something to that. However, there's so much they can do to even the ears and the nose. And you're also looking at a period of time. Wee says, I don't know who Zach Hubbard is. Zach Hubbard's with Geometry Effect News, Truth Frequency Radio. This is new to me. Is it a big deal? No, although it does kind of explain something, because some people seem reticent to talk about the death fakery. People who are proximal to death fakers generally won't talk about it. All right, let's continue going through my Twitter feed here. Twitter is at Real Tim Osman. Last week, the last time we spoke, we talked about Dr. Evil erecting the Tower of Babel in Virginia. And this is a reference to Jeff Bezos building his Amazon Helix headquarters in Virginia that will look like the Tower of Babel. And I've been describing for some time how the space program really represents this Tower of Babel concept. How this is a concept of too big to fail, this hubris meeting with reality, the Titanic hitting the iceberg, the Earth being hit by the comet because the Earthlings want to mine the comet instead of deflecting it like the scientists say. So when you had Bezos flaunting his wealth on his mega yacht, that's to call to mind the Titanic. Bezos poking his head into the heavens. He's looking up there down from space at the Earth that he and his companies helped to really pollute. I mean, he's one of the least sustainable human beings on Earth. And so, building his rockets, going up into the heavens, this incursion, it really fits with this idea of the Tower of Babel. And a lot of the predictive programming is about this thing falling, the space station falling. The fact that he launched at 9:11 a.m. figures very prominently into this story. of course, Dr. Evil, the man who fell to Earth, and I believe there's a few different personas that give you Jeff Bezos. In fact, I watched the first episode of the new version of The Man Who Fell to Earth, and I have something of a review on it. It's pretty terrible, though, to be honest. Space derps. Some clueless guy from another planet can't even communicate right at first and does some really bizarre things. I'm like, am I looking at a lunatic, someone who's just sick? Or it's just bizarre. I mean, it's not my cup of tea. But again, a lot of the science fiction is really just insane on purpose. I think it's meant to be absurd. Absurdist. Like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's so absurd to me, it's unwatchable. It's like a bad acid trip. I'd rather take bad acid than watch that again. Same thing with space. I mean, Spaceballs at least was kind of funny. In fact, it was the movie Spaceballs that inspired Elon Musk to sell flamethrowers. All right, let us go through the headlines and a few other things I want to catch up on. Yes, so Elon Musk and Amber Heard were together for some time, and it does look like she might have beat him up a little bit. Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote a letter explaining her stance on the Catholic Church being run by Satan. Apparently, this is really offensive to a lot of Catholics. And the Catholic League's Bill Donahue accused her of slandering Catholics when she said that it's controlled by Satan. But this does raise an interesting point. You know, everything that you hear the QAnoners say about the Democrats and the trafficking and their abuse of kids, you can, you know, they say this stuff, but where's the evidence? Well, you can find plenty of evidence that this is done by the church. And when I think about it in this perspective, it kind of makes sense that maybe there's something to a lot of the idea that there is some kind of systemic psychopathy at the top of these institutions. And if the media has replaced the church, why would it be any different? It's probably, I mean, look at, you got like the Cuomo, Don Lemon, all these people. When you dig in, you scratch, you see, okay, these aren't isolated sickos. You'll notice that they all move in groups. If you see one, it's like, you know, it's like that commercial about roaches, that roach spray. You see one, there's probably 1,000 you don't see, and they protect each other. So anyway, I don't think she was wrong when she said the church is run by the devil, but I think she should have said the media is also run by the devil. And when we say devil, I'm assuming she doesn't mean literally. Maybe she does. Phase Polarizer says the Blu-ray version of The Man Who Fell to Earth with Bowie is on sale, 33% off on Amazon. David Bowie, DB42, a lot of interesting connections there. David Bowie is correlated with David Bowman from Space Odyssey, guy who merges with the monolith and becomes a star child. This connects to Starman. Let me go ahead and play this clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene invoking Satan as an explanation for what's wrong with the church. I'm going to play this clip, not all of it, but like I don't think she's wrong necessarily.
What it is that Satan's.
But I think it's funny how loose people are with the word Satan. They just talk about it like it's just a thing now. Like, yeah, you know, climate change, it's pretty bad. Satan's pretty bad. It's like it's not even a laughing point. You just bring up Satan. And now the new missile that's going to kill Boris, the one that Putin's sending, is called Satan 2. And it's hilariously like black and white checkered. Like it doesn't even look intimidating.
What it is that Satan's controlling the church.
All right, Satan's controlling the church. Oh, by the way, speaking of the number 42, we were looking at these numbers. Elon Musk's father has an interesting connection to the number 42 worth mentioning here. I have a few things with numerology, a few little things I picked up on, and I think this one's really quite bizarre. It was Elon Musk's father. Oh yeah, here's what it is. This is so messed up. Elon Musk's father, 72, had a baby with his stepdaughter, 30. I mean, this is an interesting family. You know, Musk, with Grimes, and then Grimes runs off with Chelsea Manning, and they 3D print their babies. Elon Musk's father, 72, had a baby with his stepdaughter, 30. The father of tech billionaire Elon Musk fathered a child with a stepdaughter 42 years his junior. And I kept seeing this brought up with the number 42. She's 42 years younger. Errol Musk is 42 years older than his stepdaughter with whom he's had a baby. It was, quote, God's plan. Errol Musk, the estranged father of Tesla co-founder Elon Musk, has said the child he had with his stepdaughter, 42 years his junior, was God's plan. Just throwing it out there. You can't find a story that relates to Elon Musk without 42 being thrown in there. Oh, look at this. This is just kind of random. The Snow Queen fairy tale, 1844, by Hans Christian Andersen. The Snow Queen centers on the struggle between good and evil as experienced by Gerda and her friend. Gerda is a very Greta-like character. Just another basis for her, and it makes sense in light of Disney's Frozen Part 2, which is consciously designed to represent Elsa. Is Greta. It's supposed to be Greta. So basically, they were selling the children on the climate change agenda, where you yell at your parents for screwing up the weather. That's basically the plot. Listen how paranoid the left wing is now about Trump now that he's back again. The beast is yet to come. Finding a lot of stuff suggesting that Trump might be the Antichrist. So this is from Salon. Here's a thought experiment for those observers who've convinced themselves that by ignoring Donald Trump and his political hate rallies, the danger they represent will disappear. Trump received 74 million votes in 2020, 11 million more than he did in 2016. If only 10% of those voters are willing to obey his incitements to political violence, that's 7.4 million people. A potential force so large, it would throw American society into chaos and destruction. So if a tenth of a percent of Trump voters embrace political violence, that's 74,000 terrorists, an insurmountable problem for law enforcement. I mean, look at what they're just suggesting here. This is insane. This is like saying 8% of Americans don't believe in the moon landing. And if they arm up, it's going to be insurmountable for law enforcement. But paranoia. Commenter asks, is MTG... No, that's Marjorie Taylor Greene, not Dog the Bounty Hunter with his glasses off. Lean Dion says, Elon has talked about how evil his dad was. Yeah, he did. He said some things about his father, and I think that might be part of the story, the script. I still have this suspicion his father's actually Werner von Braun. And you could say, his dad being a Nazi would qualify as evil. Dark MAGA Rising. Yep, Dark MAGA is the thing right now. That is the tone here. So this fits in. This is kind of why I brought it up. Before the summer of 2020, we had the fall 2019. Joker comes out, and it kind of foreshadowed everything that followed. So this new Batman comes out on 3/4, March 4th. March 4th, right-wing terrorists. And it's about a QAnon type called the Riddler in this movie. And he is inciting his political followers to violence at an election day event. I mean, this thing mirrors reality in too many ways. The day it came out on 3/4, they reinstated the death penalty against the Boston bomber, Joker, Sarnaff. Too many tie-ins. But just as the Joker movie foreshadowed a year of left-wing chaos and violence, the Joker's gone wild. Now it's going to be the other side. And that's why I think the Batman movie coming out foreshadowed, or rather precedes, this Dark MAGA thing. And Dark MAGA, if you don't know, is basically this aesthetic that sort of in 2016 you had God Emperor Trump, but you have a lot of his, I would say, grassroots people are suggesting that he was too soft last time. He needs to be the Batman. And the Batman archetype has been associated with him quite a bit. And a few people here have noticed that on this channel I've been talking about how they're going to break into your, well, they're going to kick down your doors at some point very soon. The Chinese troops, the UN troops with the blue helmets, and they're going to take the question marks off your keyboards because they don't want you looking up alternative facts, is what they call them. And I've been saying this for a little while, and now they're actually at the point where dangerous misinformation is at this point where they're making this argument that maybe it's time to get rid of question marks. Pretty much. And I think that's what was symbolized by Batman going after the Riddler. The Riddler with the question marks. Another tie-in, by the way. In the movie, the Riddler has beef with the local mayor and he kills him. In real life, this guy is putting out a YouTube video about the mayor. I mean, there are so many parallels here. But also, so you had the Riddler and the Penguin. So, if there's a couple of things here, it's like, wow, what are they conveying? Like the new enemy, the new enemy here, and this is why I think they had to do the subway psyop, is these Riddlers, the questioners, and they're everywhere, and they're organizing. And the Riddler in the movie even had a moment where he talked about the importance of his online community, and they all followed him out there to go do some mass violence. It's totally unbelievable, but now that people have, seen it in the news with the psyop and they've seen it in the movie, now they're going to be a fixture. They introduced the school shooters, the bowl cut shooters, they introduced these various villains. Well, the Riddler's the new one. And the movie also had a tie-in with the mask agenda, where he was all about unmasking the political elite, just as the unmasking was occurring. And this was about 10 days ago, the 19th or so, when they took the masks off at the airports. Corresponded with the movie perfectly. Okay, let me continue here. Cubstar says, I think Elon has only 41 chromosomes. Originally, check this out. I'm pretty sure they're doing this to bury this ability for us to reverse engineer their scripts. They've become too obvious. If you look up $42 billion in Musk, originally he was trying to buy Twitter for $42 billion. Somehow it went up to 43. I'm like, how did that happen? A $1 billion error? But anyway, he did include the 54.20 per share, still has the 420. And it's not about weed. I mean, it kind of is, but not necessarily. It ties into the same earth god, the green god, the god of recycling, Saturn, this cult of death and resurrection. And that's ultimately what 42 is. If you look at the number 42 and compare it to the symbol of Saturn, and what you'll see, and this is the symbol for Saturn is a sickle and a cross. Saturn was the god of seed sowing and time, god of the harvest, the reaper with the sickle. Well, if you look at the sickle and the cross that comprises the symbol of Saturn, well, the cross is really a way of representing the number 4, the 4 seasons. And of course, this ties into the idea of the cycle and the harvest. And the reverse S, that would be the sickle. It looks like the number 2. And what I've noticed here is that in a lot of these, in all of these major psyops, where Saturn is being represented, their god, their main deity, the god that they also represent by the black monolith, by the way, you'll see they'll use the number 42 as a way of representing Saturn. Another example of this, Jeff Bezos and his $42 million clock. Well, the clock, of course, Chronos, another way of representing Saturn, their god of time. It's a 10,000-year monument to long-term thinking, this 10,000-year clock. $42 million built into a mountain somewhere out there in Texas. But why the 42? Well, now you know. They barely even hide their symbolism, and I think we're calling them out so much that they have to change everything to 43. This really started last year, no, in 2020, when Chadwick Boseman died at 42. They bumped it to 43 because it was too obviously connected to his role as Mr. 42, his Operation 42 for the COVID thing, the Mamba Week celebration of the posthumous birthday celebration of Kobe Bryant, 42. There were so many connections to that number. The MLB, everyone is wearing 42s on their shirts for Jackie Robinson, unrelated to Chadwick Boseman's death. And it was just so obvious that we were looking at a whole lot of staged psyops that make use of these very specific numbers and symbols that I think they had to kind of try to hide it a little bit. But I think it's a little bit late. Battery 79 says Elon is a useful idiot. Well, Elon is a scripted character. I don't know if he has that much autonomy. I mean, maybe he writes his own tweets, but, he's still in the billionaire blimp club. By the way, has anyone checked on Alex Jones's neighbors? I remember 6 weeks into the pandemic, Alex Jones was talking about eating his neighbors. He says, quote, "I'll eat your ass," to his neighbors and the globalists. And I'm like, that's 6 weeks into one of the longest vacations that we all had. It was just a staycation with your stimmy check. And I'm like 6 weeks in, and Alex is already cracking. I thought he was in it for the long haul. Now he's cracking fast. And this is somebody who actually has MREs stashed in his own home. So I thought that's kind of strange that he would immediately leap to that. But now it seems like they're apparently, if you look at the headlines, and I can't play the clip of Jones ranting about eating his neighbors because the account got suspended. But I'm reading all these reports about food production facilities burning down, getting hit by planes, and that kind of thing. And I'm like, what is going on? How's Alex Jones going to take this? But yeah, check on his neighbors. Oh, let's see, going through comments. Battery 79 says, Brian Stavely looks similar to Greta. Are they related? Speaking of, Brian Stavely actually mentioned this channel. He said he's coming back from his vacation on May 1st, and he's going to put all the Mandela effect deniers into their place. A commenter, on the screen, a donor says, "Thank you. We at IPS, we appreciate the support." He says, quote, "The vax kills Tim. That's why Prince Philip advocated it." Appreciate that. Okay, this is Alex Jones threatens to kill and eat his neighbors and feed them to his daughters.
I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat. And you know that's why you're begging for peace right now. You should have thought about that when you turned down Christ a long time ago.
Wow. Okay. I haven't heard that part. This mixture of politics and Christianity, it's toxic in a way. And that's the truth of it. At the end of the QAnon road, and they do kind of fit the mold. They're not quite Christian anymore because now they worship the Kennedys, but at the end of their road is a bloodbath where they murder all their political opponents. Phase Polarizer says Novak Djokovic is 34. Well, you'll notice a lot of these world stage characters take the spotlight at 33, even if their main move happens later. Like the one who did the unmasking, her name was Muzzle or Mazel, the one who unmuzzled everybody. She was 33 when she was appointed, and it was said even then she was unqualified. Code Monkey Z, insurrectionist. Owen Schroyer / the QAnon shaman, 33. It's everywhere. And I said it a couple years ago. It's like, let's just go ahead and quarantine the 33-year-olds for 2021 and keep a calm. You just keep everything calm for the whole year, no agitation. And 6 days into the new year, 33-year-old with a spear runs into the Capitol and ruined everything. Zaret says 10,000 days is how many days it takes Saturn to circle the sun. Fascinating. So 10,000 days would correlate, I would say, to the 10,000 year clock, the secret altar to Saturn that Bezos built in his mountain. Akanukum says, "What's up with the weather? It's making me sick." I would say, and I saw an article about this today, that you're suffering from climate change, more than likely. So blame blame Republicans, blame capitalists, blame anybody to the right of Mao for that. I mean, that's really what it's about. It's not about saving the planet. This whole environmentalist thing, it's about scapegoating. Greta was introduced to have people scapegoat the older generation because no, you can't blame the kids. Their parents did it. That's kind of the story of Frozen 2. And of course, that's why they introduced these characters. Greta was introduced to turn your kids into communists, and it worked. And how serious are they anyway? We can dig into these characters later, I suppose, but there's some interesting correlations here. But you can actually find an article on this one, like we're not even just connecting dots. Disney actually said that Elsa is a hero for the Greta generation. Like they actually brag about it. Frozen, here we go. Yep. Disney has an environmental message for the Greta generation, the how dare you generation. And she was inspired supposedly. I mean, this is obviously all story because she was born for this, but she was supposedly inspired by David Hogg, who had the same kind of argument, only it was about the gun thing. And the Children's Crusade, March for Our Lives, was predicated on the idea that the children are too young to vote away the dangerous guns that their parents allowed because of their gun culture. All right, let me see here. Going through your comments. T-Dog135 says there is an Eat My Neighbors parody on AJ's A Shill channel. Yeah, I was thinking he should sell some beef jerky or some jerky rather. Just call it Neighbor's Ass. But I see these food plant fires and these planes crashing. Yes, iOpsicle says the food plant fires and plane crashes are surely a result of climate change. Well, now they're blaming the Kung Flu on climate change. So what caused what? The climate change caused the bats to move close. I mean, they had to have, they make these correlations. And they say that we're the conspiracy theorists. Like on Twitter, you can't buy ads calling climate change a hoax. On Pinterest, you can't post memes about climate change being a hoax. They're not going to allow it to happen anymore. Once Upon a Time says the blah 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 generation. You know, I looked into the gematria, not that I'm really all that into it, but blah in gematria adds up to 11. So when Greta's out there saying blah blah blah, I think it easily could have been a shout out to their Club 33. Here's a clip from an episode of Star Trek where you have these children who are like 300 years old, but they're still children, which kind of in a way connects to Greta. And all they do is they chant blah, blah, blah at any adult. Here's a clip. And Captain Kirk has to try to calm them down.
Listen to me! You've got our communicators. The boxes we talk into. We need them to talk to the ship. Blah, blah, blah. No blah, blah, blah!
No blah, blah, blah. And yeah, these aren't just regular children. They're like hundreds of years old. And so if you haven't heard this, Greta, blah, 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 dismissing the world leaders. And you may not find her intimidating. You might think she's a joke. She did rickroll everybody. But I think she might actually be the crowned and conquering child that Aleister Crowley prophesied about more than 100 years ago.
There is no planet blah, 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 blah.
And they clap. Amazing, right? Akanukum says, we missed you, Tim. Yes, Mom with Son says, so good to have the IPS up and running. Yeah, and you can thank everyone who's contributed to the channel. I was working on a separate job, but I decided to quit that and double down on this because I have to stay immersed in it. That's something else I noticed. leaving the internet or leaving the metaverse, leaving the sim and going into the real world, the meat verse, the dead meat verse. Um, there's such a stark contrast, and I was realizing that I'm not really plugged in, and I can see how the mass media gets away with brainwashing people. It's easy. Nobody's paying attention. They're too busy working. They have other things to worry about. And by the time they get home from work, do they have time to reverse engineer the mass deceptions of our time? No. That's why what we do, I think, is actually important, because it does require think tanks. It requires a lot of minds, a lot of eyes. We have this million-piece puzzle that we're collectively assembling here, and a lot of people just don't have time. So I don't really look down at, quote, NPCs, people who are fulfilling roles that aren't actively engaged in the world stage dramas, because I know that there's just a level of self-interest that keeps them from even distracting themselves. And this, of course, is all probably by design, because this is really a philosophical issue. I've been working on my book on the Mandela effect. I'm actually adding on to it as a response. I'm preparing my response for whatever Stavely and company launch at us. And I'm looking deeper into this. Why are these people married to this Mandela effect? What keeps them from looking at alternative explanations? And it really reminds me of the whole mainstream media worldview, where once you trust a source and you don't go outside of it, nothing will ever really cause you to question it, so long as you don't encounter people who directly contradict it. And it's very peaceful. It's blissful ignorance, but it has to be maintained in a state of purity. They have to quarantine. And so I look at the mainstream media delusion that the masses are in as sort of the default delusion. But I've been looking closer at the Mandela affected, and I can see how it's kind of the same spell, and it requires the same kind of mindset, to where they're not admitting to themselves, they're not even willing to admit that they could have been fooled. And so this is where it gets kind of into the area of, are we looking at a self-deception, and is it more or less, is it volitional or not? But we'll get into that, because I think that's really what we're looking at with the mainstream media. And what we can take from that is that the Mandela affected and the mainstream media, there's almost like you can choose your own alternative reality game. And so long as you don't really cross any major lines, this is just an open air insane asylum. And I don't really, again, I don't really look down on people who don't see through the big deceptions. And that's one of my issues with the Mandela effect. It is, they think that if you're not with that, you're somehow deceived, or you're somehow an NPC, like a zombie, or you can't even see it. You're basically an infidel. And this idea of putting people who aren't in your cult lower is just pretty much the very definition of what a cult is. But I do want to do some work on deconstructing the Mandela effect cult, and that's what I'm adding into the book now. We've already deconstructed what it is, but now I'm taking a closer look at the cult leaders and the cult itself. And I don't mean cult in a negative way, because people are, I guess, in need. A lot of people are in need of something to believe in, and they need some tangible connection. Maybe it was a bigger thing in the past, like reliquaries. How many churches had a part of the cross that Jesus was crucified on, or the Shroud of Turin? Like, is the Shroud of Turin real, or is it a provable hoax? Does it matter? And this is what I was kind of asking myself. Does it matter if that cloth is enough to sustain someone's faith? Should we even criticize it? Well, if we say no, then we can extend that to, if this person's belief in the media and in the moon landing sustains their faith in this worldview, can we criticize it? So I kind of think it's fair game. I think that if our standard is truth, then truth correlates to reality, and we ought to be really tolerant about criticizing any deviation from that, whether it's a conscious lie or people who have just been tricked. So I'm not really wearing kid gloves anymore with the topic of the Mandela effect. I think a lot of people want to say, just out of respect, like don't say anything out of respect. Oh, you feel sorry for them because they've been misled. And this is where you get into the sunk cost fallacy, where people invest so much into something that they don't want to let it go. Like gamblers fall into this trap. And I think they invest so much into being right and asserting their rightness that it's very hard to back down. So we shall see. But the only reason I'm addressing it is that they are specifically going to be addressing me in a couple of days. And it should be interesting, because what do I have to do with it? Apparently, I am the premier God blocker. By God blocker, that means that the Mandela effect apparently is a path to godhood. And this means that the more you delve into this, the more things that you notice that are changing, the more you're moving along some path towards liberation from the matrix. And so skeptics are actually stopping people. Kind of like sinners might stop you from being saved. It's very much a new religion. Let me go ahead and play a clip here since we're on this topic, and I have a couple of debunks as well. So here's a new one. It's not just about logos. It's not just about whether or not Stavely used to have a cornucopia in his pants. It's about other changes as well. So here's an example. And this is where it becomes something of a miracle. Like this is coming from God. So here is Ryan Stavely saying that we have new glands to fight COVID, and that God used the Mandela effect to give us glands to protect us from COVID. And he says, the creator says, I got to help my people.
So with those changes, I would have to say, and there's one more. This is one I covered before anybody, I believe. And this is a pretty big one. So there's a lot of changes that correlate with the current psyop, and we'll get to some of those. But a lot of us are wondering what's going to happen to these people. Are they going to drop from, lack of oxygen type of thing, right? And that, or, bacteria. So the reason I say that is all of a sudden, about 7 or 8 months into the thing in 2020, late 2020.
So in late 2020,
doctors all of a sudden.
In late 2020, new glands were Mandela'd into our mouths.
And scientists discovered the new discovery in the human body. 2 half-inch glands in your throat. How do you miss 2 half-inch glands in people's throat all this time, right? 2 half-inch glands that are now in people's throat that are there, and they protect against bacterial infection.
Okay, so this is the claim that new glands appeared. Now there's new glands and there's new to me. Like you go to a new place, it existed before you got there. And a lot of these Mandela effect arguments are coming from a place of abysmal ignorance where I didn't know it, therefore it wasn't true until I came across it. Let me go ahead and play the rest of this little clip here.
I'm just saying, looks like the creator stepped in and said, whoa, I better help my people.
So the creator said, I'm going to help my people. Okay, well, yeah, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. Thank you. Now, thank you, Saint Mandela. All right, going through comments. Ank G says cult is short for culture. Yes. Yes, but it's sort of a generic word. You have some cults are very positive, some are destructive. The Infinite Plane Society is definitely a meme cult. We have a meme pool. I wouldn't say that we are a destructive cult. I would say the mainstream media cult is a very destructive one. Zareth says, Ziggy Stardust and the whole Mars thing. Bowie was predictively programming my teenage generation. Oh yes, David Bowie, David Bowman. There's a story there that we'll be getting deep into. And it's all about the new age, and every man and woman is a star, right out of Aleister Crowley's Starman, Star Child, and it all ties into merging with the monolith, which I believe is the screen. And by merging with it, they don't mean that you're literally going to merge with it and become some AI upload, although they present it that way. I think what it really means is that our realities are now going to be filtered through a universal screen rather than a Bible. So this will replace all the old books, Quran, the Bible, Whatever books you believe, it doesn't matter. It's all going to come through the same curated screen. It's the new universal worldview. And I think that's what we've merged with. Even if you don't have a smartphone strapped over your face right now, for the most part, you're already in the metaverse. Well, maybe not you, but obviously everybody around you. If you go along with the mandatory beliefs like climate change, you're already in an augmented virtual reality. You're already LARPing, and you may not know it. Thirst for Truth says Stavely's new word is profound. The Mandela effect is the most profound topic in human history. Well, I have a great refutation to it. I really do. And there's a little more to it too. When it comes down to it, the Mandela affected is they're putting reality on trial. They're saying reality's lying, and there's a lot of us here that can attest to it. So you have reality's being accused of presenting some false fronts and changing, and so their witness is what is supposed to convince us. The thing is, you're dealing with tainted witnesses. You're also dealing with the interrogator bias, and the person who is basically bringing it up, that's the interrogator. So the person who says, are you Mandela affected? Well, the fact that they are affected means they are tainted. Means that they are tainted witnesses. They're not, whatever they say, they're not reliable witnesses just because they're so biased in favor of this theory that hasn't been proven as a fact. So it's mostly this. Just as the MSM puts the average person into a hearsay reality, so does the Mandela effect. It's a hearsay thing. Tim Osman says confirmation bias is a hell of a drug. Yeah, you got the confirmation bias, then you have the community, which exists, basically, I think some people are just there because of the community. It's there for other reasons than simply that's just kind of one of the things that got everybody together. But it's also ego and hubris. You got a bunch of F students who have a rebellion, and they say, no, there's more of us than the A students. Let's just flip everything. And so they're going to claim that they were right and these other people are wrong. That's kind of what they're doing. They're just asserting that they're right and everyone else is wrong. I didn't misspell dilemma. The dictionary's changed. So this is another one. Quote, word changes having to do with dilemma. And I can fix this one for you too. So the word changes, the idea that Mandela effects change the words that we use, I can correct this one.
Is dilemma. So dilemma for so many people was DILEMNA. Now,
okay, so he claims that dilemma was spelled DILEMNA. And this is supposedly a Mandela effect. This affected the late Mac Parhar, supposedly late Mac Parhar. I'm pretty sure he came back to do that anti-cop agitation. But anyway, dilemma. Is it spelled with two M's or an M and an N?
If you're not familiar with this, anybody that's listening, okay, dilemma, now in this reality, has always been spelled DILEMMA, no silent N. Yet millions of people around the world not only supposedly misremembering the same word.
Millions of people around the world, sure. Billions, let's just say billions. Like everybody knows, right? No, I looked into this one. So, dilemma, if you look at the etymology, the origin of the word, a dilemma comes from the Latin word lemma. Actually, it's two words. It's die, meaning two, and lemma, that means proposition or assumption. LEMMA, lemma. So proposition, two propositions, dilemma. There is no N in there. So the incorrect spelling of dilemma is often seen in common usage. It appears to have been taught in some areas of the United States, Australia, England, and Jamaica, but there's no reason for this substitution error. There's no erroneous parallel to be found from the word lemma, from which dilemma derives. So there's really no reason to leap to the conclusion that reality shifted. There's no substance to that. Just like when they say Timmy fell down the well, okay, well then how did they get him out of the well? None of them remember. Although Brian Stavely fibbed and he claims that he remembers Timmy being removed from the well. Battery 79 says, I'm surprised Tim doesn't mention Stavely's narrative that the Mandela non-believers don't go to heaven. Oh, sure, I'm a God blocker, so I'm sure I'm excluded. I'm not going to heaven. I'm not sure how far gone they are, but I'm pretty sure they're getting close to bringing out the forbidden Mandela effect. I hate even talking about it. You know, the Mandela effect introduced by his wife, Winnie Mandela. Necklacing. That's what they want to do to me, I'm pretty sure. I probably shouldn't even bring it up. Does anybody know about the forbidden Mandela effect? David Pryor says, I do remember doctors claiming there were new glands, so either they started forming or they're playing into ME. Well, this thing is, you have pop science, and things get popularized, and so maybe it's common knowledge to specialists, but you wouldn't know. Like the Mandela effect, to talk about that behind the eye, there's a thin bit of bone there, and they claim that there used to be a hole that you could see right into the brain. Like if you popped your eye out, you'd be able to see right into the brain, just like in the cartoons. It's like, what is your frame of reference here? Cartoons? JT33 says, thank God for Mandela glands. Battery 79 says, Tim Osman is in the chat, the globe-believing flat earth denier. Look, just because you don't believe something doesn't mean you're not a denier. The Mandoozled will say, if you don't believe in the Mandela effect, you're a denier, and deniers are liars. But what I'm explaining, or what I broke down in the book, that I'm going to re-release here since I'm expanding it, is that the Mandela effect is actually based on what you could call a lie. It's the lie-Della effect. And here's what they're missing. What they're missing is this. They're missing out on an opportunity to understand how minds can be manipulated by suggestive questioning and how you frame a question. There's a reason why every Mandela effect is a binary. There's no third possibility. There's no opt-out. It's either or. And this is how you get faulty eyewitness testimony convicting people of things. Oh, by the way, Joe Biden, of course, played by Jim Carrey, among others. Of course, many people have been saying this for some time. Listen to this. This whole theory about Joe Biden being a deepfake is kind of blowing up again. A former supporter of former President Donald Trump believes that actors are playing the part of Biden who has died, according to this video. So in this video, you have someone explaining how Joe Biden is being played by multiple actors, including Jim Carrey. And Jim Carrey responded to it. But looking at these pictures side by side, I can see why people would arrive at this.
You think Biden is not alive right now?
No, the guy that's doing the stand-up job of trying to wake people up is an actor wearing a mask. I mean, there's several different people playing Joe Biden at this point. And when he fell up the stairs going on the airplane, I myself think that was Jim Carrey. I've heard that he was one of them.
Wait. You think that...
No, okay, again, when Joe Biden fell up the stairs 3 times, that was hilarious Jim Carrey-esque physical comedy. And what's more, he turned around and he waves at the camera. And this is very reminiscent of Truman leaving the Truman Show. And again, this is a character played by Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey was wearing a mask and was the acting president?
And being silly by falling up the stairs 3 different times. And James Woods also, I think, is one of the doppelganger mask wearing.
Now, James Woods, I looked into that one. His nose is too big. You could not get James Wood to pull off a Joe Biden. So, no. David Pryor says, similar to Chris Farley goofing around as Rob Ford. Chris Farley, another 33-year-old SNL death. Kind of like James Belushi. By the way, for all these right-wingers, freedom lovers who are getting behind Pope Elon, this is so funny to me. It's like, don't take the pokey. Bill Gates is going to put a microchip in you. And then you got Musk here, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to put a microchip in you. And they just can't wait. Listen to this. We're literally putting a brain in a vat. The vat is your skull. Everything you think is real is really an electrical signal, but it feels real. He's talking about creating the neuro link. These are just a few tweets from Elon Musk. Just to keep in mind, you see him buying Twitter doesn't mean he's your hero. It's high time there was a carbon tax. This was from May of 2021. Carbon tax. In other words, the elite can tax the air that you breathe. And it's premised on the notion that you even have a carbon footprint. That every breath you take, every step you take is somehow killing the earth. But you can mitigate it. If you recycle, you confess your climate sins, you pay carbon taxes. Yeah, you can. Look, this is just how they reintroduced the concept of a wrathful, punishing God. Elon Musk says, as a reminder, I'm in favor of a universal basic income. You know, instead of buying Twitter, he could have made us all millionaires and just had the payments come out, on a 2-week schedule or something. Why carbon tax is crucial to curbing climate change. So this is funny to me, this idea that you can stop climate change, you can stop the wrath of globe, you can stop the floods by taxing people. This to me is like, okay, the volcano is going to erupt, but we can stop the volcano from erupting, but you need to send us some of your best produce, all of your best stuff, your best women, everything. And so you give it all to the priesthood as you want to propitiate the angry volcano god so it doesn't erupt. So you throw enough money at it and the earth isn't going to flood. They're just selling indulgences at this point. And then you look at the actual climate change advocates, the most vocal ones, and they're all major league hypocrites. Leonardo DiCaprio on his mega yacht. His own Titanic. That's not sustainable. And of course, they made him the face of Don't Look Up simply because he's a climate change advocate. This is a climate change movie. Don't Look Up isn't really about a comet destroying the earth. It's about how if we don't listen to scientists, if we listen to the businessmen, if we listen to the millionaires and the billionaires, we're all going to die. Of course, don't look up facts, just listen to the experts. This is from the Daily Mail. Don't look up, you might see DiCaprio being an eco-hypocrite. And this is Leonardo DiCaprio on his mega yacht, his own Titanic. Something doesn't add up here. And also, and I've drawn attention to this before, his feet are very small. And there should be some foreshortening here, but no, he's got baby feet. So he's got tiny actual footprints, but his carbon footprint is bigger than all of us here listening combined. But somehow he gets to tell us to do with less. Salty Siren says, the only social media I can find for Kiana is deepfakes. No wonder people think he's playing Biden. Yes, there is some credible lead here about Keanu Reeves possibly playing the role of Joe Biden. Now, I've never seen them in the same room at the same time, but if you look at them and you look at their skulls, I would say Keanu Reeves has a very Biden-esque shaped skull, and I was comparing they also have the same vacant look in their eyes. I don't know what kind of subtext would support that, but yeah, there is a resemblance there. But there is a point where at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. It's apparently a very shallow gene pool, and they all tend to look the same after a while. All right, let me go through your comments here. We're joined by Clockwork113, Salty Siren, Into the Break. Inks G. Psyopsical says Musk will set identification on the internet. Twitter upfront crypto payments, violate the rules, lose your crypto deposit. This universal basic income thing sounds nice. I'm sure there's no strings attached. I'm sure it's not only for gooblets, but we'll see. New QAnon conspiracy involves a magical bed for zombie JFK. So JFK would be what, 107, 108 now? So this med bed thing, and I've heard about this before. Wow, someone just in Discord posted another picture of Leonardo DiCaprio and his tiny, tiny feet. Unbelievable. And you know, I don't really care for ad hominem. I generally don't point these things out, but you're dealing with someone with the mega yacht who's part of this agenda to tax you for the air that you breathe on the premise that we're damaging the earth. And billionaires aren't sustainable. But look at that. And the weird thing about this is his feet are in the foreground. So they should be the biggest part of the picture here. But no. Baby footprints, giant carbon footprint. Okay, let us continue going through the notes. A lot of stuff with this Donald Trump as the Antichrist I want to dig into. We'll get into that. There's quite a lot to substantiate this notion. Also, for those of you who are tempted to follow Musk, here he is making the 666, which basically says, I agree with the World Economic Forum. Here he is making the inverted diamond that Trump also makes. I think that's how they communicate with Dagon, the Kraken, Cthulhu, whoever, Pluto, Hades. Here he is making the devil horns. They can claim it's the Texas Longhorns. It's a football thing. I don't think so. And then finally, here's Musk smiling, taking a picture with Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, he said that she photobombed. You've seen this picture, right? Musk and Ghislaine Maxwell. He claims that he was photobombed. I find that hard to believe. Was Elon Musk photographed with Ghislaine Maxwell? Fact check. It says here, he denies it. He says she photobombed him at a Vanity Fair party. So what does that look like to you? Does that look like a photobombing? She's the Forrest Gump of sex trafficking. She's been everywhere. She's been photographed with everyone. In fact, she bragged about having sex with JFK Jr. Apparently, she had a fling with JFK Jr. Q, or the QAnon hero, who's going to save us from Epstein and the sex traffickers. I mean, how bizarre is that? There's a few things about JFK Jr. I find very, very questionable, but of all these things, Ghislaine Maxwell hooked up sexually with JFK Jr. Yep. Ghislaine slept with JFK Jr., according to Prince Andrew's cousin. So many of these. Ghislaine Maxwell attended Andrew Cuomo's wedding. And she boasted about sleeping with JFK Jr., who she claimed was her, quote, chief conquest. And JFK Jr., before he fake died, was on Jay Leno making Pizzagate jokes about Monica Lewinsky, about how Monica Lewinsky knew when she was 12 what she wanted to do when she grew up. I mean, really disturbing late night comedy TV show humor, par for the course, but the fact is JFK Jr. was deep into that stuff, and the idea that he was sleeping with Ghislaine Maxwell, this is a problem. This is problematic. All right, going through some comments. Jizz Lane works 66 Lane for the Jizz. Hey, yeah, you know what? It's a world stage name. I think you're right about that. You know, one of the stranger things to come out of the names with these characters is the Epstein-Barr virus. So Jeffrey Epstein works for A.G. Barr's father, Donald Barr, at a high school. So he's working at a high school. Donald Barr is writing books, gothic interplanetary fairy tales about trafficking teenagers on islands, sex trafficking teenagers on islands in space. They call it space relations. Anyway, he hires Jeffrey Epstein, so they must have something in common because Epstein does this in real life later. But strangely enough, there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus. And one of the main symptoms of the Epstein-Barr virus is the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. The EBV, the Epstein-Barr virus, causes the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. And the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is an infection, well, it's caused by the infection, where somebody begins to have spatial relation distortions. Distortions in their body image, sizes, shape, etc. Very bizarre. So I'm like, wait, what are we really seeing here? And reading between the lines, I'm thinking we're looking at trafficking. Alice in Wonderland, if you look at Alice in Wonderland, that character, that story, has everything to do with human trafficking, mind control. In fact, Lewis Carroll, interesting character. There's quite a lot we can go into through the looking glass, but mainly it has these connotations that have to do with trafficking and drugged victims. And so here you have the symptoms. It seems like somebody who's been drugged, named after these two apparent sickos. Psyopsicle says Ghislaine has to be Q in a mask. Oh, speaking of Q, okay, so in the new Batman movie, the Riddler, at the end of the movie, they take off his mask and he looks just like Bill Gates. So what does that mean? Well, I think it means that the controlled opposition is Bill Gates. If anybody's behind the opposition to the mass vax rollout, it would be the people who are, pushing the thing itself. They control it. That's the very definition of controlled opposition. So the idea that Ghislaine Maxwell would be part of that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they're all sharing the same backstage. It's funny, though, how selective memories can be. Like, this is not a Mandela effect. Ghislaine Maxwell hooking up with JFK Jr. Look, if you're going to worship JFK Jr. and think that the Kennedys are here to save you, you kind of have to own this stuff. I mean, you can give Musk a pass for that photo bombing, I guess. Okay, so let's move on. Going through my notes. Just trying to catch up from the last few days, but we're going to be back frequently. Open phones. There's so many things to talk about, and I'll have more time than ever. A couple more notes on this. So there is actually a photo of someone believed to be JFK Jr. who used to go to the Trump rallies. JFK. So JFK is going by another name, and he goes to these various Trump rallies. Looks like a World War II vet. Now this is either delusion or what else can you call it? But it's not without explanation. It's not like it's random. They're not making this up out of whole cloth. They've been given a narrative. There's a couple of other things I wanted to discuss as well. So we have Illuminati 1776, Hades Second Coming, Satan 2 Falling to Earth. Okay, here's something. The new movie Doctor Strange. And this is kind of reiterating everything that we talk about here. So Doctor Strange has already been associated with Jack Parsons. And we're talking about JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Jack Parsons, one of the, I'd say, godfathers of modern rocket science, grandfather of modern rocket science. He died in an explosion at the age of 37, supposedly. Anyway, he was involved with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron in some bizarre rituals that were intended to bring about the New Age religion, and the New Age goddess, whom they described as Babylon, the Whore of Babylon, basically. But in order to bring this about, Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard needed what they called a Scarlet Woman to do this ritual with, to incarnate the spirit of the age. So, in this movie, Doctor Strange, with this Jack Parsons-esque character, he has the Scarlet Witch. So there's a direct correlation between these, worth noting. And it all ties in with this idea of something called the Moonchild. And so this is something that I was thinking about. We're always noting the weird synchronicities with the birth dates and the death dates of all these celebrities. And the ones specifically that are usually tied into these big psyops. Things like Pete Davidson's father dying at the age of 33 on 9/11 in one of the towers. There seems to be a level of planning to these lives. We call them lifetime actors, that they've been born for these roles. Well, anyway, it makes more sense now looking at it in this context, the idea of the Moonchild. So the Babylon working was a series of rituals performed by Jack Parsons, pioneer rocket fuel scientist, Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron. The ritual is designed to manifest an incarnation of the archetypal divine feminine called Babylon, based on the ideas of Aleister Crowley and his project, the Moonchild. So this was all about having a very precisely timed conceptions. So it says here, there was an attempt to conceive a child through sex magic workings. Anyway, these are just timed events, timed rituals. And the idea here is having the birth dates appear or occur at certain times for astrological influences. But the core idea here is this: planned lives. And these children that are born are said, they're basically, I would say, more or less part of this program. And so I'm like, this is very much like an explanation. A lot of these world stage characters, kind of similar to what we saw in the movie Utopia with John Cusack, where Utopia has this land where all these various actors, the crisis actors, are actually living. So they're not actually living with the regular people. They have their own utopia, and they're able to insert them onto the world stage and use them for these purposes and then remove them when they need to. And we always joke about Crisis Actor Island. Well, it's kind of a part of that movie. Okay, I'm going to go through some comments. Somebody says the latest Doctor Strange is on Odyssey. Well, the reason I came across this Doctor Strange Scarlet Witch thing is I saw that there was a possibility of Tom Cruise playing a cameo in the movie. And I thought that's noteworthy, because Tom Cruise is the Jesus Christ of Scientology. And L. Ron Hubbard, the Scarlet Witch, Jack Parsons, it's all connected. We'll get into this here in a moment. Here's an article that it's called thefantasymerchant.com. The Beast and the Geek. Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, and Iron Man. I'll probably dig into this in a bit. The symbolism of Iron Man, the character, is very relevant, especially when you look into the Kabbalistic associations with various colors and metals with the planets of classical astrology. Venus, copper, green, Mars, iron, red. And if you look at this, you'll see Iron Man, of course, iron, red. Musk is going to the red planet Mars, associated with iron. Musk has been associated with Tony Stark, so much so that before Robert Downey Jr. played Iron Man, he actually researched the role of Tony Stark by studying Elon Musk. So they made these associations. On Mars, you have the House of Stark family logo from Game of Thrones. So Stark, you have Tony Stark, Iron Man, House of Stark, Game of Thrones, and of course they got the Iron Throne. I mean, these are overlapping. Then you have Musk and of course his Mars program with the Falcon and these red rockets, the Falcon logo. The Falcon is all about the Mars as well, and it's the Egyptian god of Mars is the falcon-headed Horus. Then he's got the starship, and the starship has a logo on Mars. Anyway, too many media tie-ins for this to be coincidental. But these tie-ins are more than just things from the culture that connect people to these things, but no, these are actually consistent Kabbalistically. It's magic. Commenter says, have you seen the UK version of Utopia? I started to watch it, but I mainly focused on the American version because it was specifically connected to 2020. It had way too many connections. Even the Bill Gates fake meat thing was brought up in this one. And they canceled it. And one more thing about Utopia. Utopia is about a comic book series called Utopia. And some of the main characters in the show, in the movie, or the series, they're noticing that these comics are predicting the future. Just like we're noticing how various things that we're seeing on Netflix seem to predict the future. So they're noticing predictive programming and they act on it. So they are looking at the unpublished edition of the newest issue to see what's happening next. And because they've seen pages from the new issue, now they are security threats. They know too much. You know, like the Men in Black. Well, they have this Men in Black type situation. They have a character named RB who looks just like Mark Sargent. Let me see if I can bring up RB, Raisin Boy, who basically has to get rid of anybody who's seen the latest edition because, of course, they know too much. And here's RB. Very unassuming looking person, but brutal psychopath. So if you've read too much into the predictive programming, I mean, imagine if you knew what was going to happen in 2020 the year before. Of course, they would just call you disinformation and they would call you dangerous misinformation, malinformation, and ban you for hate speech, but in the movie they killed you. Let's see here, going through comments. Look, A. Woodward says, has anyone not got their text alerts? There haven't been any. I've been distracted with work, but I am no longer working for anyone but the Infinite Plane Society. Dr. Fuster-Cluck says, in Utopia, I love how both opposing sides agree wholeheartedly that humanity needs to be sterilized. Yeah, that's the end of the movie. I mean, the whole point of the movie, Utopia, is that there's too many people on the earth. So they need to come up with a way to get humanity to sterilize itself. So how do they do it? This Bill Gates-like character with his fake meat has a flu outbreak at his meat plant or whatever, and it infects the youth. And so they push to get the youth vaccinated. And they use crisis actors. In the movie, they hire an actress to fake like she has the sickness. Then she gets the vax and she comes out cured. So they use crisis actors to sell a vax to get the public to go along with an agenda that ends up sterilizing the human race for 2 generations to save the earth. So it's got a happy ending. They saved the planet. I mean, that's the main thing, right? We're joined by Art of Thinking Out Loud, Live, Common Sense Analytics. Oh, I also want to point out that we have a few new live listening locations. We're now live 24/7 on Telegram, on Rumble. You can also find us 24/7 on Twitch, and we're on several YouTube channels. So we are expanding. I watched a pretty good review on Level, or rather the Next Level new flat Earth video, if anybody here has checked it out. I wouldn't really call it a documentary, to be honest. It's kind of a misnomer. And it's also kind of weird that the company that produced it, Hibbler, uses a black sun as a logo. Like, well, here's a black sun is the Nazi symbol, a sun wheel employed in Nazi Germany, and later it's used now by neo-Nazis and some Satanists. So it's like, we want this idea to be mainstreamed, so let's stick a Nazi satanic symbol on top of it. Right. Right. That's going to help. That's going to help it go down. And this is right after Kelly Weil comes out with her book that basically says Flat Earth is just a place for rapping neo-Nazis. Now, speaking of neo-Nazis, and when I say neo-Nazi, what are we supposed to say? You know, it is what it is. I think it's interesting that, here it is, Owen Benjamin got kicked off Rofkin, or he left Rofkin. And apparently this is creating some kind of a conflict because some people associate free speech with bad manners or just being deliberately provocative or unfunny. And you know, free speech is your ability to say what you want without the government stopping you. It doesn't mean that platforms have to tolerate everything that you say. But how many times does somebody have to be kicked off a platform and drag a lot of people with them before you can just call out a provocateur for what it actually is? And so this is I'm not going to play it because I'll get my channel kicked off, but basically what you'll see if you listen to Owen Benjamin these days is a lot of humor that focuses on blacks and Jews, basically. And it's just typical white nationalist stuff. And I don't think that he's being censored. I don't think he's being censored at all. I think what we're looking at here is a deliberate attempt to sabotage more than anything. So I have a few comments. Someone sent this to me. Do we take sides on this argument about Owen Benjamin over Rofkin? That was asked by Lynn. So I guess what happened though is he was live, and I have a link here. This is from Nathan Stoltman. He said, I'm listening to Owen on Rofkin, and he's saying he's staying on the network if he agrees to curtail his speech, but he can't make jokes about, I don't even like reading this stuff. He says here, he considers himself to be a free speech absolutist. And I kind of don't think so. There's something just self-destructive about these consistent foot bullets. And I've also noticed that a lot of the neo-Nazis today are kind of cry bullies, where they like to say the specific things that get them kicked out, and they flail and cry about how they're being censored. So I don't really think it's a legitimate case of censorship. And I think one reason why they may be kicking him off the platform is just being unfunny. It may just come down to that. Let's see. Becca Shine says, you only have a short time to get right with your Creator. You must believe in Christ and the salvation He brings. Zareth says, Orwellian definition, free speech is censorship. War is peace, hate is love. People just eat it up and the script gets flipped without any pushback. Well, yeah, sure, but my point is this. Your free speech isn't being infringed if you get kicked off a platform for breaking their rules. No shirt, no shoes, no service. But to me, it's more about the principle of free speech. That has already been lost. But now, as far as like, is it a loss to Rofkin? I don't necessarily think so. I mean, I've watched some of this stuff, and I just don't buy that paradigm. I don't believe that their worldview is like kind of like the Mendoozled. They live in their own little world. The mainstream media believers live in their own universe. The neo-Nazis live in their own little universe as well. And I think their main thing is they believe in this particular bad guy, that's weaponized these bad guys against these good guys. And the good guys are being censored. Right. Okay, let's move on here. Now, Brian Stavely did make sense on this one. He said, I will not be leaving Rofkin because Owen allegedly got censored. LOL. Why is it always the ex-Hollywood guy who platforms seem to kick off permanently with all this hoopla? The story stunk to high heaven the last couple of times. Yeah, I think it's an operation. Do you remember when you had the Flat Earth Conference hosted by, first it was Logan Paul, and then it was Owen Benjamin? Well, when it was Logan Paul, I thought, why would you have Logan Paul host the most, a conference for one of the most controversial and bannable ideas out there, when Logan Paul was really the reason why Google started censoring all its videos, because he was tasering rats and filming dead people. Just seemed like it was a sabotage act. Like, let's put this in front of, let's put this, in this Flat Earth punch bowl and see what happens. So I thought, okay, Logan Paul faked everybody out with his documentary, and he brought with him all his baggage. Then they bring in Owen Benjamin. I'm like, okay, so he's not even a flat earther necessarily. And he's going to bring in jokes that are basically going to be construed as racist or anti-Semitic. How do you think the media is going to take it? And Kelly Weil was there, and she's Jewish. So she's like at a flat earth conference, and she's hearing these jokes. And of course, what does this have to do with the shape of the world? Nothing. It's all a negative branding operation, and it worked very well. I would say mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. I mean, I'm sure they could have found somebody better to have hosted a Flat Earth conference, like Nick Cruz. Couldn't Dearth have gotten Nick Cruz? Doesn't he have any Fed contacts in the in that wing of the PSYOP entertainment complex? Hey, can I get one of these bowl cuts to host a Flat Earth conference? That's a good look for us. David Pryor says, such an obvious setup. Oh, there are so many setups, though. When you really get into it, you can see that there's mainstream media tentacles, even at the Flat Earth conferences. I mean, it really shouldn't be a surprise to find out that the very first Flat Earth conference organizer was actually dating Jimmy Kimmel's sister. I mean, talk about being in bed with the enemy. Look at this cover of The Economist. No safe place. It's got some penguins on a chair floating in the middle of the ocean. Is that a threat against us? No safe place? Linda says, the lady was saying that Owen cheated people out of money on his donations for Bertaria. I don't know about that. I had to look into it because I was following the story, and the Daily Beast was suggesting that Bertaria was going to be the next Ruby Ridge. So maybe it's a good thing they didn't actually go through with it. TJ Jones, this is a comment I found on Twitter. He said he heard that Robin Williams and Jonathan Winters are going to return to expose the truth in a comedy special. Just put those on the list of death fakers that will be resurrected to bring back JFK Jr. Robin Williams will be back, apparently. We briefly touched on the magical bed for zombie JFK. The group believes that John F. Kennedy is alive and youthful and attributes his longevity to the curative power of medbeds. Apparently medbeds are a thing. I've heard about this. I heard this early on from the very first QAnoners that reached out to me, that there are these medbeds that can reverse aging, and I don't know. I mean, it just sounds like you got the bad guys drink adrenochrome, the good guys use medbeds in order to look young. And the adrenochrome apparently works, by the way. Have you seen Madonna? She does. I don't even think she's legal anymore. She turned 16. Zaret says the oceans haven't risen an inch since they started the story of the melting ice. You know, it's been 33 years since global warming started. That's why I think there might be something to it. And the end of the Batman movie had a flood. In fact, Batman says 11:6, Gotham is underwater. I'm like, 11:6, isn't that kind of an inverted 9/11? Kind of like 6/11, which is a very significant date to the white neo-nationalists, which would correspond to the Riddler and his crew. 6/11 was the date that they executed 33-year-old Timothy McVeigh, inspired by the Turner Diaries. You know, the author of the Turner Diaries happened to be born on 9/11, 1933. P. Trippa says, hey Tim, IPS is the last bastion of good knowledge for me. Yes, this is a think tank, so it's not just me. For new people, if there are any new listeners, we have a pool here. We've got a meme pool, a reservoir, dammed up, dam is cracking, and it's going to spill over. But there is a collection of minds here. You know, we have almost 500 people in the Discord server. I think once we hit 500, we reach critical mass. And I know there's some perks that DLive will also open up for us. So if you haven't joined the Discord server, go to infiniteplanesociety.com, $2 a month, and I think you get a 17% discount if you pay for a year in advance, but it's the cover charge that gets you into the think tank. It's not an echo chamber. We always allow people from outside in. We have media spies, we have feds, we have all kinds of interesting people there. So infiniteplanesociety.com, join for $2 per month. Okay, let us continue. Also, you'll find a lot of interesting penguin art in the Discord server. I think this one was created by, this is it says Fepe Pipscotch, art by Pippi Langstruff. We talked about Elon Musk, who is really Pope Musk. He's part of the space papacy. I mean, this is brilliant what they've done. You have the right-wingers who are smart enough to see, oh, climate change is a communist hoax. Obviously, environmentalism is just a stalking horse for growing government. Yeah, obviously it's watermelon Marxism. Green on the outside, red on the inside. But we trust Musk. We'll go to Mars. I'm sorry, but Mars is nothing more than the environmentalist ideal realized. It's about the sustainable business model. Everything recycled, including you. Astrocrete. Look it up. Astrocrete ground up humans, or just blood, donated blood. I mean, when they say donated blood, what do they mean? They're going to put your blood in a bucket with some moon dust or some Mars dust and mix it up into bricks. That's what they're saying they're going to do. But anyway, they're using Musk to sell capitalists on Gulag life. Go live as a space communist on Mars or on the moon. So you managed to sell capitalists on communism by tricking them into thinking that it's progress facilitated by market-driven technology. No, it's all a ruse. It's all CGI. Space is CGI. I mean, either we live in a simulation, and if you go above 62 miles, you pass the Kármán line, it becomes pixelated, or it's all just a movie up there, or even a cartoon. Kurt4822 says, long time Tim, good hearing you. Battery79 says, what did Tim mean by DLive perks? Oh, I meant Discord. Sorry, Discord has perks. Once we get 500 people in there, there's some things that open up. I'm not sure quite what. It mostly has to do, I think, with, I think there's some kind of live streaming feature and a few other features, but it just gets better. The Discord server is where we post all of our leads, we do our research, and most of the stuff that I find, most of what we discuss here is brought up there first. Non-stop debunkings. By the way, Tom Cruise announced the name of the next Mission Impossible. It's Dead Reckoning. Do you remember last fall when Tom Cruise was in the sky hanging from a bi-wing plane? You know, he was just like And this is after we were really breaking down the significance of his name. Tom means twin, Cruise means cross, twin cross, and the symbol of the twin cross represents the second coming, a resurrection. So here we are talking about Tom Cruise, how he plays this 33-year-old who dies and is resurrected in the movie Vanilla Sky. And then we see this. He's up in the sky on a twin cross, a bi-wing plane. Well, now we have some context for that. The 8th installment of the film series Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 will hit theaters this summer. And this is Tom Cruise, quote, "Hi everyone, I wish I could be there with you," he said, seated atop an open cockpit bi-wing or biplane flying thousands of feet above a canyon. So that was a scene from the next Mission Impossible. Again, Top Gun returned with the sequel 33 years after. So this is from 2019, July. Cruise took to Twitter to share a trailer with a cryptic "Maverick is back." Hashtag Top Gun update. Cruise returned with Top Gun sequel after 33 years. Now, what is the significance here? Well, Top Gun and then Top Gun sequel 33 years apart. This correlates to even the Twin Towers. So you have twin guns, twin towers. Twin towers were 33 when they were pulled. All of this definitely correlates to Tom Cruise's world stage role as the Christ of the Scientology cult, which does relate to the space religion, to NASA. It explains why he's going into space, why he's going to the space station. In fact, after 9/11, which was directed by Stanley Kubrick, if you didn't know, for the most part, after 9/11, the very first Oscars was hosted by Tom Cruise, and he shouts out Kubrick, of all things. Vanilla Sky, the movie that came out right after 9/11, had a number of 9/11 references, even a coronavirus reference. The opening scene of Vanilla Sky is a quarantined, shut down New York, and then Tom Cruise faking sick with his girlfriend. I'm going through some comments. Into the Break says recycling is a scam. Say that while you can. Now, what recycling really is, it's religious worship. It's the earth god. The earth god that gets mad if you don't recycle, the one who doesn't like your carbon footprint. But he'll forgive you if you have a massive carbon footprint, if you've got tiny actual footprints. So Leonardo DiCaprio gets a pass. But really what you're looking at is the god of the earth god, also known as Gaia, which is why the World Economic Forum 666 has brought forth Gaia, the global AI initiative. It's all about this worship of the earth, sustainability. That's why they're bringing about climate lockdowns as the next pretext for locking everybody down. But anyway, to my point here, the original green god, the vegetation god, Osiris, is represented, I would say, by the recycling symbol, the symbol of death and resurrection, or recycling of souls. When you look at the symbol itself, it contains within it, in the negative space, a six-pointed star, symbol of Saturn, Osiris, the earth god, the god of death, resurrection, recycling, vegetation, the harvest, etc. You could even correlate with this, I would say, the hexagram gives you a cube on the inside, or rather a two-dimensional cube. And of course, the cross is merely an unfolded cube. So you look at your recycling bin, which is a big cube with this symbol on it, and you also have the three arrows, which would correlate to the three nails, which are used whenever they have the impaled, dying and resurrecting sun god. So yeah, it's all earth worship. And if you keep recycling and you keep paying taxes to the priesthood, the earth won't flood you. You don't have to get into your space arcs. And this is 100% the truth. I mean, look at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Sounds just like NOAA. Their logo is a dove, just like Noah. Their symbolism is all about, I mean, if you look at their website, it's a flooding world. Yet there's an ark. And they're warning us. If you look at Noah, Noaa, and you search floods, you'll constantly see that Noah's saying, we're going to have a flood. You got to change your behaviors. Got to cut back on your everything. But if we don't listen to Noah, what's going to happen? Well, what happened in the Bible? This is just another example of the powers that be appropriating stories, major archetypes out of the Bibles for the purposes of influencing people. It's all just a big influence operation. It's a major psyop. There's an article here from uncancelled.news. Engineered supply chain shutdowns are clot shots against the global economy, designed to cause a debilitating stroke across human civilization. This is why I brought up Alex Jones earlier. I'm like, has anybody checked on his neighbors? And I actually do have a direct quote from him. I'm starting to have to think about eating my neighbors. I mean, he really went there. But this is an article that is about how, yes, there does appear to be a lot of conspicuous fires on these various food distribution centers, these plants, and it just seems like planes are landing on them. It says the International Energy Agency is calling for climate lockdowns to reduce fossil fuel usage, realizing that since the COVID lockdowns didn't crush the economy, they need another excuse for lockdowns. Yep. You know, this was pretty obvious that this was the agenda even before the COVID lockdowns. Frozen, the movie Frozen, was, I think, ties into this idea, because even in 2017 you can find places where Bezos was talking about freezing civilization to save the planet. This Greta reset, this great reset, is all about this green world order. And by green, yeah, it's green. Osiris, the earth god, it's all about this sustainability as the ultimate ideal. And that's the real purpose to the Mars program. If they can get you to agree, yeah, the perfect way of life is to live under a dome where we never leave, everything is through a screen, and we all live as basically potato farmers. You know, if they can convince you that an agrarian revolution is necessary to save the world, then sure. If you can justify living that way on Mars, why couldn't you justify living that way here on Earth? Earth as it is on Mars. I mean, this is utopianism at its finest. We will be live later to take calls. It's a big weekend coming up, by the way. May Day. May Day is always huge for the commies. Also, tomorrow evening is Witches' Night. Well, Purge's not. Beltane. So expect some kind of, I imagine there'll be some kind of psyop commensurate with the season, this holiday. It's bigger than Halloween. The veil is thin. All of the witches and warlocks do their thing. This is when the Church of Satan had its founding. It's also the birthday of Travis Scott, I believe, isn't it? Let me see his birth. I believe Travis Scott's birthday, April 30th. Yes. So happy birthday, Travis Scott. And there's a documentary coming out about Astroworld. Major league psyop. This thing was totally fake. Nobody got crushed to death. All the people chanting "I can't breathe" are suing. I believe that Benjamin Crump is even representing them. And by the way, he was wearing a shirt on a video called Escape Plan that aired before the Astroworld event where the people got crushed. The shirt he was wearing was from the landslide, the Rock Slide Festival, where Pearl Jam was performing, where 9 people got crushed in an audience of 50,000. Identical. Astroworld, 9 people crushed, audience 50,000. But he was wearing the shirt from a previous crushing concert. So his new documentary is called Concert Crush. The whole thing was amazing. It was fake as can be. Pretty funny though. I mean, overall, as far as the crisis actors, nothing realistic about it. Astro World documentary. But anyway, his birthday happens to be it relates to the Church of Satan's birthday, and I believe that this sacrifice or this concert happened, it was some 666 months from the date of the church's founding. I mean, it was really down to the day. All kinds of sixes, all kinds of occult signatures, which we'll revisit that one very soon for sure. Also, there was a small business meeting at the White House yesterday, and this should be big news, but it's not. At the White House yesterday, Biden was meeting with small business, and on the RSVP list was Q. Q himself was there, as in George News, and he posted this on his Telegram, where you can actually see that he RSVP'd. He actually attended this event. You can see his name, georgenews.org, George News DC. In fact, I thought this was kind of funny what he did here. He's almost taunting the Biden. Actually, he's taunting everyone at the White House. Like, I'm here at the White House letting my 300,000 Telegram followers know. So the person who's behind George News, who is behind the Q drops, was literally in the presence of Biden. So I called the White House and I asked for Secret Service, and I got the number for the head of Secret Service, and I called them this morning and I left a message. And I'm going to be calling them again because there is a very questionable character stalking around, and the guy's got a key to the White House. And I'm involved in a lawsuit against this person, and the sooner I can bring him into the public spotlight, the sooner the collection process will begin. I have a pretty awesome damage complaint ready to claim. No trial necessary. Statutory damages in New York are immense. We're talking 36 plus stolen domains, possibly treble damages. It'll do a lot for this channel. I'll never have to drag another body across the desert without enough gas in my van ever again. A. Woodward says, isn't the correspondence dinner tomorrow? Is JFK Jr. going to jump out of the cake? Yep, we'll be checking. We'll be following. Tomorrow should be big. Again, it's May Day on Saturday, and that's usually when the communists pop off. So if there's going to be any kind of riots, I would expect it to kick off this weekend. Thanks everyone for joining. We'll be back later on today, no doubt. I just wanted to kind of catch up on a few things. We'll do open phones tonight. We'll probably do, like I've been doing, mornings and evenings. It'll be far more consistent since I don't have any distractions. Again, I want to say thanks to everyone who's pitched in on this channel, super chats, anyone joining our Discord, and of course everyone who's buying the art. I do have a website. You go to www.timosman.win, W-I-N, and I am posting a lot of NFTs. So if you like the Cthulhu Gwyn or the red pill binging penguins, and also a lot of decals. These are all designed by X-Pac, who's designed a lot of the artwork for the channel. And there still are a few shirts left and a few decals left, and I'll put a link. I'm going to restock the store this weekend with a lot of the new artwork I've been working on. I'm trying to do stuff that's related to what we talk about, as in Metascript related art, and I have a lot of ideas that I'll put into the canvases here in the coming days. All right, thanks everyone for joining. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO. After this, I'm going to turn it over to the 24/7, and then replays will be later.
system of lies ever born to keep you in fear is the role that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the role that they wage on you. Sea levels rising, and the media's dying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war inside. Where will you go?
Harsh conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive.
The sea level's rising, and the media's dying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war inside. Where will you go?
Okay, sorry about that. I had to cut off the live stream and reboot it. I guess YouTube capped it. We were live for like a week and a half straight. Anyway, let me open up phones right away, and I'll put a list of topics on the screen. Thanks everyone who showed up early. I'm actually like 30 seconds early. Text message notifications should have gone out. There's intro music. We had Chief Crow playing just a minute ago. I'll put a link if anybody wants that track. Edge is in your mind. Didn't mean to cut it off rudely like that. Let me go ahead and put a link in the chat. Okay. And if you look on the top left, you can see it says live or replay, depending on what our whether we're replaying something or we're actually taking calls. So right now we are indeed taking calls. I'll put the number on the screen as well in case anyone here doesn't know. It's 833 311 1984. 1984 started on 311 in its most overt form, but it's always been 1984. Okay, a couple of the topics though. I did watch the new Flat Earth documentary. Eric Dubay wasn't in it, which is kind of strange. It was called Next Level, so we may discuss that one a little bit. Also, I think we can talk about the Jeff Bezos, his Tower of Babel, and the Man Who Fell to Earth is another thing as well. The Man Who Fell to Earth story, or movie, starring David Bowie, is now a Showtime series. And I watched the trailer, and there's a number of things about it that stood out. So if you look at the various composites that when we're looking at the space papacy, the space popes, you got Musk, you got Bezos. These are composites. We often speak about how Musk is a composite of Werner von Braun, Willy Wonka, and Tony Stark. Well, Bezos is a mashup of Dr. Evil and the Man Who Fell to Earth. And there's a few storylines that connect the two, including Bezos's space program, and we'll get into all of this. But the newest iteration of the new movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth, the sneak preview, has a lot of interesting references in here. In fact, at one point, the individual who's basically a Martian describes himself as having raised himself from the dead, like Lazarus, which is a very significant tie-in to David Bowie, who released a track and a play, Lazarus, just before he fake died, which seems to be about the Man Who Fell to Earth's return, or his ascension after his descent. And I think this character, who's in the new version of A Man Who Fell to Earth, appears to be a combination of Musk, Bezos, and Tom Newton from The Man Who Fell to Earth. A lot of nods to Bowie here. I'll play a few seconds of the trailer.
Cosmic shape of every choice we've made. Would it look like a straight timeline? A staircase?
Well, it looks like a good movie. I'll probably check it out, but it starts off with the stuff you would usually expect, which is disaster. They ruined their planet probably because of capitalists or something. But another thing I noticed here quite early on is in the intro, they actually show the main character as a Burning Man, with all this talk about being reborn, being like Lazarus. And I'll pause on one of these clips. I don't want to get a copyright strike. This is protected propaganda, but I will be watching it and reviewing it. But the symbol of the Burning Man or the Phoenix is something I was talking about today. Here's the clip, if you can see it. It's kind of small, but you see him as he's burning while he's talking about being born again. And this reiterates the meaning of the Phoenix and the reset, and even how they use these repeated themes, like the man who set himself on fire in DC a couple of days ago. Was that just yesterday? His name was Wayne Bruce, like Bruce Wayne, a very Batman-esque thing, but this is very similar to after the Joker movie. He had the Joaquin Phoenix burning like a phoenix. We have the guy in the Ellipsis, also in DC, setting himself on fire. On the anniversary of the Burning Man festivals, Kanye West set himself on fire. So this is not a coincidence here. And these stories all do tie together, and the symbolism is very consistent throughout. Again, it's The Man Who Fell to Earth premieres actually tonight on Showtime. I'll play a few seconds so you can get an idea of the tone here, where he's talking as this CEO. Let me give you some background from Wiki, and you'll see the obvious Bezos overlap. This was a 76 science fiction film based on a 63 novel. It follows an extraterrestrial who crash lands on Earth, seeking a way to ship water to his planet that's suffering from a drought. And of course, he has to deal with the rich the greedy, the capitalists, and all this stuff, because this is a reoccurring theme. The whole space program has always gone along with the environmentalist narrative, the fragile Earth that needs to be saved from the parasite humans. So the story is about Thomas Newton, an alien, and that's played by David Bowie, who lands in New Mexico. So this is a tie-in to Jeff Bezos, who also is a hominoid, or humanoid rather, humanoid alien, possibly. But anyway, he arrived in New Mexico. So if you look into the characters, and this is where I want to show some of the overlap, the trajectory of their lives is what I'm kind of looking at too, because the guy who falls to Earth, this Martian, here we go, born in Albuquerque, New Mexico, January 1964, January 12th. Okay. What was David Bowie's death date? Does anybody have that? I know he shares a birth date with Elvis Presley. January 10th was his date of death. Okay, I'm just looking into that just in case there's anything of note here. But the main point is this. He lands on Earth, and then he uses his knowledge of advanced technology from his home planet to patent inventions. And he acquires tremendous wealth. And he heads the World Enterprise Corporation. So the World Enterprises Corporation is basically Amazon, is my point. And then this corporation is what's needed to construct a space vehicle to send water back to his home planet. Then there's a couple of other things. He has these reptilian-like eyes, so he's got to wear contact lenses. So if you go through the images of David Bowie, not just in this movie where he's obviously playing some kind of an alien, and here's an example in the film. You can see he's got the reptoid eye that he's putting the cover over. But in real life, they always made it a point to emphasize that one of his eyes has a dilated pupil and seems to be off color. And this to me is all just symbolism. It's part of the character. Another thing about David Bowie is you cannot separate this character from the space program or from Space Odyssey and David Bowman. And the story of that character and his merging with the monolith and becoming a star child has everything to do with David Bowie, his music in the space program, the first music video. Musk sent the Tesla Roadster with Starman. So the Starman, Star Child, these are both New Age Thelemic concepts that also tie into Space Oddity. And Space Odyssey, and again, this David Bowman, David Bowie overlap. So I'm just pointing this out that these are world stage characters that have some overlap. And just as Willy Wonka and Tony Stark lend some character to Musk's persona, there's a bit of man who fell to earth in Bezos, in addition to Nimrod, which we'll get into. Again, David Bowie pictures, just note the asymmetry in the eye. And now look at shots of Bezos, which isn't so much anymore since his recent cosmetic upgrades, but if you note, there does seem to be an emphasis on his left eye, and it's a very consistent thing. And I thought, does he have some kind of tech, an AVR lens? Something going on here? Lasers? Kind of reminded me of Dr. Evil. Maybe that's part of building that persona. And another part of Bezos, the Bezos construct, is in fact Dr. Evil. Like it's no joke. It's not insignificant that his rockets are notably now designed to resemble, well, I don't know. It depends on what you want to give him artistic license, I guess. It's just aerodynamic. But there's no denying that Dr. Evil literally has rockets that look like dongs. So the comparison between Bezos' rocket and Dr. Evil, yeah, people make fun of it, but I'm saying maybe he doesn't have plausible deniability. Maybe this is in fact intentional. And I would actually suggest that the use of dead sun gods and all the phallic symbolism go hand in hand. So I think it's more likely than not that this is an inside joke. But the resemblance between Bezos and Dr. Evil, the bald head for sure, but also Dr. Evil has a scar on one eye. And he does this gesture where he puts his pinky on his lip, which might be another way of signaling the 666 if you look at it. Instead of with the middle ring and pinky pointed up, you could do this way as well. And I've seen, anyway, let's go through your comments. I don't want to get too far ahead. Joined by again D3342, Lori Borealis, AK All Day 2323, that SOB, a Woodward, Zinvalis G Reg 85, looking in, A Garcia, Lando Rock, Truth Hurts 21 asks, does Dubé drink his own pee also? I don't know. Dubé is kind of mysterious. I can tell you one thing about Dubé that hasn't been discussed in any of these documentaries. Eric Dubé knows who Q is, which this is a fact, and I can prove it. And he's been not busted, but rather exposed as having, a pretty open line of communication with the MGTV, now known as George News, aka Q. So that's kind of noteworthy. It's also noteworthy that he's conducted interviews in mainstream publications like Forbes under a different name. The name Eric Dubé uses when he's not Eric Dubé, Jay DeCaspy. Jay DeCaspy. He actually deepfakes as some kind of Los Angeles-based underwear model. Okay, let's continue. Ellen Crooks is here. Battery 79 says, was fed the fake flat earther in Next Level? If by fed, because I think they might all be feds, I think you mean Flat Earth Dave. I wouldn't say he's a fake flat earther, but you know what I noticed about this new documentary is they didn't say the word dome once. They didn't mention the Bible. The flat earth in the past has always been constrained by this notion that we live beneath a dome and there's no more land, there's nowhere to go, and you might as well just sit around and go to Sunday school and study the Bible literally. And that's where it went. They just buried the topic as best they could. But now apparently they've all done a 180, and now they're all talking about more land as the best explanation for a deception in the first place, as though it just now occurred to them. It occurred to us on this channel. We were already going down this line of discourse in 2016, 2017. This was pretty much the main topic was, why would you assume there to be a dome? Like that's, or even a wall. You have a bunch of lost sheep, apparently. So they send out these feds, this is the theory, to convince the lost sheep that there's a wall around them. No, there's nowhere to go anyway. There's an ice wall. Might as well just study the Bible and make friends. There's a dome, nowhere to go. But now they've changed the topic for some reason to what's out there beyond the edge. And I think it's a good development, to be honest. I noticed too, they don't say infinite. They have a weird euphemism, like infinite outer space area, or not finite plane, or they really don't want to say the word infinite. I don't know why. I'm not really sure. Thanks, Battery 79. I'm not sure why the Godzilla noise isn't happening. Usually you hear the cracking in the background. Not sure. Anyway, appreciate the support, Battery 79. I actually have the night off work. I'm sort of like, kind of on call, and I don't know for sure, until about 10 o'clock p.m., maybe 9. We've been talking about gorilla deniers, the ice wall, Meme-mageddon. Jeff Bezos' Tower of Babel has been green-lighted, so that's been kind of the main topic of the day, because I've been looking into the character of Nimrod, who builds, and here's another parallel for you that goes along with this way that Bezos flaunts his wealth. He's on his mega yacht, showing off his lavish lifestyle, and he's kind of like, if you look at Nimrod, there's a reason why I used him in the thumbnail. It's like he's flaunting his wealth, but not only that, the modern day replacement for the vengeful God that floods the world, that judges man for his worldly ways, is global warming. So by even having a mega yacht, by even being a billionaire, which is unsustainable, he's basically challenging God, the globe. He's saying, I don't care global warming, I'm going to do my thing. Daring the globe to strike him down, daring some kind of retribution. And this is what Nimrod did by building his tower. And this is a reoccurring theme in a number of the recent movies and films, like Don't Look Up. The main theme there is just, yeah, these are the modern Noahs, these scientists. We have to listen to them and not to these people who are just trying to make themselves even richer. So I'm looking at this also as just symbolic. I don't think Jeff Bezos is actually going up into space, but I think it's all very symbolic. But he did launch on the day that man landed on the moon. And that's a significant day. I mean, think about the phrase, one small step for a man, one giant leap for all mankind. This giant leap for all mankind, I think, has to do with man collectively going from Earth and becoming, spacefaring, but going into the heavens, which is an incursion into the heavenly realms. And this is what triggers the whole thing being toppled. And the foreshadowing is built into this because he did launch at 9:11 a.m. on the day of Apollo 11. And so these two dates, or these two events and dates and timestamps, I think positively connect it to Kubrick as the common director of 9/11 and Apollo 11. And moreover, it's been heavily foreshadowed in Kubrick's work that the space station is going to come down, that is going to be the Tower of Babel falling. And so Bezos launching at 9/11 does correlate, I think, to Richard Branson as well, sending his space plane up on the anniversary of Skylab falling. The 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, Branson sends a space plane which launches between these twin planes called the White Knight 2. And again, this would connect to the space plane that visually resembles the plane striking the Twin Towers. So there's a bit of, I would say, scripting here suggesting that what we're seeing with Bezos and his Helix Tower that's going to be opening up in Virginia, we're seeing that he's being presented to us as Nimrod, the builder of the tower that allows man to invade heaven. And again, the final point on this is that Netflix has the show called Inside Job, which is all about conspiracy theorists. Again, Alex Jones started the Inside Job meme. And on Inside Job, Bezos is devoured by a kraken. So let me play that clip because the mega yacht symbolizes the Titanic, which is another way of representing this Tower of Babel concept.
The Coast Guard said they can tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look. Is that a kraken?
Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over, guys? This is why I don't allow bathroom break!
So there you have it, the kraken. And when you really get into the kraken symbolism as it's been presented to us, a lot of it does tie in geographically to Seattle in particular, which is kind of noteworthy because Amazon and Seattle, and even though he stepped down from Amazon on the 33rd day of the year 2021, joined by AJ206, Dang, Pippi Langstruff, Enslaved by Truth. Battery 79 asks, didn't Bowie play the main role in Omnicron? And he also did the soundtrack. Salty Siren, Penguin Doctor's here. Yes, oh, someone mentioned intimate plane. Look, I was approached, or rather contacted by one of the main conference organizers from the Flat Earth conferences, and he said, there's no way we live on an infinite plane. We live on an intimate plane. So what they were trying to do is they were trying to convince anybody who thought the globe might be something of a lie, a misrepresentation. They wanted them to think smaller and to join a small community, become part of a cult, rather than, I don't know, mass exodus. So I look at the whole thing with the dome concept as something of a containment operation. So it's kind of interesting that, yeah, this new flat Earth documentary has no mention of any kind of domes. And we may go through some aspects to that documentary. There were some interesting things in there. I thought it was somewhat conspicuous that um, SODD TV was posing in front of some handguns with some MAGA style hats. And I'm like, why would some flat earther on a documentary by Black Sun Productions, and look up Black Sun. And, okay, this is really interesting too. So the whole time that Hibbler from Hibbler Productions was being interviewed by Alex Jones, or they're hanging out and talking. So Hibbler's on with Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo, and here's a clip here. Hibbler ruined the podcast with Alex Jones. Tinfoil hat. Okay, here we go. Anyway, Alex was constantly calling him or mixing Hibbler and Hitler, and he kept saying Hail Hibbler.
Representing the people who believe we live on a ball. To know him is to love him. Alex Jones, how are you, Alex?
That's right, Team Ball. No. I think we all live in Eddie.
So, I mean, this is a really good podcast, by the way. I mean, I thought it was pretty funny all around. But my point is, Jones is repeatedly calling out Hibbler as Hitler for some weird reason.
30 years younger than drinking baby's blood.
That soundbite's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm going to blow it out.
Who's that guy with Eddie? He's named Baby Hitler?
No, he's not Baby.
See, called him Baby Hitler. And I listened to the whole podcast, and this is a running joke. In fact, they even invited Alex to go to, I believe, Float Fest and do a 15-minute comedy sketch. And they said, we know you're not Bill Hicks, but can you do a comedy skit? Anyway, again, he keeps calling Hibbler Hitler, and Hibbler doesn't seem to mind. And he talks about how he's of German descent.
He's named Baby Hitler?
No, he's not Baby.
Hibbler with a B.
Hibbler. All right.
I think Alex Jones should do a 15-minute comedy set.
Absolutely.
I mean, they think you're Bill Hicks, so you might as well do it.
I think all three of us.
Okay, so that's enough of that. But my point is, Hibbler is the one behind this very well-produced documentary. I mean, it is a good documentary. Production-wise, whatever, there's no complaints whatsoever. Sean Hibbler. But the thing about it, again, is one, ODD TV shows up with guns and a MAGA hat with the MAGA band beard. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Truth is hard to swallow. I think that conflicts with Dave Murphy, who advocates for urine therapy. ODD TV, Nazi. According to the media, I mean, what else can you say? But finally, Black Sun Productions. Well, if you search Black Sun, what do you get? The Black Sun is a Nazi symbol typical of the sun wheel employed by Nazi Germany and later neo-Nazis and some strains, okay, mind viruses of Satanism. So you name your production company off of a main Nazi symbol. You affiliate with Nazis. Bill Hicks calls you Hitler. And what now? I mean, Off the Edge by Kelly Weil from the Daily Beast was like a 200-page hit piece, basically saying that the flat earth topic is drowned out by Hail Hitler and bad rapping. And it's like, why do they keep proving her right? Joe Ross says, I've been delivering for Amazon. It's the hardest job I've worked ever, and I've worked hard my whole life. Yeah, I've heard stories. I have. I've recently taken on a driving job, and I already have an impinged shoulder, and my hands were, I had to adjust my posture is what it was. You know, it's like if you sit in a cubicle all day. It's the same thing. It's just a moving cubicle. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I just didn't mean to get too sidetracked, but my only criticism of the documentary is that it's not really a documentary. It doesn't really document anything. In fact, it kind of ignored the last 5 years, which is really strange, and all the key people in it, and key events. It almost seems like damage control or one person's selective observation. But you know how the media, likes to mud flood over the truth and present itself in the best light and erase its enemies. That's what I saw with this level. I didn't really see anything that was I mean, there's some good material in there in terms of green screen glitches, but does it do anything? I think the main thing, I guess, is it probably introduced the concept of the Earth being a potential, we'll just say the globe model rather being a hoax, but it doesn't limit it instantly to the idea of an ice wall. Although they're repeatedly offered money from Alex Jones to go check out Antarctica, and they keep saying no. Eddie Bravo is adamantly against going south. So is Hibbler. They say you can't go. That's their answer. You'll get killed, you'll be misdirected. They're not even open to the possibility. They're not even willing to get in a boat and go to the edge just to get a lot of attention to point out how you can't go. And so this is a very gatekeeperish documentary, if anything. Why are you even discussing the notion that the most compelling explanation for a false model of the world would be to constrain human migration? Why would you even posit that and then say, oh, but you can't go anywhere? When you have Bill Hicks offering to pay for you to go over the edge. Okay, so we've been talking about the man who fell to Earth. Again, a lot of it is pretty much about the Earth being destroyed by human parasites, and this guy from another planet comes down and he sees that we're making the same mistake. Again, here he is in the movie, in the trailer, burning as a Burning Man.
Valley of shadows, and become. I had to step into a new skin.
Okay, here's the part where he says, rise like Lazarus. Which ties in.
Lazarus.
Okay, so Lazarus. So Bowie's video Lazarus was released, as part of the album and the play. It all came out pretty much after he died. But this ties in to the man who fell to earth. It represents his ascension. So Lazarus, released on 17 December. It was the second single from Black Star. And of course, Starman, Star Child. This is the Space Oddity connection. And of course, Starman is the guy in the Tesla Roadster. Okay, so in addition to its release on Black Star, the track is used in Bowie's off-Broadway musical of the same name. And when you look at these meta-scripted characters, you find that they're often interrelated. It is noteworthy to me that Bowie and Elvis have the same birthday. Elvis died at 42, David Bowie, DB, 42, and the number 42 is generally associated with falling. And there's even more here in the Man Who Fell to Earth trailer worth looking at that has some very heavy Saturnian symbolism. I'm going to pull this trailer up again. It's on Showtime. It's premiering tonight, and I'll be watching it because I've already discussed, I've already talked about this Man Who Fell to Earth and part of the Bowie storyline connected to the space storyline and even connecting to Bezos and the trajectory of his life, building this big corporation so he can afford to go to space. So after he rises like Lazarus, he becomes this tech billionaire, and he compares himself to Willy Wonka, which is kind of noteworthy because if you've noticed, Elon Musk has been trying to associate himself with Willy Wonka, with his boring company, purchasing Gene Wilder's house, toying with the idea of producing candy, and then his eccentricities. He's very much like Gene Wilder in some senses on purpose. And in The Man Who Fell to Earth, in the trailer, he compares himself to Gene Wilder for a moment.
My desert bunker, which is shaped like an egg. They call me a tyrant, a king, a tech god, Willy Wonka.
A tech god, Willy Wonka. So I haven't watched it yet, but I can already detect that there is something of an amalgamation here of Musk and Bezos kind of built into him. Again, Lazarus is an obvious connection to Bowie. And what he does here, though, is he walks up to this box, and it is a six-pointed star. So this is a Saturn reference. It's a hexagon. And of course, Black Star, the Bowie album, has Lazarus. And this is an individual here who's something of a star, a tech god, and he's a man who fell to Earth. So there's some interesting connections here already just in the symbolism on this trailer.
Well, today, this one drops the R. In this box.
I also want to point out that the Burning Man festivals, there were 33 of them, they were happening at Black Rock City, Nevada. So Black Rock City, Nevada, Burning Man for 33 years. They interrupted for COVID, but then last year, on the anniversary of where you would normally have a Burning Man festival, Kanye West, a rock star, sets himself on fire. And so this Phoenix ritual thing tying into this character is also noteworthy. And again, he's holding this symbol of Saturn, this black rock in his hand.
I hold the next step on the great timeline. But before I show you what's inside, I want to tell you my story.
So this, to me, also reminds me of so many ways they've represented this symbol, but I don't want to get off track. But if you ever looked into the Hellraiser series, the lament configuration and the character of Pinhead, this psychopomp, has a lot of interesting Saturnian references. But I'll be doing a review of this now that it's premiering. Again, it's a man who fell down to Earth, or the man who fell to Earth. Okay, let me see. I'm going through your comments. Angst G says Lazarus creepy video. Yes, I would say so. The David Bowie album, Black Star All Around, is somewhat creepy. I guess you would call it jazz or gothic rock. Let's see. Lazarus is a swan song, according to his producer, a self-epitaph, a commentary on his own impending death. I mean, how often do we have musicians mentioning that they're about to die in their latest tweets, their latest Instagram posts, in their albums? We recently discussed Prince. His death anniversary was just a few days ago. And there are some connections between all of these death fakers. They exist in the same fictional universe. The official music video for Lazarus was uploaded on 7 January. Now, he died 3 days later. His birthday, again, was the 8th, which is Elvis's birthday. And Elvis had a song before he died. I believe it was also called Black Star. Okay, so they say he died of cancer, I believe 69. Let me take a look. And there was someone else who passed along the same time as him. It was a guy who was the head Slytherin. Yeah, see, the cancer symbol is symbolized by a sideways 69. And at the time we were looking into this, there were some suggestions that the word cancer in this context, in the context of a hypothetical death faker, could be an astrological reference. Because just as the sun hangs on the cross for 3 days on the winter solstice, during the summer solstice, when it entered the crab, we're talking about an astrological symbol, Cancer, it moves sideways like a crab for 3 days. And in the video, you did see a lot of this, like as you can see here, he's posing like Christ. So I'm more likely to conclude here. I would say that this is a symbol of a sun worship reference. It has to do with the astrological significance of the symbol 69 and Cancer, the zodiacal symbol, not a terminal illness. In fact, like Lazarus, so Lazarus comes back from the dead, and after Bowie died, several days later, he came back dressed up as one of his producers, Jack Steven. And I've seen other footage of Jack Steven, and it's not the same guy. He's like, you borrow your friend's wardrobe for some reason. You borrow a jacket. Well, no, he's like, can I borrow your persona, your identity, your face? That's what it looks like. Because this is obviously Bowie in a wig. Not only is he in a wig, but he's got some kind of plumper. Maybe he's wearing some padding, but it's definitely the same guy. And he shows up on Sky News. So just as Lazarus comes back from the dead, Bowie comes back from the dead. And there's a few parts here where it gets pixelated. And I think they intentionally pixelated it where it was too obviously him. And even with the contacts that he's wearing, you can still detect a dilated pupil. David Bowie died of cancer, 69. I don't think so.
It's taking place here. So obviously David Bowie, you can hear
Got a short clip here from Roddy Piper.
the voice, the mannerisms, and also note where he makes a mistake and he stumbles a few times and he refers to himself as David Bowie, as I, when he's asked questions as a music executive, but he's talking like he is referring to.
He says, when David Bowie died, a part of me died, which is what you would expect him to say. And you see this grin on his face? You know what? Eating grin? Like, what is that? It's Duper's Delight.
Of fortune music, and
it's actually Fortress music.
Fortress music.
Okay, now you see the pixelation over his face? Now, I saw this when it first aired, and I was like, wait, why are they airing this if it's so badly pixelated? Well, I think they did this to cover up. And even here, it kind of looks like the trademark David Bowie image where he has the lightning bolt over one eye.
In Jack Stephen, he is director of Fortune Music,
It's,
and
it's actually Fortress music.
Fortress Music.
Yes.
Do beg your pardon,
never
Jack.
mind.
Fortress Music, and worked as in the music industry as an executive in the Bowie era, and also Bowie's fashion sense we're going to talk about as well. It's influenced the era. And Lizzie Zeta, fashion stylist, is with. Welcome to you both. Apologies again,
No
Jack.
problem.
I mean, but perhaps first sum up how you felt this morning when.
Okay, here it is. Here's where he says that a part of him died when David Bowie died. Yeah, it's because the character that you were portraying.
And you heard this.
I was just saying earlier that I actually felt that part of me had died. I mean, I have to say that's how much an influence he is, I think.
And again, more pixelation covering the obvious resemblance. So this has been covered at length, but it is consistent with the storyline, Lazarus rising from the dead. Going through some comments here. Rich Flat says, Neil Tyson says you can't see the Earth curve in Bezos' flight. Is he implying the video of the curve is faked? Well, they mix and match, you know, they're so ambiguous about it. And these days, it doesn't even matter, I don't think. You know, I don't think people can tell the difference. We've passed the point of no return. If you can't see through some of these bigger psyops, it's because you've been visually dumbed down. And I think someone who gave this away recently was Douglas Trumbull, who did special effects for Space Odyssey. And he said that the organic effects look so much better and they age better than the digital effects, which don't look as good because it's still a medium that's just developing so rapidly. And so, my point being, we have generations growing up on digital only, not organic effects. And so I think this has impaired their ability to see through the BS. So I look at many examples of videos on Twitter. Starship lands and people are amazed by it. Their jaws are dropping. They're having their overjaw effect. They want to go to Mars. They're making life plans to give up everything and go work for Musk and make candy in some space gulag. And then someone at the bottom after 2 million views and retweets is like, you know guys, this is CGI, right? The thing is, you can't tell. It's just not possible. So Smarty Pants says, oh, that's not him. Yeah, this is not supposed to be him. This is actually supposed to be Jack Stephen, not David Bowie. I never saw a difference here. Let me go and play another clip.
Earlier that I actually felt that part of me had died. I mean, I have to say that's how much an influence he is, I think, to me and to thousands and millions of people around the world. And strangely, I'm surprised. I sort of lived through John Lennon's death. Elvis.
Oh, John Lennon, death faker, came back as Steve Jobs. Let's not go too much further before addressing this. Now, okay, here we go. When Steve Jobs died, Wozniak came out and he said, when Steve died, he said, it's like losing John Lennon all over again. Let me play that. This is a very obvious one, and when you look at the symbolism, the storyline, Apple Music, Apple Computers, it gets to be pretty obvious that yes, John Lennon is a death faker and definitely came back as Steve Jobs. But now listen to Wozniak when he heard the news that Steve Jobs had died. It's the weirdest thing, because when someone dies, the last thing you would do, I would imagine, is compare it to somebody else who died, like instantly. But that's exactly what he does.
Nobody likes floppy.
Now, this is again Steve Wozniak. We're talking about how he's tearfully remembering his friend Steve Jobs. They said tearfully in the title here, in case you notice there's no tears.
Of where I was when the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, when I heard that JFK had been shot.
Oh, JFK, another death faker. And Bowie, disguised as Jack Stephen, just mentioned Elvis, so there's another death faker.
Through John Lennon's death, Elvis's death.
You see what I mean? They all exist in the same fictional universe.
I was so stunned because I have very dramatic memories of where I was when the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, when I heard that JFK had been shot.
And by the way, when JFK was shot, Meatloaf was supposedly there, and he saw Kennedy's blood on the Ford Lincoln at Parkland Hospital. So again, backstagers, they're all part of the same script.
And I'll never get this memory out of my head, just where I was, just getting a phone call from a reporter. And they just said, "Have you heard the news?" And I instantly knew what that meant. And that was just a total shock. Like, what do you say? It's like the world lost a John Lennon.
So the world lost a John Lennon. Okay, again, look at John Lennon and Steve Jobs. What is that? Sounds like a joke. Sounds like he's reciting something. But again, the death fakers, they refer to each other as legends. I've seen a lot of key words that they use. And the 27 Club, they're not always 27. There are often other hints. I'm not sure exactly what that number means. I mean, it may have something to do with Saturn Returns. I don't know. All right, let us continue. We're talking about the new movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth, in the context of Bowie, David Bowman. Of course, David Bowman, we're talking about from Kubrick's work, and David Bowie. The resemblance here, or the similarity, I think, is in the bigger trajectory of their world stage characters. The thing about David Bowman merging with the Monolith, becoming the Star Child, that corresponds to Starman. And of course, the Starman was launched into space with the David Bowie song that plays along with it. And it's also an anagram for Mr. Satan, which may also relate to everything else here. Starman, David Bowie track. There's also a movie called Starman, answering a NASA message intended for aliens. A man tries to, Jeff Bridges. It's Jeff Bridges' movie. So many movies about alien contact, and this is like a replacement for, I think, Angels. There's the Promise of Salvation. They're, super high tech. They can cure all things. They can solve all things. I mean, the alien in The Man Who Fell to Earth forms this big corporation and becomes the wealthiest man. Look, Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster dubbed Starman. And now this one has the Bowie tie-in, which is essentially also therefore a Kubrick tie-in. Because again, the Bowie character, I think, it definitely corresponds with the David Bowman and the Kubrick trajectory. And they even played Space Oddity during the Apollo 11, during the BBC presentation of it. Okay, so there's a mannequin in the Tesla Roadster, and on the dashboard it has "Don't Panic," which is a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a movie obsessed with the number 42. Another 42 connection. This to me was a major disappointment. Just that it's such an obvious hoax. There are so many ways you can call this thing out. There's even an actual frame in the presentation where you can see that they're in a movie studio. Like, they kind of give it away. But I was so disappointed that no one had any kind of, I don't know, skepticism at all. It was like, take that, flat earthers. And I'm like, take what? It's a cartoon. The dark side of the earth is dark. Yet, in most ISS footage, the dark side is lit up like Christmas. I mean, there are hundreds of inconsistencies here. Plus the bubbles. If you watch the video, there are bubbles. I mean, part of this is shot in that desalinated pool where they do the ISS. That SOB says that's definitely him. Yes, it is. Steve Jobs definitely exited stage. Legends never die, says Lean Dion. Yep, they mostly fake it. The last album by Bowie is called Black Star. Yes, and of course, Lazarus was a self-epitaph. It was a rest in peace me. He knew. How did he know? And the Elvis connection is noteworthy. The Elvis birthday being consistent. Elvis and Bowie. You know, there's this channel, Jurassic Liars 26, and he's picked up on a lot of these various storylines that have to do with Elvis and the whole vax thing. And he's picked up some interesting things that are all connected through birth dates. Like, on Bill Gates's first birthday, Elvis Presley got a vax on TV live, you know, October 28th. But he sewed together all these different aspects to it, and it seems like that there is definitely a discernible script if you can recognize how they reveal who the characters are. And so the death dates and the birth dates are highly significant, which makes sense considering that it's all astrological, astrotheological. But the Starman correlates to the star child of David Bowman / David Bowie. Copaesthetic says Black Star is Pluto. Pluto is the darkest planet. Could very well be. It could be. I'll have to look into it. We live on a flat plane. You know, the solar system's flat. You know, whatever you think. If we're in a heliocentric system, it's flat, with the exception of Pluto, that goes, 17 degrees below the ecliptic plane, which makes it the ruler of the underworld. By the way, the Dawn Day 2 event, we were talking about the symbolism of the Burning Man, the Phoenix, Kanye West, burning on the anniversary of the Burning Man, which usually takes place in Black Rock City. These things were all, I think, very much connected. But anyway, this Tesla Roadster in space thing, I've been, you look at the symbolism of David Bowie, David Bowman, and the Black Star, and then here you have this new movie, this time played by a different actor, but he brings out this black six-pointed star, well, a hexagram on stage. I think it all ties in pretty well, though. I'm not quite sure where it's all going. I have a few ideas. But you can't really separate, any of these death fakers. They all live in the same fictional universe. There's no way you can believe that Musk and Bezos are in any way somehow competitors or against each other, because they're participating in the same ruse. Their special effects aren't in competition. You notice? It's not like Bezos is coming up with better special effects and making the rest of these guys look crazy, because they can do anything. They can literally do warp speed. I mean, anything you can do in computer animation, you can just present to the public. So they're somewhat constrained. They're on this stage together, obviously sharing the same quote technology or special effects. Ellen Crook says David Bowie is born Davy Jones, same name as the frontman for the Monkees. Black Star is a reference to Saturn according to Judaic beliefs, says Infinite Muse. See, I would more say it's Saturn. I've been thinking about this because you have the closest luminary, the brightest, the sun, and the furthest in this context, you would say the Saturn. And the idea in the myth of Saturn brings the darkness. Saturn is the dark. The sun is the light. You have this duality. Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader is one way that they portray this. But the sun god is always dying, and the night wins for a time, then he's reborn. But I think that Saturn and the sun might be the twin poles, the opposites, the black and the white, the light and the dark, positive, negative. It may just be that. It would make sense. But now the David Bowie thing, his death, his posthumous Broadway play where he's Lazarus and he rises from the dead, and then he shows up on the world stage. Yeah, this is all very consistent with these death fakers. They love to gloat about it. And he got away just in time before the cancel me crowd went after him. There's some interesting things in his background. The thing about Bowie that I find interesting, though, is he introduces a lot of the thelemic stuff, a lot of the Crowley stuff, definitely the androgynous stuff. That stuff was all consciously put into his music. So the space age was a big part of his music. It was he's this alien. He's introducing these thelemic concepts, but none of it's accidental, and that's why his music has been used with the space program. The very first music video in space was Chris Hadfield performing Space Oddity. And of course, we have to remember Space Odyssey has predictive programming for COVID and for the incoming space 9/11. Now, of course, Pluto, does it exist? Does it not exist? The whole point of it, I think, is that mainly they bring it up as one, the Pluto return thing, I think, is significant, returning to the point where it was in 1776. But I think that right now, the significance has to do with this Kraken thing. And Pluto is the underworld, Hades. He's the ruler of the dark side. Some of these characters somewhat overlap, like Marilyn Manson, for example, in the context of his dispute with Evan Woods, mirrors Evan Woods and her confrontation with the Man in Black. And so both Manson and Ed Harris, as this Man in Black, portray these very Saturnian characters, controlling someone in their little Saturnian matrix of cycles, cycle of abuse, cycle of time control over the synths in the simulation. But at the same time, they are both very much like Hades, kidnapping and controlling Persephone. And that's very much emphasized in the documentary where Manson says to Evan Wood, "Don't fall," as the very first thing he says to her. Of course, "don't fall," obviously a joke or a reference to the idea that Persephone goes into the underworld at the autumn equinox for the fall and winter. Okay, let me go ahead and open up phones here. I believe I have a couple of voicemails as well. CERN 666, they're trying to open the gates of hell. Symbolism will be their downfall. It's a video from BitChute. I bet the Mandoozled are going crazy right now. If your Mandela effect is, I guess what would you call it, breaking out right now? If you're having a Mandela effect outbreak, it's likely because CERN is being activated right now. So call in if anything's happening. Yoga Pants Deplorable has joined us. Erica Bear says Rahu. Yeah, this is a possibility. Let me play some voicemails and then we'll go back and catch up with recent headlines. Got a text message. "Hey Tim, love the show. Keep up the great work. I'll buy an NFT soon." Yes, tonight, since I'm not working, after this I'm going to go restock inventory in the store, both digital and physical art. There's a lot of artwork shipping out, and you'll notice that generally within an hour or two after the live stream, I'll go through and I'll print out labels and you get the tracking numbers and you can figure out when things are arriving. I got a voicemail from Lynn last week and she suggested that I join Rockfin for purposes of research and seeing what happens with this Eddie Bravo show. So I did join Rockfin and I actually applied to see if they let me in. So I'm going to say it right. I'm going to call it Rockfin unless they continue to blackball me, in which case it will go back to Rothkin. Okay, 833-311-1984. We've been talking about Jeff Bezos as Nimrod, Jeff Bezos as the man who fell to earth, as a composite character combining Bowie's Man Who Fell to Earth with Dr. Evil. Yesterday I mentioned Aisha Curry being a deep faked Miley Cyrus. If you haven't seen that, I just put a picture on the screen. The symbol of the Tower of Babel being connected to Bezos is very significant, of course, tying into America as Titanic. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, it's Eric Britton. I called in last night. I was a new caller. Thought I'd give you another call tonight. How you doing?
Yeah, very good. Hey, did you catch the article, the newsletter, or the news about Bezos building a headquarters that looks like the Tower of Babylon?
Yes, and I think the title, that's very interesting. I love how you tie everything back to the, to either some sort of mythology, Greek mythology from the stars, or, something from a religious doctrine. It's very interesting, man. It's crazy how the patterns are always followed.
Yeah, I think so.
Mind-blowing.
And I think it's not even a matter of opinion at this point. It's just an observation. And
yes, exactly. I mean, it's like I was explaining like the whole thing about Persephone, and that when it comes to the girl that went missing, the van lifer. I can't think of their names.
Gabby Petito. Yeah.
Yes. I was trying to explain because my wife got so mad. She understands that I've began to see everything like as a hoax, and she don't buy it 100% yet, but she's starting to see it. But she got flat mad at me about that one. She was like, "How can you say it isn't real?" And it's just like, wow, you're falling in the trap. And then I was trying to explain to her what you were saying. I was like, it's following this pattern, so it's just a part of this time of year. So and she wouldn't get it, but at least I planted the seed,
Well, a lot of people haven't or probably won't ever even confront the notion that their religions aren't based on facts, that these are stories, that these are interpretations. And so they think the news is completely objective. And so if you start off with that, you would never arrive at any of the conclusions that we've arrived at, which is fine. I'm not trying to convert. However, you can point to things like Jussie Smollett, and the media's immediate reaction was to embrace the story as real. And until it came out as fake, people treated it like it was real. So that right there shows you that if you accept the face value of their stories, you're likely to be duped. And how many times are we not privy to the fake news? Is it have we already seen all the hoaxes? Have they exposed it all? No, of course not. They bury these things.
It's like I've just now come around to no one cried, no one died on 9/11, and it's just because I've always had one of those gut feeling and minds that didn't believe what I was seeing on the news. I've been that way for a long, long time, but not to the point where I was seeing it correctly. Like when 9/11 happened, of course, my first gut reaction was, "Oh, it's an inside job. We did it," But I still thought people died. I still thought that it was real. That and then it just over time, it's just taken years for that programming to break down, and now I fully understand what.
That's a tough one. It's weird, but it's difficult to let go of the idea that there were actual victims when you emotionally responded and even grieved or whatever, which some people probably did.
Yeah.
And then I know people who they're like, "Oh no, that was obviously a hoax. That's a hoax," but that had to be real. And it's like, why? And the main point I make here is that the mainstream media does represent, I think, the new state church, and that's why they give us myths and stories.
Yeah, it's like to me, it's like almost, it's like you say, if you can't go somewhere and actually physically validate something, that with some physical evidence, then it's okay to go ahead and allow it to possibly be a hoax and it's like with news now when it comes to like local news, Like, there's a news station here in this town. I live here in Arkansas, and it's like I could go to down the road if they said a building burned down or something, and I could physically go see if that happened, and go, okay, that was a real news story. They reported the truth as far as I know, from what I can see. But when it comes to these worldwide news broadcasts, when they're verbatim, brought to us with the same script on every news channel in every state and every country. Those it's just impossible, and you can't. And when there's no way to actually physically go see if what they're telling us is true, and especially with stuff like the space program and different things, it's just ridiculous. You can't prove it. So
have you seen those montages where they show you how all the small local newsrooms across the country will read the same script?
Yes, like it'll be in the same. Oh yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
The thing is, we have. I think we have made an error, a philosophical error, maybe a logical error, when we accepted the burden of proof for media claims. Where I think it was right after Kennedy was shot, anybody who questions the news is now a quote conspiracy theorist. Whereas they're the ones telling the story. They need to bring the evidence, and the public standard of evidence has been lowered so far that we're just collectively being lied to, and those of us who see through the lies still have to go along with the big ones. We have to go along with the mob. We have no choice. 2020 proved it.
And it's like I was talking about this today with my wife. It's like, okay, Kennedy, that whole thing happened before we were born. I DoorDash. I was a part-time job, and I was listening to something today while I was writing orders about Martin Luther King. And it's like these stories about these people that were assassinated and stuff in our past before we were born. I was like, their life stories and the whole thing about them getting killed and all that. I was like, it's just too perfect. Like it's a book, like it was written, for us to enjoy as entertainment, but it just don't ring as real to me. Like it doesn't taste right. It doesn't pass the taste test with me.
And look, people assume things. They assume that JFK was shot and their grandparents saw it and their great-grandparents watched it. Well, no, it wasn't even on TV until Geraldo Rivera aired it like 12 years later.
See, and so why do our parents misremember? See, I told my wife, I was like, what if the illusion is so strong? I was like, this whole thing is, I was like, what if our parents are actually in on this? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if they are actually, part of this whole thing? Like, it's crazy, man. But I mean, it just don't make sense the way that like the older people in my family and stuff will try to tell me that this is the way it happened, and it's right. They're misremembering. It's crazy.
It's funny. It really is. And misremembering is a good way of describing it, because I always talk about the Mandela effect conspiracy theory, because it shows that people don't know how your recollections can be somewhat malleable, and we have to make a distinction between what you actually remember and when you're recalling someone else's account of something and just assimilating it. And a lot of people they take secondhand information without vetting it. But
and I don't. Yeah. I would have never found you more than likely if I hadn't jumped on the flat Earth wagon for a long time, and so I'm glad I did. But it was it's just sick to me how flat Earth, has been. I mean, I realize now that I was duped by that, by many of the ones of people that I used to listen to that I know are working with the system. You know what I'm saying? Like some of those guys, especially the ones with that A map and all that. I know that there's issues, and it's like I didn't see it at first, and it's the flat Earth, and then this Mandela effect, the way that they're acting, like especially attacking you over questioning it. It just, man, that's red flags, man. That's bad. If they'd have kept their calm, been like, okay, you don't have to believe it, and just went on with their way. I'm more cool with casual people that don't overreact to things. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that tells me that they're not trying to hide something.
Well, we did some investigation on this channel. We met people, and it turns out that the first conference organizer, the main speaker, was known. He dated Jimmy Kimmel's sister, And at the final conference they had, the organizer invited Jimmy Kimmel's people in to sabotage it while pretending to not know that they were because they were ABC News. Like, I guess they disguised themselves as ABC News. He pretended not to know. Anyway, no, basically the people who looked into the topic were corralled by a lot of, I believe, MSM connected plants for the purposes of making them stick with this idea that you're under a glass dome and this is biblical literalism. And I kind of think biblical literalism's a trap, just like media literalism is a trap. You're going to believe everything you read in the Bible literally. You might as well believe whatever you see on the TV literally. There's a problem there. There's a logical error.
Yeah, and that's the dupe. Yeah, so it's like crazy. Like I mentioned last night, I grew up in a Jehovah's Witness family and very indoctrinated, very studying the Bible and these literature magazines and stuff weekly. My whole childhood brought up that way, and I could always tell that they call what they teach the truth, and I knew that it wasn't the truth. I was like, come on. And it took me. I had my whole family disowning me because I left that religion, and then years of deprogramming myself to realize that it was nonsense. Because some of that stuff, man. It's got to be some government like studied brainwashing techniques that they use with the literature with that organization, because it's hard to break free. Like you were talking about the military being culty. It's the same way with them. They know what they're doing. That they can get in your head so deeply.
I had a landlord that was. I had a landlady that was like a Jehovah's Witness, and right after a death in the family, she immediately came over, invited me to her place, and she said, you're not going to die. And she basically told me that death is a veil that I will walk through without dying, and those who did die or who have just died are just asleep. And I thought, so I'm at the house where they have their Jehovah's Witness meetings, and I was being told about it, and I kind of just ghosted her after this. But I thought, what kind of person goes to you after you finish dealing with some situation and then try to recruit you? Because that's when I think when you're malleable, and I'm like, that's when you're vulnerable to being recruited.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's their game plan. That's how they do it.
It sounded good. I'm like, I don't want to die. It's kind of a good pitch.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. So, and one more thing is kind of off topic. I apologize, but I kind of jumped on the Trump wagon there for a while, especially during 2020. It's like the first time really that I ever really paid much attention to a president as he spoke, because he was just on the news so much with everything that was going on with the COVID hoax and everything. So anyway, I'm watching this guy, and I got, for a little while there, I was like, hey, this man is actually, he's out there fighting the fight for the little guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really believed in him for a minute, and I wasn't like a QAnon or anything like that, but I was listening to their information, and it's like, wow. I got excited at times. I was like, I want this to be true. This is great, But I think it's just so obvious now that there's no way. He's just another actor playing.
Well, it's hard not to side with the idea, though, that you have a guy who made his money. Yeah. He made his money. Maybe it was legit, 100%, maybe not. But he's not a communist, and he's at least there for the American dream. Represents, hey, you can still happen. And he's kind of a middle finger to the establishment, the fascists who want to lock down and freeze our economies, and then chanting for the wall, all this stuff. He's just kind of building up hype for the idea of America not being torn apart by, obvious fascist Democrats who operate under false pretenses. And when he said climate change is a hoax, I was like, okay, I can be on board with this at least in its direction.
I never heard him say that. That's good.
I think he called it
came out with that.
I think he called it a Chinese hoax. But the idea was just to even say that word, and then of course he started calling out fake news. But that's when I realized, okay, wait. When he says fake news, it means Democrat news. It doesn't mean psyops. Yeah. So he doesn't quite take you out of the world stage.
No, and that's the thing. Like I got caught up in him so bad that I was like, man, I really was starting to follow him, and it's like, and now I'm like feeling kind of heartbroken, disappointed, because I'm like, man, I know that he's just another. I know that he's not going to stop anything. He's not going to, he's not going to actually do the things that we want him to do if he's that hero. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he's still on that world stage and still a player in it, even if he is outing a lot of the things that we don't agree with. Like it was kind of like a heartbreak for me for a little while. It still is,
It's nice to
But
think he's a
I
rogue.
hope he surprises me. Like, I kind of hope he surprises me.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he's a rogue and that he's just sending out dog whistles, little hints like, yes, I'm on your side. He's a wink, a 17. And so it's a very good pitch. The fact is, though, the QAnon story can't be separated from the bigger psyops like 9/11. I think it has the same authors. So I'm not quite sure what it all means, where it's headed necessarily. But yeah, I don't think the guy's an autonomous actor going against a deep state. I think that he's part of the story, and we'll see though.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays out, man.
All right, appreciate the
man,
call.
I appreciate you letting me call in, buddy. You take care.
Awesome. Call back anytime. All right. New caller there. Yeah, the Trump pitch is a very strong pitch. It's better than how dare you. It's better than shut down the economy. It's better than the New World Order's church being fully implemented, as this new utopia. One size fits all, a crack pipe in every pocket. But no, it's mostly, I think, an illusion. A Space Force would almost guarantee that. I mean, is there a chance that he's some kind of secret savior working for the Kennedys who are actually the bloodline of Christ? Like 1 in 1,000 maybe. But it's diminishing. And I also think you can't separate the QAnon thing from the obvious implementation of a cult ideology, church universal triumphant, that General Flynn has pretty much brought all of his people into, his QAnon inner circle. They're all part of it. They're all praying to the angels of the 7 rays or something. Trumper thinks Princess Diana and Jackie O are alive and helping to rule the world, and knows gematria. So we've played some of these
first of all,
clips. I'll play a short clip again here. This is true. They do believe this. And this does tie in fact, to the Church Universal Triumphant, who had this belief in ascended masters, people who die or fake die, but remain accessible to you if you can channel them in order to help humanity overcome the darkness and the workers of darkness. So you have the great white brotherhood that you invoke. Well, here you have the white hats fighting the deep state, and your death fakers like Jackie O and Princess Diana as the ascended masters.
y'all are so cute. I love the outfits. I would like detailed explanations on every single shirt. Ready, set, go.
Right? So, living, and we know living, ruling the world, and you don't take down evil by being quiet or silent, right? So people need to understand who they are. Do they look like them today? No.
You think Princess Diana is still alive?
Absolutely, 100%. Do you?
So the story is Princess Diana is going to expose the corruption of royalty. Michael Jackson's going to expose the corruption in the music industry. JFK Jr. will expose political corruption. And there are many, many of these death fakers who are going to come back. Q is actually a LARP portrayed by Marcus Goldfinch, an actor who works as George News. He works at the White House. He works with Trump closely. He's a friend of the Trumps. He knows Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr. personally. His name is Marcus Goldfinch. The media hasn't figured it out yet, but when they do, it's going to be a disaster for the Trumps.
I didn't, but maybe you have something that you know that I don't know.
Well, you know God speaks to us, right? There's ways that we can figure these things out. So if people start learning ABC 1, 2, 3, which Michael Jackson talked about how many years ago, right? And he sang about. So when people start understanding gematria, they start understanding the numbers. A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. They understand how words work, sentences.
There you have it. Gematria, the practice of assigning a numerical value to a name, word, or phrase according to an alpha numerical cipher. So a lot of this to me is more or less an exercise in confirmation bias. There are patterns. Now, Princess Diana, is she alive? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's David Furnish, married to Elton John. Uh, Jackie O, is she alive? 120 maybe? I don't know. Now, the shirt that she put on has Melania Trump, Jackie O, and Princess Diana, and it says Divine Feminine. So they are worshiping. This is idol worship. What else can you call this? JFK Jr. is their Christ. And I've also pointed out recently that Hollywood. Hollywood is an unproduced script by Marilyn Manson. And Hollywood is about JFK as the second coming. And they shot him. So JFK Jr. is the new hope. And they call him in the song the President White, who's going to unite the world. The song's called Coma White. But yeah, the song itself, Hollywood, is about JFK dying as the second coming and his son being the third savior coming back. And the release of the video was actually delayed because it happened around the time, it was released around the time that JFK Jr. crashed. JFK Jr. crashed on 7/16, which is the anniversary date of, well, Eyes Wide Shut came out on that day, but also Apollo 11 launched from Kennedy Space Center. The Kennedy death dates are very much connected with a lot of the Kubrick works. It's a very consistent theme. So tonight we've been talking about Dr. Evil erecting a Tower of Babel in Virginia, Bezos as a modern-day Nimrod, Dr. Evil, the man who fell to Earth, composite character like all the rest. Here's an image of the space plane from Space Odyssey arriving on the twin-cylindered space station, very reminiscent of the plane going into the Twin Towers. Same director. Again, the approval that he needed, I guess that's gone through, so there's going to be a helix-shaped headquarters approved out there in Virginia. Jeff Bezos is literally building a Tower of Babel. And again, this is just sort of an affront to God, is the idea. Nimrod decides to build a tower. It offends God because he's basically going into an area where he's been, it's not his home. It's not his head. He's not supposed to go up. He's supposed to remain down here on the face of the earth, and he goes and he invades God's territory up there and gets his tower knocked down. Just as Bezos continues to build his wealth, aims to become a trillionaire despite the globe's obvious wrath. The globe doesn't think it can sustain any billionaires. So what's it going to do when it sees trillionaires? And the first people who get into mining asteroids will be trillionaires. Jordan says he believes they're all alive, but not due to Q info. Yeah, same here. Many of these are likely legitimate death fakers and hoaxes. I don't know if the Q story is true, if they're actually going to bring them all back. I mean, there's so much mis and disinformation in here. Another one is there's a character named Negative 48 who brought a lot of the JFK returns mythology into the group. And some people think that this is actually JFK Jr. wearing a mask. And, his voice did convince people that this was him before he ever showed his face. So this could be the face of the third coming of Jesus. All right, let's see. Phones are still open, 833-311-1984. Let me go through the rest of the notes that I took. Mostly we were discussing the composite character known as Pope Bezos. Tom Cruise is trying to play Doctor Strange. I touched on this earlier, and this is very significant. Doctor Strange is essentially Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons had his high priestess, Marjorie Cameron, also the Scarlet Woman. So for Doctor Strange to be in a movie with a character known as Scarlet Witch not a coincidence. That's a Marjorie Cameron reference. The greater significance, of course, here, I would say, is that if Tom Cruise wants to be Doctor Strange, he's identifying himself more or less with Jack Parsons, which plays into this bigger space drama. Jack Parsons, by the way, blew up at the age of 37 in his laboratory, another fiery death associated with this space program. Nimrod is a biblical figure mentioned in Genesis and Chronicles, the great-grandson of Noah. So this is the character. And from WorldNet Daily, I came across this article and it gave me this ad. Are the ancient stories in the Bible actually a template for what happens in the news today? And I can say unequivocally yes. But I don't think it's God speaking to us. And the advertised book there leaps to that conclusion. That, yeah, you can find God speaking to us in all these pop songs. No, I'm sorry. You're not looking at the God speaking to you. You're looking at whoever's writing this stuff. To immediately think that some advanced technology is from the gods is not very advanced thinking, and it's very fallacious. You would call it the God of the gaps explanation. I can't explain it, therefore a higher power, when the higher power has not yet been established. Again, wanted to bring this up. When Bruce, very similar to Bruce Wayne, set himself on fire in DC yesterday, and he's dead now. It was a climate change protest. Here's Joaquin Phoenix burning like a phoenix after real-life protests for climate change. The Burning Man that burned himself in DC was 33. This is in 2019. 33 years prior, another Burning Man did the same thing in the same area. Right above the Joker's hand, like a ball that he's tossed up, it's the DC logo. So the Burning Man Phoenix DC is the story here in this picture. So for this guy with a name like Win Bruce to go to DC and set himself on fire for climate change is beyond coincidence. This is, again, a ritual. And so I'm kind of suggesting here that the burners, the chaos agents, the ones who bring about the destruction, the ones who were engaging in the rioting after the Joker movie, were from the left. So this time, following the Batman movie, I think the scripting is pretty clear that we're going to expect more right-wing style terrorists, more Riddlers out there. And again, the subway shooting, the entire thing was scripted to go along with the new Batman movie to help convince the public that yes, we are actually looking at a new threat. Now here's the article. A Colorado man lit himself on fire in DC in front of the Supreme Court building. His name, Win Bruce of Boulder. Last year in Boulder, we had that King Soopers shooting on 3/22, a super day for a psyop. Thrustazar says Doctor Strange is tall. Is that why Tom Cruise didn't get the gig? They could CGI it, couldn't they? That would be a deal breaker. Just the fact that he's attaching himself to that character. Mike Tyson punching the guy on the plane, fake news. A witness there said that those injuries wouldn't have been from Tyson's fist, that he wasn't punched hard enough. So looking at Will Smith and Mike Tyson and these headlines, I think all attention is pretty much good for your ratings. And I'm pretty sure that's the intention here. It's a PR stunt. I'm trying to come up with one of my own. Not quite sure what yet, but it seems like a good strategy. The American people don't believe anything until they see it on television. Richard Nixon. Then you have William Casey. We'll know our disinformation program is a complete success when everything the American public believes is false. Yep, I would say mission accomplished. David Bowie, Death Faker, Lazarus reference in the new man who fell to earth. Not coincidental. That black stone, black rock symbol, the hexagon, worth looking into. I'm going to watch it. So I'll do a review on the new man who fell to earth. I'm glad it's a series and that they're not trying to remake the movie that generally doesn't work well. Okay, let's see here. Hacked Vote says, I love how both groups think that JFK Jr., Michael Jackson, and Elvis are working behind the scenes to save the world. At the same time, they believe the above people have time to wear masks and pretend to be Trump at a rally or musicians for the Stones. Yes, that's true. The Rolling Stones concert out in Dallas, I believe the QAnoners were convinced the Rolling Stones were Michael Jackson, JFK, and Elvis, and someone else in disguise. I think Keith Richards. They said Keith Richards was actually JFK Jr. No, JFK. 106-year-old rocking it out as a Rolling Stone. Here's a link to a ritual you may have missed. On the 1-year anniversary of September 11th, 2001, there was an all-seeing Eye of Horus ritual with a bunch of people marching around it like zombies. Some kind of CERN ritual. And by the way, if you watch that Donde 2 event that happened on the day of Pluto return, it looks like a CERN ritual.
Being down here now, as different as it looks, I still have those visuals, those images in my mind, in my head.
We're on, as a nation, officially now.
The suicide bombers, it happens in Israel on a daily basis. Those are the things we have to.
I'm just watching some strange ritual, not unlike some of the strange stuff we watched in 2020, or these Olympics that open up with these ceremonies that seem to forecast the future. Like the London 2012 Olympics, you have all kinds of foreshadowing for 2020. Here's a tweet from the 20th, just showing you some examples of bad hopium. The QAnoners are constantly falling for stuff like this. According to Search for Truth, and this started 4 days ago, today the mass media has been ordered to begin 10 days of disclosure containing real news happenings, no longer called the 10 Days of Darkness, or they lose their broadcasting licenses. So they're still waiting for this emergency broadcast that will signify the end of the deep state. They said that Trump-Pence was a sign from God. The trumpets would be blown and the world would look, and the bad guys would be routed. Anyway, this was 4 days ago. So we're 6 days in, no, 4 days in, there's 6 more days of darkness, and they haven't done this yet. But you'll notice these tweets are very popular. False hope sells. And when they realize it's not going to come true, they come for another dose of false hope. It's a very common thing. It's common with religions. Sometimes they're hoping for the end of the world. I call it doom hoping. And the QAnon thing is very much doom hopery. They want the world to end so that they can call it out and say, I told you so. They want Dark MAGA to come out and lay waste to their enemies. They're hoping for 10 days of darkness, which represents 10 days of watching the bad guys being subject to executions. So I fail to see the bright side in all of that. Oh, by the way, one more thing about Bezos I want to point out. Jeff Bezos is kind of suggested, I believe, in the character on The Man Who Fell to Earth. And he's holding that black box shaped like a hexagram. Well, anyway, I think this might relate to the West Texas clock. He has a clock that he put inside of a mountain. Bezos built a giant 10,000-year clock inside of a mountain in West Texas. It's 500 feet tall. Now, this clock, I think, is another way of referencing their god of time, Kronos, Saturn, same deity, also represented by the black cube or the hexagram. So you see the Man Who Fell to Earth holding a black rock hexagram, very consistent with this Saturnian symbolism and this cult. And what's more, Bezos paid $42 million for this clock. This number is used a lot with Elon Musk, and again, the man who fell to earth, Starman, Elvis. A lot of 42s are connected to all of these things, and it all relates to the same central deity, this lord of time and cycles, Saturn, Kronos, death. So a 10,000-year clock that he paid 42 million for, yep, it's just a ritual prop. Just pointing that out. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. I will be putting the replays and the archives up tonight. So if you're missing any archives, just go search Infinite Plane Radio on any podcast platform. Amazon Music is one. There's also Audible. Spotify is now carrying video. So pretty soon I'm going to start putting videos into Spotify. So it's another place to catch us as well. Anyway, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. This is Auto Hoax or GTFO. And we will likely be back early tomorrow morning, East Coast time. Alright, good evening everyone. It's April 23rd, 2022. Lots of interesting news today. We'll go through all of it. A lot of things happened since this morning. We were actually live at the beginning for Infinite Plane Saturday. This is the other end. And on nights where I work late, we'll be bookending it like that, morning and evening. So whether you're on the west or the east coast or bottom or top of the flat earth disk, you can catch Infinite Plane Radio live either way. So let's see here. Commenter Vigilant Patriot spelled the Q says, I've donated to this channel. I'm ashamed. Why are you ashamed? Oh, I see here. And he thinks that I'm anti-Q. If you want to call in and talk about it, I'm not hating on the 47th president. I'm not hating on JFK Jr. If you want to call in, the number's on the screen, 833-311-1984. And if you believe that the Kennedys are the bloodline of Christ and that they're here to save us, please correct me if I'm wrong. I would think that the Lord can defend himself, but if you feel like you need to defend who you believe to be a stand-in for Jesus' second or third coming, whatever it is, yeah, call. It's just that I know your stories, and I know that the story about the Kennedys as a divine bloodline fighting an ancient war isn't new, and I know too that the story of JFK as being Jesus Christ is a core belief within the QAnon circle, and that Q is JFK to many of them. So I'm not mocking it. I know your story. I just doubt the veracity of its claims. And, to kind of underscore this, I have reason to think that the QAnon story is actually something devised by Stanley Kubrick, and it has to do with a bigger storyline about a returning Christ. And I just don't think it's real. I just think it's part of a world stage drama, a mass deception. But if you want to call in, please do. I was also talking to someone in Discord today about the whole idea of people who see through the Matrix, becoming violent, was introduced to us really through the Matrix movie, where the people who see through the world and they recognize, oh, it's all an illusion, they become insurrectionists. They arm up, they put on trench coats and sunglasses, and they fight the system. I'm not really in favor of fighting the system or going off the grid per se. I think these are just cliches. But they created this along with the red pill, blue pill thing, which, as you notice, the red pill became a right wing thing. Left goes woke, right goes red pill. It's the same thing, it's their extremes. My point is, this was introduced, and then right after The Matrix came out, within a month, you had the Littleton shooting, the Columbine massacre, where they're dressed like Neo. Now, this ties in, I think, to David Icke, who's been banned consistently in the whole conspiracy world from the beginning for the things you would expect. You know, anti-vax, 5G phobia, anti-Semitism, etc. Well, anyway, his book, Children of the Matrix, really started the adrenochrome conspiracies. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going, Tim?
Very good. Is this first-time caller?
Man, it is. My name is Eric Britton. I've been in the chat a few times, but it's the first time I've ever called in.
Oh, cool. Appreciate it. Always like to hear from new callers. Tonight's topics, we're kind of open. Gorilla deniers, the ice wall. Will Big Brother stop Meme-ageddon? What do you want to comment on?
You know, man, you just said something. I don't know how caught up I am in the stream here, but you just talked about how the Matrix movie had brought to us the attention that the people that see through the Matrix, the illusion, they arm up and they go fight the system. And I've never heard anybody point it out that way. You know, it makes so much sense because I don't agree with that either. I don't think that arming up and becoming violent is the answer because I think that might be a trap, so to speak. More of the brainwashing or the mind control through the movies like that. I think they want us to think that, you know, so that we get ourselves thrown in prisons and jails and different things like that. That's just a very good point, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Anybody point that out before? Yeah.
Well, it occurred to me that a lot of the left-wing propagandists who disguise themselves as mere actors, they portray themselves as heroes in movies with big guns. It's just gun pornography. And I'm like, in the real world, I'm looking at them and like, these people are anti-gun in the real world. So like, which is it? You want to make guns yeah, they're obviously contradicting themselves. And I think, well, maybe this is actually anti-gun propaganda disguised as entertainment because it scares people about guns, which it's the purpose is what I'm suggesting.
Yes, exactly. And you know, another thing that I deal with that I would like your advice on actually is the whole, you know, okay, the things they're showing us on the news. Obviously, it's become so obvious that the things they're showing us, you know, about you know, this conflict over, I can't even think of the name of the country. It's drawing a blank. Anyway, that Russia's invading supposedly. Like I feel like everything that they're showing us, the clips and all that is all just propaganda. And then I have, you know, like a neighbor who has a son in the military. And so I have no doubt that there are people serving our country, that that's what they do as a job. But I think that the whole thing is there's wool being pulled over the eyes on all of us, even the soldiers and the servicemen. And it's like, I respect somebody that joins the military. I certainly don't want them to think that I am downplaying what, you know, they may go through. But it's just, I feel like that the you know, the illusion that they're creating is so strong that it's hard to even know exactly where these people are going to fight, you know, and why and what they're going through. I mean, it's heinous, man. Like that they actually put people's lives out there on the line like that, you know. And I have respect for the servicemen, but at the same time, I don't believe that the things that they're telling us are going on. These conflicts are real, you know?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? And you're dealing with people who are in a very, I would say, insulated environment. When I was in the military, we weren't allowed to listen to Alex Jones. I only heard about Alex Jones because I was told not to listen to him, and I went straight to the library. But that was just me.
Yeah.
So there's no way you would know. And then even within, the units that are involved aren't going to talk to the other units, so they're certainly not going to tell their family back home. So I always take secondhand accounts as kind of just, okay, more likely just rumor. And could there be mass deception on this level to where they can fake large scale events? It's definitely within the realm of fakeable. And then you see the guy with his fishnets and stilettos, and he gets the Grammy Award, and I'm like, okay, it's really getting difficult to define here where the real begin ends and the movie begins. And so I'm
You see a
super
lot of people
skeptical.
that's coming home from the military and these types of conflicts, like years ago when we had things in the Middle East going on. A lot of my friends, that was in, I was in my 20s at that time, so that age group went and served. And some of my friends and associates have PTSD and these different mental illness things from their service. And, it's like, I sometimes wonder if some of that might have been a result of whatever it is that they were put through, and was it even real? You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean to say that it wasn't real, but I'm sure that it was real for them. But what I'm saying, was it really what they were telling them that it was? Was it really this, the reasons that they had for being there or for whatever happened?
Right,
It just
right.
seems like a lot of mental illness came out of it.
Well, you're dealing with security clearances. It's a hierarchical organization, and everything's on a need-to-know basis. In my opinion, it's a huge cult, and I believe that the whole basic training process was a cult initiation indoctrination, and I think it's about the idea of stripping you of your individuality, breaking you down, and then building you back up is what they say from the very beginning. That's very culty, and I've joined cults subsequently, and I'm like, yeah. And one thing about leaving them, it's hard to leave them. It's hard to leave a group, and there's so much pressure put on me to stay behind. And the way that I was outgrouped, they said I had short timers attitude, meaning that I was getting so close to my end of term of service that I wasn't spending as much time starching the creases on my uniforms, which wasn't true, but I was already being like out processed mentally by these people. So yeah, we're talking about cults, and society's a cult. Everybody believes in global warming. So it's like whatever they say is true.
I grew up in a very culty religion called Jehovah's Witness. I don't know how familiar you are with them, but they are like that in that they are constantly training their people to believe that they have some kind of superiority over other people in the world because they label the other people worldly, and then they paint these pictures in their articles of their magazines of worldly people not in their suit and ties passing out magazines, and then they show them getting destroyed in the future coming Armageddon, which should be happening about now. It's like so I totally understand how it is to be a part of something where they want you to stay. They do not want you to leave, because if you leave, then that breaks the programming. And it took me years to come to terms with the fact that they're just brainwashed. So my whole family's in that, and it's a very, very strong effect. It's so strong that it almost makes me believe that there has to be something beyond, like a group of men who meet at a economic forum and come up with these ideas. Like this whole thing, like who is behind it? Like who is behind all these cults and this brainwashing?
Okay, you bring up Jehovah's Witness.
AI? What is it?
Look, this is one thing I found, is that the more I investigated all these different groups, is I called it a hydra, because there's a common template. So you talk about the angry Jehovah that's going to judge the worldly. Okay, well, the globe judges the worldly with its global warming, if you notice. It's the rich. So the idea that we live...
Hydra, that was a perfect example. Yeah. It's like a bunch of heads of the same beast.
It is.
Wow.
And so to me, you said, is there something bigger here? I think that our question here, what we talk about mostly, is almost more philosophical than mere media criticism, because we are getting into collective delusions and big what I would call humanity's codependent bondage with media, which I think was formerly bondage with religion, and I think it's just been transplanted. But I think there is a bit of a power dynamic, and humanity has just kind of seeded its mind, its skeptical, critical thinking faculties to quote experts or whatever on the screen. Not that there aren't experts. I'm not like, but you know what I mean.
So it's hard to interrupt. I find it very hard to believe that there's ever going to be any type of EMP or major power outage, because that's going to snip off the mechanism they're using to get into people's heads with all this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just can't see that being, unless they find some other way to transmit the signal. You know, I just can't see them cutting off our TVs and our internet when they're using that in the media as the main form of their propaganda. And
Sure.
it's you know, it's because
It's
wow.
this. They
Man,
like
see, I
they
started
like
listening
that.
to you about.
They like the idea though of
Go
a
ahead.
button they can push. That if we hit this button,
Yes.
everything gets turned off at once. And look, there is no doomsday button, and that's one of their main schemes here. One of their main scams is to convince you that one person with a smart bomb or one person with a vial can end it for all people. And I just think that's a myth. It's it's an illusion, but it's powerful.
Like, who is the nutcracker though that's sitting? I mean, I'm not saying there's one. I'm saying, like, who are these people, and like, why have we never gotten whistleblowers to admit? I mean, it's like, is it people or is it some sort of, you know, sick fucking artificial intelligence that was designed a long time ago? That's, you know, I don't know, man. I just really have a hard time getting my vision through the fog to that point where I can see what it is, you know, and if it's human or if it's electronic or, you know, or even spiritual. I could say there could be something that I can't fathom, you know, that could be called that possibly, you know, but it's just, what is it that's behind all this? You know,
It's a good question.
It's the question that we've got to find the answer to.
Who are the metascriptors? And I feel like we're looking at their footprints. We're looking at clues, and we're identifying individuals who have no plausible deniability, and they have to know about the main orchestrated events. So we have certain persons we know, like persons of interest. Stanley Kubrick's a big one, but there are many others. And so that's kind of what we're doing. And if we follow the common threads, it leads somewhere. And I'm not sure who's at the top of this. You know, the architect in the second part of the Matrix. You know, who's the architect? Who's the author? Is it the demiurge? Is it the devil? I don't know.
See, it's crazy how they use the movies to brainwash us, but also they show us elements of truth, and it's about being able to pick out what's in there that they're letting us see if we see it, you know. And that's why, man, when I started listening to you, it was probably 6 months ago, and it just, I mean, it has been an adventure, man. Like, your shows are so, like, and it's because I was like, oh my God, I found somebody that thinks like I do, is what I felt like, you know. And then I realized there was a lot of you, you know, with the Discord server and all. You know, it's just amazing, and the music and everything, man. It's just this whole thing that you have helped create and lead, man, is great. And I feel like it is a threat. And so, like, whatever that is may out itself for a second if you keep this steam up and going, because I believe you're giving it. I believe that you're putting the, you know, a threat out there good enough that it may show itself, and then we will know what it is.
Interesting thought there, and I appreciate that. And you know what, you're right. We've maintained a steady think tank despite all the, you know, really all the attempts to disrupt this thing, and we keep reconvening, and the text message alerts help, but we have a good system now, and the Discord server is approaching 500 people. 500 people who are at this level of media critique, and this isn't mainstream.
That's right.
So it's not even
And
alternative.
the thing is we don't have to pick up guns. That's the thing. It's like what you said. Violence is not the answer. It's thinking outside the box, and it's using, you know, it's using what we were given, what we have, you know, our facilities to outthink this thing or outgrow it, you know, out process it. You know, it's like, it's just, there's no reason for guns. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a trick. And so it's beautiful, man. If anything came out of tonight, it was when you said that, and I really appreciate that, because I don't know how many, you know, there might be division amongst us, even in this group, how they feel about violence and if it's needed. But I personally feel like it's not. It's not. It's just a trap.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they put that out there to pre-brand anybody associating themselves later with the red pilling situation as being somehow violent insurrectionists. They put the seeds there long in advance, and it's given away in all the clues. Dylan, Storm, Roof, all these characters. Dylan connecting to Littleton. Anyway, yeah, it is a fascinating thing that we're doing here. The whole topic to me is very entertaining. Just the fact that we have enough objectivity to know what we're actually seeing when we're watching the news. We recognize propaganda. We're pretty adept at it at this point. So appreciate you being a caller too, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean I love it, and I'm telling you, man, I listened to the callers call in, and I've always thought I'm going to call in one day, and I'm going to sound just like them. I'm so excited because I can feel their energy, because it's a great thing that y'all have going on, and I tell you, man, just to keep it up because I need it. You know what I'm saying? Like I need that. Like I just got the text message alert, and I was like, oh, thank God, it came at the perfect time. But I tell you, man, another thing, just one more thing real quick, I want to squeeze in, I'll get off here. This whole thing with realizing that some of these people that we've known our whole lives from the television, like different actresses and actors that we have always thought were real, just giving me the thought or the possibility that they might not even exist. They could be a holographic image or some other technology, deep fake. Blows my mind, dude. Like I'm just like, oh my God. So some of these people that we've worshipped, I mean, not I was no starstruck person or nothing, but you know what I mean. All of us had our favorites, and it's like, man, they may not even be real, and that's crazy to me. But that's another good thing that came out of this. That's really opened my mind to this. You know, it's
Yeah, exactly. There's just a level of augmentation to our reality that borderlines on reality TV that's just been normalized, and they've pushed us or they've pulled us onto the stage collectively. That's their big trick. We're on the magician stage. And that's why I call this the
I
metascript
hope I
view.
get to shake your hand one day, though, because I've always thought too. Damn, what if Tim's an illusion, though? like his thing is good if it is, man.
Oh yeah.
So hopefully, man, I'm gonna meet you one day and shake your hand and be like, okay, good, your flesh and blood. I can mark that off the list. We're good.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to bring a metal detector to make sure I'm not like a synthetic bot or something as well.
You're right. You could be really advanced technology.
Yep.
Right,
All right. I
man.
appreciate the call very
Thanks for letting
much.
me call in, man. I really appreciate it, and looking forward to hearing the rest of the show, man. Thanks.
Awesome. Likewise. All right. First time caller. Been listening for a few months, and we cover lots of things, but our basic approach, the methodology here is pretty much the same. Just extreme media criticism, and also not going along with artificial barriers between entertainment, news, and entertainment. There's not necessarily distinction. On the screen here, I have a movie that starred Al Pacino called Simone, or Sim 1, and it's about a person who doesn't exist, but nobody knows that, and she becomes very famous. Let me play the trailer.
Victor Taransky has discovered the perfect actress.
Who is Simone? We know so little about her.
You can't hide her forever. Simone.
So basically, though, the long and short of it is she doesn't exist.
Digitize.
Are you ever going to tell the truth about me?
I'm going to tell the truth about you after you're...
So he creates a deepfake. Al Pacino here fools the world, and this is doable. And even if you're not talking about an actual digital deepfake, there are characters who are portraying themselves as celebrities, but are still just basically puppets. Their every word is scripted for them. I've heard Donald Trump referred to as a heel by people who use that term, in wrestling, like he's just a character, and I kind of think that could be the case. I have a great deal of skepticism as to how much of what we're seeing is organic and how much of it is purely scripted, and I tend to think it's more scripted than not. And when you look at 60 years, we can look back. There's 60 years of media going back that far, which has references to Donald Trump, as weird as that sounds. And if you've looked into predictive programming, you know what I'm talking about. That alone says we're not looking at people who are organic like we are. Truth Hurts 2021 says we got to stand up to the deep state so the Democrats don't eat our babies. Trump 2024. Well, by now, this is so bad at this point. 2016, save the babies, save the children. 2020, save the children. 2024, it's like, is it save the... They're old enough to vote Democrat by this time. It's too late to save them. All right, let's go ahead. Let me play a few more seconds from this. This is a pretty good movie, Sim 1.
Thank you.
Why didn't she thank you?
Did she?
No.
And the lies that have a life of their own.
What's the matter, Victor?
So there you have it. And they portray this like some kind of science fiction fantasy when it's probably the reality that we've been living this entire time. It's probably even worse than this. And for the most part, there is a great deal of indication this is already occurring using masks, which we'll get into. We'll talk about the Justin Bieber weekend thing really briefly. Because I noticed the weekend was hosting Coachella. And the last time I saw the weekend, he was hosting the Super Bowl halftime show. And he came out with this gruesome head wound thing. He kept walking around with this head wound and this bandage on his head. I'm like, what's the point of that? Well, now it's kind of making sense, maybe. Because Coachella was previously hosted by Kanye West, where he pretty much played the role of God or Jesus, and he had the crown of thorns and the imagery. Here you have it, a passion of the Kanye West. So I think it's kind of noteworthy here that one year, or for a couple of years, you got Kanye as the face of this. And of course, the whole crown of thorns Christ thing. But he's been replaced. And he's been replaced by the guy with the gruesome head wound, which is kind of anti-Christy in a sense from a metascript perspective. Interested to see what you think about that. I mean, these are all rituals anyway. There's a reason why they do Coachella around the Holy Week and all this stuff. It's all tied to the same cult. Lean Dion says Trump said 45 and 47 in footage recently. Well, there's still a huge resurgence. I mean, the whole Q thing, it's growing. It's not going to go away. And there are still people who believe the whole thing about JFK coming back from the dead. In fact, I have some more footage. Here's one where she explains that Jackie O and Princess Diana are still alive. And in my view, again, we're looking at a cult. General Flynn is responsible for a lot of this, as are some others. But this is a cult that is basically a template from the Church Universal Triumphant, where they worshipped people who died but come back. They call them ascended masters. And so in this new iteration of this same cult, and this is the one that General Flynn was busted using its prayers. He has QAnoners praying to the angels of the seven rays or something. Well, anyway, it's a cult of channeling ascended masters. Well, here they're worshiping all these dead celebrities. They may as well be channeling them. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
Okay, first of all, y'all are so cute. I love the outfits. I would like detailed explanations on every single shirt. Ready, set, go.
Right? So, living, and we know living, ruling the world, and you don't take down evil by being quiet or silent, right? So people need to understand who they are. Do they look like them today? No.
You think Princess Diana is still alive?
Absolutely, 100%. Do you?
I didn't, but maybe you have some.
Now, to her point here, I don't think Princess Diana is dead necessarily. I think that the whole ritual of the moon goddess Diana being associated with her and she crashes into the 13th pole, yeah, that's very fishy. However, I also think that in all likelihood, Princess Diana is David Furnish and now married to Elton John. So it doesn't quite comport with what they're suggesting. And what's more, I believe that there were some articles about JFK Jr., who is their returning Christ, who had an affair with Princess Diana or David Furnish. I mean, take your pick. And what's even worse, and this doesn't really speak well, of the whole Q phenomenon itself, John Kennedy Jr. had an affair with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yep, she bragged about it. Ghislaine Maxwell hooked up with John F. Kennedy Jr. I think this was in let me see what year it was. It says here, happened in the 90s, early 90s, soon after Ghislaine started establishing herself in the New York social scene. He went to her house after a political event. But basically, what it says here, she came back giddy. Something about George Clooney, very gross stuff. But yeah, basically she had a one-night thing with JFK Jr. And this is, of course, believed by QAnoners to be the guy saving everybody from her. So was this before or after she started the whole trafficking thing? What do you make of that? If you want to call in, the number on the screen, 833-311-1984. Unbelievable. I mean, she goes everywhere. She's the Forrest Gump of sex trafficking. But yes, there you have it. Major contradiction. I don't know how they can deal with that. Okay, let's play the rest of this clip here. Woman at the Trump rally explains how Jackie O and Princess Diana are still alive.
Something that you know that I don't know.
Well, you know God speaks to us, right? There's ways that we can figure these things out. So if people start learning ABC 123, which Michael Jackson talked about how many years ago, right? And he sang about. So when people start understanding gematria, they start understanding the numbers. A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. They understand how words.
Okay, there you have it. Gematria. The New Age Q cult. Definitely. And that's part of this whole thing anyway. This channeling cult. It is New Age. QAnon is New Age. Leon says, Light of the Seven is the religion in the Game of Thrones. The seven-pointed star. Interesting. I wonder how many death fakers they gather around. You got JFK, JFK Jr., Michael Jackson, Diana, John Denver. Am I missing anyone? I bet it's exactly 7. I bet it's exactly 7. Rourke66 says it's the calm before the storm. Well, it's been 7 years of calm. At least. David Pryor says he was playing 5D chess by sleeping with her. What's it going to take, though? Like, what if you found out that Trump was sleeping with Ghislaine Maxwell? Like, would that change anything? How do you know he didn't? He went on Lolita Express, did he not? 6 times. You know, how would you even step on a plane named Lolita? Like, you wouldn't know the implications of that. That's pretty much damning in and of itself. Okay, so today, or rather yesterday, there was a man named Bruce, Wynn Bruce, W-Y-N-N Bruce. Instantly, I thought, Bruce Wayne. No, actually, this was today, the 23rd. Colorado man lit himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court. He died. So I guess what happened is Wynn Bruce went out in front of the Supreme Court building there in Boulder and burned himself. We were talking about the symbol of the bat as Phoenix, as represented in the Batman franchise, and how it connects to all these various psychological operations and staged terror events. So this is kind of interesting that you have a kind of a subtle Bruce Wayne sounding name here, kind of a subtle tie-in with a bat Phoenix Supreme Court. Does it mean anything? I don't know, but it's noteworthy. It certainly stands out. Also, if you go to the art shop, I'm going to be listing some new NFTs. I have this new penguin design where I've used an infinity sign to give it feet. Just a link in the chat for those of you who've been collecting the NFTs. All right, let's continue. I want to go through my notes here. I have a number of things that I earmarked that we have to cover. This idea, though, that these dead celebrities are fighting the deep state, that they are part of the white hats, it's actually stolen from the same cult where they believe in the Great White Brotherhood. So the Great White Brotherhood is actually fighting the deep state, and they're just basically helping by channeling in the cult. But what they do here, this is the interesting parallel too. In the Church Universal Triumphant, they channel the Ascended Masters to help fight the war against the deep state. Well, what do the Trumpers do? Well, they go to the chants and they look for encoded messages. You know, they're basically reaching out. Yeah, those are infinity feet for walking an infinite plane, infinite waddle, I guess. Anyway, just the latest design. I have lots of those if you go to my Instagram account. It's Tim_Osman. This morning we talked about gorilla deniers, and I suggest that they are doing it for clicks. It's not an observation, and I think it's great that this exists because we can draw a distinction between calling certain news events faked or hoaxed and denying reality. I'm not in denial of reality, and most people aren't. Even mainstream media believers, they're not technically denying reality. They're just believing things that aren't true, which is not the same necessarily. It kind of depends. A lot of it's ambiguous. For example, it's subject to opinion. Do you believe in global warming? You know, it's like, which computer model do you trust? But they can't say you're a denialist for not believing it because there hasn't been anything you can point to as direct evidence of it. So for someone to say something as ludicrous as gorillas don't exist, well, that's blatant reality denial. You can go to the zoo and clean up a cage on a volunteer basis, and you'd be hard pressed to prove to anyone that that's actually coming from humans in costumes. But that's the level of conspiracy conjecture you get when there's no fact checking. What we're doing here isn't mere conspiracy conjecture. I would consider what we're doing is more about making observations. It's an observation, not a conspiracy theory, that most of the school shootings are staged psychological operations. It's not a conspiracy theory. David A. Pryor says, one fake gorilla on the ISS doesn't mean that they're all fake. Yeah, the ISS is taking us a level deeper pretty soon, as they have a movie studio being built on the space station. So if you think about it, you got a space station, now you have a movie studio on the space station. Well, if the space station itself is a movie, then anything that's filmed in the film studio on the space station can't technically be better or more realistic than what's in the space station, if you understand what I'm saying. Because it would be like having actual, like, real world stock footage inserted into a cartoon. You can't have that shift from fake to very real without it being jarring. So I don't know what they're going to do. Like, in other words, if Tom Cruise goes up and films a movie in the ISS and he floats around like Sandra Bullock did in Gravity, it's not going to make any sense, because in the space station itself, they dangle, obviously, from harnesses. So that's a problem. And it might be easier just to let the Russians shoot it down than to confront that problem. And I do think that is actually within the script. In fact, I just got some news a little while ago. I believe that I believe that there's some space junk news today where they had to actually dodge something. This is a more common story. Russia performs course correction of ISS to dodge space debris. Debris forces space station to move. Mind that satellite, the mission to clean up dangerous space junk. So what do you think? I mean, we predicted this. This is all foreshadowing, in my opinion. Russia on April 23rd performed course correction maneuvers to save the International Space Station from colliding with debris. Now this is, again, following Roscosmos talking about dropping this 500-ton orbiting sky cathedral on America. Hopefully Seattle, if anywhere. Lean Dion says dangler knots. I think they're actually hanging upside down too. Like, you can see the blood going to their heads. And I point this out because this is an architectural feature, and I believe it's intentional symbolism in plain sight. If you zoom in on the space station, it does look very 9/11-y. It looks like Twin Towers with the break in the middle. And in many of the new pictures you'll see circulating about hypothetically how it's going to fall, different manners of it. You know, like they have images of the ISS burning up in the atmosphere, and it looks 9/11-y. There's no other way to describe it, and I believe that is intentional. Okay, let's continue here. I've been looking at this account, Donnie Darkened on Twitter. Highly recommend it. And he brought something up here. In 2019, there was a parade in Italy where they had a massive living image, a giant puppet of God Emperor Donald Trump. He had a sword with an 8-pointed star, the Illuminati eye on it, etc. And then he's got the laurel wreath. I don't know if you've seen this. Massive, giant Donald Trump puppet. But anyway, Emperor God King Trump. If you're watching on the screen, it looks to be about 33 feet tall, if not higher. It's big. So, I don't know what you make of it. Giant animatronic god Emperor Trump. But we're entering the phase, I believe, of dark MAGA, which has been trending for a little while here, which we'll get into. Because one of the headlines I noticed is that at this last rally, Trump is cussing. Trump cusses at rally, discussing all the mean things J.D. Vance said about him. I've seen a few headlines suggesting an attitudinal shift, that Trump is going dark MAGA, as they say. Oh, here's another update regarding the individual, Bruce Wynn Bruce, the guy that set himself on fire in front of the courthouse. I wonder if this means he's a climate change martyr. So apparently on Halloween 2020, he tweeted an article or responded to an article that says climate change, the science and global impact. His name is Wynn Ellen Bruce. Anyway, what he put here is the date of his death and a fire emoji. And this is 2 years ago. 4/22/22. So he kind of foreshadowed something here. Opinion, a man set himself on fire. We barely noticed. Now, I don't know how recent that exact comment was, but he did comment before. This is from the New York Times. And this has been happening a few times. This is a different article, though. This is referring to... This must be a publicity stunt. I was thinking he was a climate change activist, but the name is very Bruce Wayne sounding. That's why it stood out to me. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the headlines here. A few other things. QAnon chronicles COVID-19 is, the vaccine is snake oil, but injecting old urine into your arm is good. What is going on? It just keeps getting worse. And these have to be agents. I hope they're agents. The Chronicle series spelled with a Q. So they're deep diving. And this is not really any weirder than what we see with the popular flat earth channels, these various remedies they try. But yeah, apparently we've reached the QAnon singularity. What it says here is there's people injecting something into their arms. And this is to counter the plot by the Catholic Church to turn everyone into a hybrid of Satan by putting snake venom into the drinking water. So I guess they're countering that by self-injecting. This is a splinter group that broke away from Michael Protzman, the QAnon group that were hanging out at the scene of JFK, his death, his assassination. Wow, this is not a pretty scene. Anyway, we've explored this side of the QAnon group, but it's getting pretty outrageous. Let me go ahead and play this clip from Stu Peters. He's one of those who spread the rumor about the hybrid of Satan thing happening with the water supply. And I believe he's also a rapper. I checked out some of his videos.
I told you months ago, multiple times, that Q was going to be hijacked by the deep state. Just like they try to muddy the waters and taint every last little thing that America First patriots and conservatives get into. And guess what? I was right. If you need any more proof, what, Fox News? These are people that you trust? Paul Ryan's Fox News channel. Okay, go there and get your news then. It's a deep state operation. They're talking about a Durham indictment right at the time that Arizona audits are going to come out, and you don't think that they're trying to water down the Q narrative? You don't think that that's been hijacked? You don't think it's been turned into a deep state operation weaponized against you?
All right. Anyway, I'm not sure if I believe in a deep state, because the people who talk about the deep state also fail to mention the use of staged events. They seem to think these are false flags. Okay, it's this guy, Christopher Key. So I'm already familiar with Christopher Key. He already went on record saying that you could, yes, Alex Jones's friend, the Alex Jones pal behind urine drinking COVID cure. An infamous anti-vaxxer drew mockery by touting urine as a COVID cure. He got the idea from an InfoWars chiropractor, which says it can also ward off HIV and cancer. Okay, so this guy is back at it. So I remember he was advocating drinking it, which again, to me, I think this is not real. I think this is not even quote therapy. I think this is part of a psyop to discredit people. And this is very discrediting. In fact, Dave Murphy is in the new Flat Earth documentary. I don't even want to watch it. And it's nothing against him, but I think that's got to be some kind of an operation to discredit you. Because now take a look at this. The same guy, Christopher Key, is now injecting aged urine into his arm.
I'm doing intramuscular. I have your iodine, but I'm just going to sterilize it with my own urine and whatnot.
Was that a mason jar? Another clue. Some kind of sick Masonic joke. Anyway, yeah, he's using this, and he's got a pokey, and he's going to actually...
is available in your urine. So stem cells are the base pure DNA cell that will start replicating.
Oh, this is so disgusting. I'm sorry, but this is got these guys are glowing. They look like feds to me. And the guy on the left looks a little jaundiced, a little yellowed. I'm just saying.
Additional cells for regeneration and repair. I mean, everybody's hearing about regeneration, repair. People are flying to Thailand to get stem cell injections done over.
He has the cap in his mouth. Like, is that even good medical practice? Like, this has got to be some kind of a sick joke. It really does. Anyway, we'll go back into this topic later. Here are some unflattering pictures of the guy that, well, passed himself off as JFK Jr. for some time. Like, this in itself was very deceptive. It was a lie by omission. Michael Protzman, aka Negative 48, he's the gematria expert. And what he was doing is he was going on to these live streams where there'd be thousands of people listening. And he would say, 133 equals JFK Jr. MAGA Trump 2024, JFK returns. And he would just spell out the numbers and the letters, just showing us how all signs point to JFK's coming back on the anniversary of his head wound to the place where he was shot in the head. Well, he didn't show up. And this guy had all kinds of people around, and people were convinced he was JFK Jr. for some time, though, is my point. Until someone asked him point blank, "Are you JFK Jr.? Because you sound like him." And he said no. But he kind of led you to believe that JFK was like sitting right behind him. And so it's a con, if you ask me. I mean, that could be JFK in a mask. I kind of doubt it. All right, let's go ahead and go to the comments. Urine junkies, wow. Oh, absolutely. Truth Hurt says, I've seen that guy in a black and white checkered shirt. Well, this guy has pretty much taken a leadership role in the entire JFK is returning thing. It could be a mask, and you know, looking at it, I'd have to line up the eyes. I don't know if I see JFK in there. The guy's good with gematria. I don't know what calculator he uses, but I don't place a lot of stock in it. You can use ciphers. You can encode things. There are patterns that are discernible, but doesn't mean that the words mean something or that their numerical equivalence means that the concepts equate. No, that's illogical. I don't buy it. I never did. You know, I don't like to mystify the facts. The facts are the facts. And until I see evidence, I have a hard time believing things. Like the Mandela effect, for example. The reason I'm skeptical about it is that there's just no evidence for it. If that changes, let me know. By the way, this is a meme that was spreading around and I had to add on to it. It has somebody hugging a big ball and chain, which represents masks, stimmies, mandates, and lockdowns. And I just want to point out that you can mock people for not wanting to let go of that ball and chain. But if you're still holding on to this other ball and chain, the globe ball, then you're kind of in the same camp. Because the lockdowns are going to continue to save the planet. That's the next phase. Void, of course, says food production plants have been damaged a lot this year. A plane crashed into one of them. Yeah, I've seen some tweets going around. I think last year they said, and during 2020 they said, there's not going to be any more bacon. We're all going to eat Bill Gates' synthetic meat. Never happened. I'm not going to eat Bill Gates' meat. Bill Gates, by the way, is the basis for the Riddler if you look at his face, which doesn't make a lot of sense unless you're looking at it from the perspective of the controlled opposition to the big Vax-ageddon agenda is led by the head of the serpent himself. So if you look at the character, the Riddler, and we discussed this at length before, he's just this regular guy with bowl cut and glasses, very Bill Gatesy. It's hard to unsee this connection, and I think it's entirely possible that they deliberately made this connection. I'm not going to eat anything that comes from this so-called philanthropist's meat plant. The movie Utopia had something all about it, and it was basically you had this Bill Gates-esque character played by John Cusack who faked a flu pandemic, brought in crisis actors in order to sell people on a vaccine, and the real purpose of the vaccine was to save the planet by sterilizing the human race for 2 generations. That's the movie Utopia. But the guy was making artificial meat, which is exactly what Bill Gates is into. But Bill Gates is into a lot of weird things, if you believe any of what they say about him. But my contention is he's more of a composite and a construct, and they inserted him into this role, which is pretty much consistent with their patterns here. Now with the food plants burning down, to me, look, it just sounds like more of the same. Hyping up threats. It's like every year, like, we're going to run out of food, we're going to run out of this. I don't think so. We're going to run out of toilet paper. Remember how that went down? And that was even predicted in the movie Demolition Man, which I think there's a double meaning to it. Because at the same time, they're burning our money. So to me, it's the elite making fun of the masses fighting over worthless money. They have people fighting over basically toilet paper. And that's kind of the symbol there, I think, as everything shuts down for the new crown. Eugenics-topia. Great movie, by the way, or great series. They cut it off after 1 season because it made heroes out of the people who destroyed the warehouses full of the vaccine. It had this place called Utopia where all the crisis actors lived. So you ever hear people talk about Crisis Actor Island? This hypothetical place where these actors live when they're not interfacing with us, when they're not... Like, this would explain why I don't have whistleblowers. Where are the crisis actor whistleblowers? Well, maybe they don't live with everyone else. Maybe they're part of the post-reset civilization and they're set apart. And that was the suggestion, that the people who are manipulating our system through our hijacked media or controlled media, which has always been controlled, that they already exist in this place called Utopia. The movie also featured something that we talk about all the time, predictive programming. So let me show you that example here. In Utopia, they had this comic strip, and you had a number of characters who were extremely obsessed with this comic, and they were finding that the comic book series was consistently predicting pandemics, even down to the details, the numbers of dead. So a number of these people gathered at a comic book convention. So you had one group of people who were there for the comics, the comic book geeks. But then you had another group who were looking at the predictive programming. They were looking at the obvious insider knowledge in this comic book. Ars Technica, a dark comic book conspiracy turns out to be all too real in Utopia trailer. Now the thing is, they all know something because they've been following. They recognize, okay, whoever's behind these comics is also aware of things happening in the news before anybody else. So they go and they find out that there's an upcoming unpublished comic. They all look at it, which makes them dangerous to the system because now they know the script. Like, imagine if you knew what was going to happen in 2020 before. Well, what happens is you have a character, RB, who goes around and he basically has to, like in Men in Black, you have to erase the memories of the people who know too much. But anyway, it says here, this is based on a comic. There's a British version. This is the American version that I'm talking about. And this version had many parallels to 2020. which really shouldn't be possible considering that it was, filmed before. But it pretty much, I would say, at the end of it, it put the anti-vaxxers in a positive light, and they kind of had to do away with that. All right, let me go ahead and move on from this. If you haven't seen it, I only recommend the American version. It's got gratuitous violence, but you do have an example of predictive programming and people acting on it, using it as, like following the clues, and then finding that it does lead, in fact, to a conspiracy to shut down the world or depopulate. All right, phones are open 833-311-1984. Topics tonight, we've been covering a few different things. Let me go ahead and go back. This morning we talked about guerrilla denialism, really just as one example of an alternate form of media criticism, which goes from one extreme to the other. You have the people who automatically believe whatever they see on the screen. Then you have the people who automatically disbelieve, but then who alternatively automatically believe something that doesn't come from that source. So, to me, it's an indication of people not knowing what they're looking at, but are just looking for the right source to trust, like people who escape one cult and they just find themselves gravitating to another cult leader. It's like, well, maybe you need a break from cults. Lead yourself. But no, they have to go gravitate towards something else. One moment it's religion, the next it's JFK. This is kind of what I'm seeing here. The skepticism among the QAnon crowd is non-existent at this point. Still waiting for evidence. California MAGA candidate says she's praying for her God to deploy ballot-burning angels. Let's get into this one for just a moment. I mentioned this. Twitter banning ads that contradict science on climate change. Again, climate change is merely a replacement for the wrath of God, and it actually gets you to tithe. You're paying taxes on this premise that you are a walking carbon footprint, that you're just damaging the earth with every step, with every breath. And there's going to be repercussions. There's going to be a flood. Better build yourself an ark to Mars, which is what they're working on. Twitter is going to provide reliable information in the coming months on how it plans to provide authoritative context to the climate conversation. It says they want to do pre-bunks. So they want to pre-debunk conspiracy theories that are yet to be, I guess, codified. So here it says last year's UN climate conference had to counter misinformation by pre-debunking things. Will this change if Pope Elon buys Twitter? I don't think so. Pope Elon is in fact a believer in climate change. I believe he even bought into the whole thing about how digital currency needs to be green. And there's no way you wouldn't be a believer in global warming and still be part of the space program. Elon Musk wants a greener Bitcoin. What does that even mean? Musk wants Bitcoin to become environmentally friendly. So this tells you everything you need to know. Environmentalism has always been the watermelon Marxism thing. Green on the outside, red on the inside. AA says we need to have a garden, shut down the factories. For every person that says you need to grow your own food and stop buying your groceries in the grocery store, really only 1 in 1,000 actually does that, from my experience. I mean, I'd like to know if you grow all your own food. And how many people actually go off the grid? People talk about going off the grid all the time, but do they actually do it? No, usually they don't. Usually they're plugged into the system so they can sell equipment to get off the grid. So they're not even off the grid. There isn't an off the grid, by the way. There's a mental grid that you can opt out of if you choose to be a little more honest with your perceptions, if the gaslighting doesn't, suit you. Check out this tweet. Celebrities who sold their souls. This is a collection of A-listers doing the symbol, the covering of the eye. And when you look at it in this context, where it's hundreds of them back to back, it's hard to deny there's a pattern here. This is all, to me, what it really comes down to is it's the age of Horus. It's the new age. This is their salute, so to speak. As Michael Jackson, I thought he's going to save the children, but he's making the same signs as the baby eaters. And how deluded do you have to be as just to say, there are children that need to be saved. I hope Michael Jackson can come back and do something about all these child predators. It's like saying, well, let's just let the Catholic Church save the children. Like, who would even think to put Michael Jackson in charge of that? Ellie Goering's making potting soil at this very moment. Excellent. Just a question. I mean, it's probably feasible. Okay, let us continue here. I mean, eventually we're all going to be on the Soylent Green. Will it be piped? Some kind of sludge? Drone delivered in bricks? Because you can't leave your house because, your carbon footprints. Like that movie Snowpiercer. Everybody was eating these bars, these disgusting looking bars. I don't know what they were. But presumably they had protein in them. Might have been other passengers, kind of like Wall-E. But that's probably going to be the future. AAAA says carbon tax went up by 25% in Canada this month. Right, exactly, because you can save the planet by giving money to it. They're selling indulgences at this point. Lean Dion says those are bug bars. Okay. Now, wasn't Greta Thunberg endorsing eating bug bars? Or does she just remind me of someone who would eat bugs? Like, I can imagine that. For some reason, I had her associated in my mind with bug bars. I know the environmentalists are about eating bugs, though. And I don't have a bias against it necessarily. Like, I understand that there are different diets around the world and people have eaten bugs. My whole point here, though, is that eating bugs doesn't save the planet. You're not virtuous just because you have a roach burger or whatever you eat. Sorry, doesn't make you better than me. Wearing a mask doesn't make you better. It makes you a fool if you're in public with a mask, because if you wear a mask, you're smart enough to trust the science, but you're not smart enough to lock down. And the truth is, you need to be locked down until everybody's cured. Isn't that the science? Or did the science change? And if you believe in climate change and you're paying carbon taxes because you believe in it, why are you even driving a car? That's very problematic in itself. All right, let's see. The CIA's torture queen is now life coach hawking beauty products. I believe she was one of the persons who brought about enhanced interrogation, waterboarding. And I was looking into waterboarding and how basically it's putting a cloth on your face and dumping water over it. And I'm thinking, how is this any different from the true believers in the latest agenda who actually wear their masks in the shower? If you wear a mask in the shower, are you not? Yep, reasons to wear a mask in a shower from YouTube. Wearing a mask while exercising and showering, NBC. Anyway, my point is this is pretty much waterboarding yourself, which makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Because what they have done is they have taken the 9/11 programming. After 9/11, you had to contact trace the terrorists to find out the origin of the mind viruses that infected them. Then, once you've taken those to Guantanamo and quarantined them, you had to go into their nasal cavities, you had to go dump water on them to get them to admit to this information so you could track it down. So in other words, you had to find the super spreaders, interrogate them, test them, take the virus out, deal with it, inoculate society. Well, now they have it in a very decentralized way. So everybody's presumed infected until proven clean. So we're all the terrorists. So we all self-isolate our home Guantanamo, and then we self-administer, or rather, we self-identify as super spreaders. And then, of course, if you're a true believer, you wear the mask in the shower. You waterboard yourself. To me, it's all about giving into the premise, more or less. So many hypocrites, though. And that's the main thing about the climate change thing, is the hypocrisy is blatant on purpose. The reason why you'll see a Jeff Bezos on a mega yacht is because they want you to associate the wealthy with not giving a damn about the environment, despite what they say. That way, they can continually blame and scapegoat the wealthy for the state of the world. This is the theme behind all of the major movies. Don't Look Up made that the main theme. The Titanic Earth is going to be hit with an iceberg, a comet, because we're not listening to the scientists. If you're looking at the screen, this is from, I believe this is a SpaceX launch, but this is an example of what you'd call a very pronounced overjaw effect. And the overjaw effect is a phenomenon that occurs when you go so high that when the way you see the world changes, you experience a cognitive shift. It's actually called the overview effect. And I have a few problems with this. I've discussed this before. The main problem is this. The overview effect is a cognitive shift reported by astronauts while viewing outer space. I mean, the Earth from outer space. The main point is, when they go up this high, they cease to believe in national boundaries. They see the Earth as a tiny, fragile ball of life. It says here, the effect invokes transcendence and a connection with humanity as a whole. National borders appear petty. So they have a major shift in their cognition after seeing the Earth from space. Now, my problem with this is that in the space station, you don't go high enough to see the whole ball. William Shatner didn't go high enough to see the whole ball. William Shatner says, you look down, the blue down there, there's Mother Earth in comfort. And up there, is that death? I don't know. Now, you weren't far enough away from the Earth. You were like 50 some miles up. You could not have seen the ball. Reproducing the effect. So in 2018, Space Buzz was created, quote, and so when I said earlier that we're in a cult, like a global, worldwide cult, I don't think that's a stretch. I don't think it's hyperbole to say we're in a cult, and if people are offended by the implication that they've been brainwashed, let me go ahead and read this to you, because this is an example of what I would consider to be cult indoctrination. Also, thanks. We appreciate the support. Masked, vax, normies all around me, at work, out in public, but not at the IPS. I'm trying to fix the Godzilla sound effect, by the way. But listen to this. In 2018, the Space Buzz project was created so children around the world can experience the overview effect. Now, we jokingly call it the overjaw effect, because what they do to show you the overview effect is they don't show you the Earth from space. They don't. You'll see pictures, you'll see CGI, but you won't see their view. You don't see what she sees. You only see her seeing it. This is the level of this is smoke and mirrors is what it is. 1 minute you're shown some footage that's purported to be the Earth from space. Then you see them, but you never see what they see. You'll see them holding cameras, but you don't see what her eyeballs are taking in. But what they do is they have these astronauts open their mouths really wide because it's jaw-droppingly beautiful. Because apparently when you have aesthetic arrest and you see something beautiful, yeah, your mouth opens up all the way. Apparently that happens. It's never happened to me. I've never had the overjaw effect. But listen to this, though. Space Buzz aims to give children the overview effect with virtual reality, so they can have the same insights that astronauts have when they see planet Earth from space. So it's called the Overview Effect Foundation. It involves Epsom salts, a waterproof VR set, and an isolation tank. So think about it. You put your kid in some isolation tank plugged into some computer, and he comes out a believer in global warming. How is that not brainwashing? That is 100% brainwashing. All right, let's see here. Rourke66 says, look like he's trying to catch some popcorn. Yeah, I believe it's a she, but on Bezos's rocket, they were throwing Skittles into each other's mouths. And I thought, that's a choking hazard. Imagine you're a billionaire, and that 19-year-old paid, what was it, $28 billion to go up into space for what amounts to just basically an elevator ride. When you jump, like when you're a kid, the elevator's going down, you jump and you kind of levitate for a split second. That's what they did. Now, if he had thrown the Skittle into that kid's mouth and the guy had choked to death, there's no way you could do CPR in that thing on the way down. I mean, there's no way you could do a Heimlich maneuver. They're floating around. It would have been a disaster. But yeah, Bezos went to space on July 20th, 2021, on the anniversary of the Apollo moonwalk. This was 9 days after Branson went to space. He went up there with Wall-E Funk and his brother. And the reason why he came out in a cowboy hat, it's very significant. It has to do with the idea of space as the new frontier, as the capitalists see it. Something to be exploited, something unregulated. It's all just imagery. So here's Bezos with his cowboy hat. Space cowboys versus the space commies is one of the themes here. I think also bringing Captain Kirk out there was intended to also emphasize space, the new frontier. But anyway, if you've seen this launch, it's utterly ridiculous. Instead of looking out the window, they're throwing Skittles at each other. If you believe any of this. I don't know. To me, it's all movie magic. It's all eminently fakeable. And it's always disappointing. Like, I guess they don't want to improve their special effects too rapidly because it'd be too obvious that they're using special effects. But compared to movies that I'm watching on TV, it's becoming increasingly obvious, what is fake and staged. And this is why I think it's going to be very problematic again for the first movies to be filmed in the space station using that studio. I'm even curious about The Challenge. The Russians filmed a movie called The Challenge on the space station this summer. What's it going to look like? There's no way they did gravity. Again, whatever they show you from the movie The Challenge in the ISS, if it looks realer than the so-called real astronauts up there, then they have a problem. Dave Hutchins says there's a movie called Space Cowboys. Interesting. Well, speaking of Space Cowboys, there's a series called, it's a documentary called Mars. And the long and short of it is this. Man goes to Mars. The first colony is run by cisgendered female scientists, or women scientists, and they discover life. At the same time, you have a bunch of male space cowboys from Texas who form another colony nearby. So you have two different visions, space cowboys and space commies. The space commies discover life. The space cowboys, using their drill, going up there to drill for oil apparently, cause an earthquake and wreck everything for everybody. So the whole theme is, are we going to repeat the mistakes of Earth on Mars, or can we leave them behind? And then it opens another can of worms, because then we have to ask, can we continue to live on Earth in this manner, or do we need to go full Mars here, full sustainability, lockdowns, etc., to stabilize the climate? So my point with this is that Mars, more or less, isn't a place you're going to go. It's not some vacation spot in the sky that they're promising. No, it's a premise they want you to accept. This is the way we have to live, whether it's here on Earth or on Mars. On Earth as it is on Mars. They're getting you to accept. They want you to accept this as the ideal, which I don't. Lean Dion says Mars mission 2024, same as the show. Yep, doesn't surprise me. And the show, by the way, has a character who is based on Elon Musk, while Elon Musk actually makes a cameo. And this movie is interspersed with documentary footage from real life. So they mix real and fake. So if you were to watch this documentary, you might accidentally arrive at the conclusion that you were looking at a documentary entirely. So, am I watching a documentary about the first Mars colony, or a movie? Or a movie with a documentary about an event that hasn't actually happened yet? It's intentionally meant to confuse, just as the news media does habitually anyway. It's just part of their standard operating procedure. People are confused, they just don't know it. Look, the moon landing is a big one here, because if you accept that, it gets you to accept a whole lot of other things. It sneaks a lot of other things past your filters. But recently I saw some moon dust is being auctioned, and I'm like, that moon dust is obviously sawdust, because, and we played the clip from NPR earlier, the moon dust would have to be sawdust because the moon rocks were all made out of wood. And there's no way to really explain that away. Petrified wood. Moon Rock Museum is just petrified wood. So therefore, the dust from a ground up moon rock would just be sawdust. The Dutch National Museum said Thursday that its prized possession, a rock brought back from the moon, is just a piece of petrified wood. I noticed Neil Armstrong, Neil A, alien backwards. He was paid, wasn't he paid $33 for the trip to the moon? Did anyone come across that bit? They said, what was he paid, or what was it worth comparatively? U.S. government reimbursed Buzz Aldrin $33 for his trip to the moon in 1969. By the way, in the movie Moonfall, the savior of the Earth, who happens to be a scientist, is 33 years old. A 33-year-old savior, but he's a scientist. Commenter says, is the Wood story a psyop, though? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if you had a piece of moon rock to evaluate, NASA would probably go to your house with its SWAT team. Here you have the receipt. Buzz Aldrin was reimbursed exactly $33.31 for travel expenses to get to the place where they launched to the moon. So, $33 trip to the moon. Nothing Masony about that. I've been looking into that shooter, the guy who was in the trunk of his car, and he fired into a crowd. Again, another similarity with the bombing, the Frank James subway bombing / shooting, is they're not showing us a lot of casualties anymore. Where are the dead bodies? Why aren't they actually killing anymore? Well, it's because their crisis actors aren't up to par, and they can't get any of these stories past us, so they're going very minimalistic, in my opinion. I think that the MSM is responsive when it comes to how their stories are being taken, and I think the crisis actors were something of an Achilles heel for the longest time. It was actually kind of easy at one point to go through these stories and find the actors. Okay, let's see here. The American people don't believe anything till they see it on TV. Richard Nixon. True. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. That's William Casey, director of the CIA. That's true. I'm going through your comments. Yeah, the shooter had some connection, I believe, to this belief in Yakub, some ancient, I guess, genetic engineer / scientist. Here goes. So the shooter from the other day, story again, the guy took his own life before he was brought into custody. I believe we have his name. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Here we go. This was a, by the way, it was a DC shooter. Video, okay, and then also he live streamed it. He recorded it and he posted it on 4chan. That's another aspect to it. He fired 60 gunshots over 19 seconds. The subway shooter Frank James shot 33 rounds, by the way. And take a look. The very first picture, it says Clue. He shot a window and it says Clue on it, as in like the game Clue, a murder mystery. That in itself seems a little fishy to me, a little stagey, not quite sure what to make of it. He had a sniper set up. He did his shooting, he recorded it, he posted it online. His name is Raymond Spencer. He posted it onto 4chan. I watched the video. It's eminently fakeable. Again, nobody died, nobody cried, and they don't even have any crisis actors in front of it to give it away. But what you do have are some shots from inside of his home, which kind of reminds me of Stephen Paddock. You know, when he did his shooting, and there's some other shootings as well, where the media manages to get a look into the person's apartment so you can see, oh look, he's got a copy of the Turner Diaries. Oh, Mein Kampf. In this case, he's got an image of Yaqub. The beliefs of the Nation of Islam. Yaqub was a black scientist who lived 6,600 years ago and began the creation of the white race. He is said to have done this through a form of selective breeding referred to as grafting while living on the island of Patmos. Now, I believe this story, yeah, definitely connects him to some particular group. Much like the other guy, Frank James, he had this narrative that guided him. Frank James wasn't connected to anything sensible, though, or cohesive. It's amazing, though, when you go into these stories, how they all echo one another. They're all kind of parallels. His license plate, NDA21Z. Does it mean anything? I don't know. Been looking at the imagery. The thing that stood out to me the most, though, was the graphic from the Clue game. Not sure what that means. Christchurch all over again, says McDirtywork. Yeah, I would say so, because Christchurch shooting was the one where the guy was live streaming the event, and that's actually what led to a lot of the censorship we have on live streaming. Where, I mean, it's not overt censorship, but what they've done is they've made it so that you can't stream on your phone, you can't broadcast to YouTube unless you've been vetted. You have to have 1,000 subs. That means you have to last long enough to get that many subscribers without offending any snowflakes, and that's really difficult. It reminds me of Squid Games, where you have all these people in this gymnasium and they're playing red light, green light, and if you move during red light, when the green light shuts off, you die, you get shot. And only a few people make it to the very end, and it's more luck than anything. And I kind of feel like YouTube is red light, green light, like the Hunger Game, or like the Squid Games, where it's really a gamble if you're going to make it to the end. It's just so capricious. But again, it'll be used as a pretext for censorship. Thrustazar says it was obviously fake. I think so. And yes, Squid Game could be another Kraken reference. I've been looking into the Cthulhu Kraken references. Also, there's a pretty strong Kraken reference when you look into the Batman movie with Riddler. At the very end, you actually have a scene in a stadium very reminiscent of the Dawn Day 2 event, which happened on the Pluto Returns. The Pluto return date of 2/22/2022. The significance there, for the most part, I would say, is that Pluto is Hades, and Hades is who releases or creates and releases the Kraken. So that's kind of an interesting connection. Also, I mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's been referencing 1776, as have all the QAnoners are about 1776. Alex Jones said 1776 is going to come back if you try to take the guns. Like that was a meme that they were pushing. Well, Pluto is where it was July 4th, 1776. Now, if you watch the Batman movie at the very end, it does have this kind of QAnon counterpart group following the Riddler. And again, the Riddler asking questions, Socratic method, very much like Q. But what's more, the movie ends on an election day, and there's a stadium, and the stadium gets flooded when the Riddler's radical followers detonate bombs and flood the stadium. And I think at the end, Batman says something like, "It's 11:06 and Gotham is under water." The movie, though, clearly indicates that there's going to be sort of a right-wing counterpart to what we saw in 2020. I mean, obviously, it'll most likely be staged, provocateured, but this is why you have the dark MAGA memes floating around. There's a really strong desire among the Trumpers to see some kind of pushback. They want Trump to show his dark side, and that's probably why he's swearing. That's why he walked off the set of Piers Morgan, frothing at the mouth. By the way, the Donde 2 event I mentioned, well, you have the involvement there of Future. Future produced that album. Future goes by Pluto. What's more, the mask mandates were lifted on 4/18 by Judge Muzzle, who was 33 when she was appointed and widely believed to be unqualified. So it's interesting that she was even put in that position with her name being proximal to Muzzle. It's actually Mazel. My point is, 4/18 is also the date that Future released a track called Mask Off, April 18th, 2017. So again, Future, Mask Off, 4/18. Just a few interesting coincidences. Also, I briefly touched on this, Mike Tyson punching the guy in the face. I was reminded of something. He had punched another guy in the face. His name was The Game, this producer, when The Game had suggested that Tupac was gay. You heard a fight. Mike Tyson fought The Game. Or so we were told. It was reported by TMZ that Mike Tyson had punched the manager, the guy whose name is The Game, and it was during the recording of a podcast. Mike Tyson allegedly punched, no, it was The Game's manager. Mike Tyson allegedly punched The Game's manager over a Tupac discussion. So apparently he dissed Tupac. So it says on Tuesday, May 28th, The Game and Blueface's manager Whack 100 revealed that they appeared on Hotboxing with Mike Tyson and things got ugly. They turned crazy and hostile when Tupac was mentioned. They added that Mike is still quick with his hands. So I heard the audio of this. Here we go. Mike Tyson confirmed the confrontation happened, and he posted a picture of himself with Tupac on IG, and he wrote, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth." And here you have Mike Tyson and Tupac. Tupac is also believed by QAnoners to be on their side. So they've appropriated him. Tupac is a Q-tard, apparently. He's an ascended master. But he's coming back. His death was faked as well, according to the story. Anyway, it turns out that this fight was fake. I believe it was faked. The video of the face-off has not been released. So this came out, and again, I think it was revealed to have been a publicity stunt or a hoax to boost his podcast. Now he does the same thing on a plane. And I'm thinking, okay, wait. He just saw how much traction Will Smith got for losing his cool and slapping somebody. So he does the same thing on a plane. Well, the guy who got punched, that Tyson punched on the face, his head was bleeding on the side. But another witness said, there's no way he got punched hard enough to bleed. Here's from the New York Post. Mike Tyson didn't punch the victim hard enough to bleed. Mike Tyson can obviously throw a punch, but it wasn't heavy enough to bloody up Melvin Townsend? What do you think? I didn't think so at all. There's like no way. Those look like blood capsules. And he makes this really dumb, sad face for the camera. Like unbelievably dumb. Only a crisis actor could look this unbelievable. This is some kind of a clown show. This is some Borat level actor. There is no way that this is real. It looks like makeup applied externally. It looks like ketchup on the side of his head. It does not look like a real wound. Now, a source close to it did say that it didn't look or sound real enough to have actually done this. Tyson is also promoting his full spectrum cannabis line. And I believe one of his products is like an ear. Like an Evander Holyfield ear. Mike Tyson launches it. Here it is, 2.0. A line of ear-shaped cannabis edibles. Does this qualify as cannibalism? Cannibal cannabis? Mike Tyson's cannabis brand has launched Mike Bits, an ear-shaped cannabis edible gummy, in reference to the infamous bite against American former boxer Evander Holyfield. They're here. Get your bites now, the company said on March 15th. Mike posting a picture of the bag. Yeah, to me, this is just advertising. How do you get heard above all the noise? There's so many distractions out there. You do PR stunts. What does a PR stunt look like? Like what you just saw on that plane. McDirtyWork says, check out Jim Fetzer's bit shoot. Great breakdown on the NYC subway. Sure, I mean, the NYC subway attack, you had somebody in a maroon kind of a trench coat, obviously pouring out the fake blood, dropping the blood bags on the ground. That one was so obviously staged. We looked into this character and his correlation really to the Riddler. That was one of the main things. And there were many of those. There were other connections to the Batman franchise we could point to. A Brooklyn subway shooting, gunman fired 33 rounds. Again, 33. Kind of a sign. All right, this has been great. Appreciate everyone's comments. Of course, new caller. Again, thanks. Appreciate that. I'm going to go back into the Discord server. I wanted to review Level. The truth is hard to swallow. So I will be in Discord and will be more than likely watching this one as a group. If you're in the voice chat, we're doing it for review purposes. So if anyone is interested in seeing, I haven't watched it and I don't want to say anything about it until I've had a chance to actually, give it a fair shake. It's going to have Santos Bonachos, Tanner Stewart, aka the Flat Earth Millionaire. Is he still a millionaire? Eddie Bravo, Eric Dubay, Dave Murphy. Again, it should be interesting. So if you want to watch that, join us in Discord. If you're not in Discord, go to infiniteplainsociety.com or patreon.com/infiniteplainsociety. And if you sign up there, you'll be able to instantly get into our Discord server. I want to say thanks to JT33, Zin Valis, Hassan, Phase Polarizer, Battery 79, Lord Dorkington, P. Trippa. There's a long list here. All kinds of people, Tommy King and others. All the people who pitched in on my gasoline bill to get me to work, etc. Definitely appreciate that. It enables more of this. So really this concludes the second live stream, Infinite Plains Saturday. This is going to be a routine thing in all likelihood. Again, join us in Discord if you don't want to miss the critical review of Level. The truth is hard to swallow. Again, I find that to be a kind of ill-advised slogan considering some of the people that are in it, but, whatever. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, Auto Hoax, or Get the F Out. And I'll be returning to the 24/7 live stream. afternoon, 4/24/2022. Opening track, Auto Hoax by Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. If Flat Earth gets too much heat, you can always just say it's Flat Earthworms. Just got to change the emphasis. Like I changed the L for an I, Fiat Earth, and I tend to get by the filters without them putting the Wikipedia link below everything that I say. Let me see who's in the chat here. And thanks to Chief Crow for that awesome track. It's really been the theme song of, I think, of the Auto Hoax era. Shannon says, thanks for the notification. Kevin Mooring too. Yes, text alerts are going out. There's like 156 people on the, really the IPR vanguard here. So if anything happens, you're going to be the first to know, and we're usually first. We're practically psychic. We're definitely prescient, but it's because we know how to read the script. Joined too by Infinite Muse, Portal Complex, Salty Siren, Linda Curtis, OB Ninja, Evil Coyote, Zin Valus. I saw a coyote the other day. You know, I started the afternoon with a Roadrunner sighting, which I put on my Instagram. And I got back from work, and one of the last things that I saw on the way home was a coyote. Both the coyote and the Roadrunner have interesting myths attached to them. They're associated with trickery for various reasons. I think with the Roadrunner, it might be because their feet apparently leave tracks that make it appear ambiguous. Are they going this way or that way? They're kind of pointing forward and backward. Let's see, joined by Salty Siren, JT33, Portal Complex, Osher, AA, P-Trippa03, thanks for joining. Same with Battery 79. I'm going to go ahead and open phones as well if anybody has anything to add to this. I want to start off with this topic, though, the Tower of Babel thing. Then we'll get into the Batman burning in Colorado. If you didn't see that, the guy who set himself on fire in Colorado, I believe it was an environmentalist or something. But the main thing about it is his name, suspiciously close to Bruce Wayne. I think it's Win Bruce. So Win Bruce, a 50-year-old, sets himself on fire, and it was some kind of a climate change protest. There you go, Bruce Win. And he actually tweeted about it in advance. And what he tweeted was, there was an article from edx.org on climate change, the science and global impact. So on Halloween 2020, he replies to that tweet with a fire emoji and the date, Earth Day, 4/22/2022. So it appears that this Batman went Phoenix. He went Burning Man on us as a climate change protest. Premeditated. I'm just pointing it out because the symbolic value of his name and the proximity to the Batman movie. And we've been discussing the symbolism of the Phoenix in recent years, how it corresponds to the reset, and how the bat has been used as a phoenix since The Dark Knight Rises and these other Batman films that all tie in to contemporary psyops. Even this most recent Batman released on March 4th, the day that the Joker from the Boston bombing has his death penalty reinstated. The movie itself has many tie-ins to QAnon and to specifically Frank James, the subway shooter, among other tie-ins there. So it's just part of a bigger pattern. So we have Joker playing the role of the guy who burns the system down, Joaquin Phoenix, who before the movie was doing climate change protests. So the Joker, Joaquin, was doing Fire Drill Fridays with Jane Fonda and got arrested for it. And they had an image of the earth burning and it said change is coming. So this is all repetition, only it's on the other side. So now it's Batman as the Phoenix in this ritual, which we'll get into here. And his name, Win Bruce. Here's a couple notes about it. A 50-year-old Win Bruce from Boulder, Colorado set himself on fire in front of the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. Oh, he's from Boulder, but he did the burning in D.C., so it's a D.C. Burning Man. Again, D.C. has some interesting connections, connotations with the whole Batman franchise as well, but also with the Burning Man, the 33-year-old guy who set himself on fire on the ellipse in 2019. 33 years after, another guy did it. So these are rituals, in my opinion. Anyway, this activist Win Bruce was a Shambhala Buddhist. He posted his date of death alongside a climate change link or climate science link with the fire emoji. He also had a quote here about from Carl Sagan. Quote, anything else you're interested in is not going to happen if you can't breathe the air and drink the water. I can't breathe. As I've been saying, the I can't breathe slogan has been expanded from just I can't breathe because of oppression from Western chauvinism, Derek Chauvin. That was all theater, but they've expanded it to I can't breathe because of capitalism itself and the system, which requires defense by the police, and the system is inherently bad for the environment. I can't breathe because capitalism. So I can't breathe is actually a slogan, in my opinion. It's a revolutionary communist slogan. Kind of subtle, but in our faces. So Carl Sagan said, anything you're interested in is not going to happen if you can't breathe the air. Don't sit this out. Do something. You are, by accident of fate, alive at a critical moment in the history of our planet. So clearly, Bruce Wynn, citing one of his radical priests, Carl Sagan, was burning himself in defense of ball Earth. Like, what if it's not a ball? What if Carl Sagan was lying? Or just deceived? What if ball Earth is just really code for Baal, as in the Earth God that they all secretly worship? I mean, that's what I think. So this guy immolated himself for some pagan god and doesn't even know it. Or maybe it really was a legitimate protest against the conditions of the world, precipitated by Republicans who don't believe in global warming. And it's your non-belief that actually triggers the wrath of globe. It's not your pollution itself, because if you give enough money to the Democrats and you allow them to force you to tithe or cap and tax or whatever, yeah, you can actually cool the planet's anger. Again, the angry God is really just a way of scaring the public or the believers, and I think that the angry God idea, the flood God, has been brought back with global warming, and we talk about this quite a bit. And this morning I came across this article, which I'll get to, about Bezos, how he's literally building the Tower of Babel right now, and that's the helix-shaped tower, the headquarters in Virginia, which just got green lighted. So I see this article on WorldNet Daily, and right beneath it I find this link. Are the ancient stories in the Bible actually the template for what happens in the news today? The answer may astound you. So I clicked the link. I'm not going to go through it now because it's a book that has erroneous conclusions. But it is someone else who's pointing out the pretty obvious use of biblical stories templating modern events. So the templating, for example, the flood myths. The Tower of Babel is being reintroduced right now with this Jeff Bezos thing. So in the book Metascript Decoded, I discussed the space program is symbolic for the Tower of Babel, uniting man. One language, that being the internet. One mission to go as one from Earth to the heavens, as a collective. So then you look back to Neil Armstrong. What did he say when he stepped on the moon? One small step for a man, one giant leap for all mankind. Like, it's kind of a strange turn of phrase. What does it mean exactly? And what I'm thinking it means is it means that man has now made this incursion into the heavens, and it's part of a bigger script, which is I'm about to get to here. I'm seeing a lot of people moving in here into the chat. I want to point out one more thing. The Burning Man in 2019 who set himself on fire on the ellipse in DC. Yes, he was 33. They didn't say why he did it, but he was wearing a shirt that had USA on it. So I got the message here, USA burning. And what's more, there was a bus that passed in front of the camera before he burned. His name was Arnav Gupta. And the bus had a 113 on it. So that's when I started looking at election day for 2020. I was looking at 11/3 and that date long before. And that date, 11/3, has many specific things related to this burning man concept and the burning of America in particular. Like, it's not a coincidence that the 33-year-old Twin Towers burned and the new one was opened on 11/3. There's so many clues here. It's all over the place. You know, the Apple iPhoenix iPhone 10 released on 11/3. We have many, many examples mapped out here showing the consistency of their symbolism. But the Burning Man is a very interesting one. And the Burning Man festivals went on from 86 to 2019. They were consecutive, and then they were shut down because COVID. Well, the one in 2020 was, I believe, virtual. Although you did have a protester who set himself on fire on the anniversary day, which was probably a coincidence. But then last summer, on the anniversary date of the Burning Man festivals, Kanye West had himself set on fire at the Donde event. So let us continue. Just wanted to kind of walk into that because we were talking about the Burning Man as a symbol, and then here they have the burning Batman, Bruce Wayne. Okay, so back to the story here of the Tower of Babel and Bezos. So, space is the replacement for the archaic and competing heavens of past religions. So this new worldview we've been given has a universally acceptable replacement, and it's compatible with all the religions of the past age. So it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, Jew, Muslim, or atheist, you all believe in outer space. Well, that's the new utopia that they're creating. It is the replacement heaven. So it is significant here that Amazon stands out as a representative of the Tower of Babel concept because of its A to Z collection of all things published, sold, distributed. Amazon is a universalizer, which is a word I made up. I couldn't find it. I had to add it to my dictionary. It's a unifier, the new universal faith. And universal is really what Catholic means. So I've been talking about this worldview being given to us through the monolith, which they screen and censor. And this is part of it. It's a huge part of it. They need universal belief in these basic facets. That's why Twitter is censoring climate change skepticism. Everybody needs to believe in the flood god. The angry god, the punishing, judgy flood myth. It's been brought back, and it's almost mandatory. Actually, it is. You can't graduate high school if you don't believe in that stuff. The science has become the religious doctrine at this point. Blue Origin also connects Bezos to Nimrod, the builder of the tower, as it allows man to invade heaven. And Jeff did just that on July 20th, 2021, on the anniversary of the first man on the moon. So you got one of the richest men in the world poking his head into the heavens on the anniversary of man making that first step. And his liftoff was at 9:11 a.m., which I'll get to here. It ties into everything else. And likely the common director of both 9/11 and Apollo 11 being, of course, Kubrick. On the 6th episode of the Netflix show Inside Job, Bezos is on his mega yacht, another symbol of the Tower of Babel concept. The concept itself just being too big to fail, hubris, a modern Titanic, a product of the richest man's conceit, too rich to fail. But on Inside Job, which is a 9/11 reference, 9/11 was an inside job. That was a slogan started by Alex Jones, aka Bill Hicks, who, I'll put a link to it. I watched an Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo, and Hibbler Productions episode, which was actually kind of funny. And I'll get back to it because I was doing a review on Hibbler's documentary on Flat Earth called Level, or Level 2, which we watched in Discord last night, and I took some notes. But anyway, Inside Job, it's a 9/11 reference, and it's a Netflix show which makes fun of conspiracy theories. Well, in episode 6, Jeff Bezos is on a mega yacht, which again, Titanic, and a kraken devours him. So Bezos' mega yacht was making headlines around that time that the movie Don't Look Up was trending. So Don't Look Up, a movie that has an Earth-killing comet as a metaphor for our failure to listen to the science on climate change because of the greedy capitalists. So you have the Don't Look Up is trending, and we're basically seeing this as a metaphor. Leonardo DiCaprio was the face of the Titanic. So this draws an inference here that Earth is the Titanic, the comet is the iceberg, climate change is the iceberg. And what's in the way of us solving the problem, mitigating the wrath of God or this judgment? Listening to the scientists. And in Don't Look Up, the scientist is an agoraphobe. He's got bad anxiety because he's terrified of the climate and of what's going to happen. Well, anyway, they don't listen to the scientists and the Earth gets destroyed. They let the Bezoses steer the ship. So if we understand that this Earth is our Titanic in this narrative, then we must decide, that's what we're being told, we must decide, are we going to allow the richest men on earth to decide our fate? And there is no doubt that biblical stories and events are used to template our modern worldview. So Noah is literally the modern NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They even use the dove. So the story playing out involves the worldly ignoring the replacement for the godly, the scientists and their warnings, and they will suffer the consequences, the Kraken. So Pluto's return, July 4th, 1776, was where it was, 248 years ago. It returned to that precise location on 222. And this relates to the Kraken, which destroys Bezos. Again, the man who's building the Tower of Babel. And it returns to that place, and Pluto releases the Kraken. Pluto is just another name for Hades. So here's just a few quick points to tie this all together. Jeff launches at 9:11 a.m. on the day man sets foot on the moon. This is man's incursion into heaven, and 9/11 has obvious connotation to the falling towers and the dissolution of world unity. So you had the World Trade Towers being attacked, and New York City templated biblically off of Babylon. Genesis 11:9, the New King James Version, therefore, its name is called Babel because the Lord confused the languages of the earth and scattered them abroad over the face of the earth. So the reverse of 9/11 has everything to do with the fall of this tower, and 119 is very prevalent in many psyops having to do with this skyfall agenda. This falling from the sky thing is a recurring theme. It's the release date of Donnie Darko, which has many 9/11 connections, but the number 119 has this connected to it. Richard Branson launched 9 days prior to Bezos on 7/11, which was the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling to Earth. And what's more, Branson used a space plane carried up by the White Knight 2. So if you're not familiar, his space plane, which, you'd think it's kind of a goofy concept, a plane in space, but it's carried by twins, like twin towers, so it goes between twin towers. There are many interesting facets to the Virgin Galactic, which I'll make a separate video on. There's a whole different set of symbolism they use, but the twin towers are there. And again, this relates to Kubrick's work, and this is all tied into Kubrick. He's probably the director of this drama that we're living through, where a space plane approaches the twin-wheeled space station, and this particular sequence has startling resemblance to the image of the plane crashing into the Twin Towers, and it suggests a common director. So if you look at the sequence here, space plane, a few days later, a launch on the anniversary date of Apollo 11 at 9/11. These aren't coincidences. They're inferring something here, that the Tower of Babel is about to fall. And I haven't put much about this in this particular newsletter, but when you get into the symbol of Babylon, in 2019, you had the fire on the cathedral, the tower burned, Notre Dame. And at that time, we were deconstructing the symbolism there, Our Lady. And it does seem to be the case that you can actually link the ISS to this Tower of Babel concept. And so it falling may actually be the physical thing like that they do to show us the tower is falling, the scattering of the cooperation internationally. The International Space Station is sort of a glue that binds us together. We may not agree with everything down here, but we all agree at least on that. At least we want to move on as a species. Well, maybe not. So I suspect that the One World Trade Center, which is 1,776 feet tall, may be also tying into this Tower of Babel. 1776 has to do with the Declaration of Independence. And also, that's the year of the founding of the Illuminati. You can infer some, you can take some more out of that number, but I'm focusing on the idea of the Declaration of Independence and the tower possibly as a middle finger to God. Because I suspect that the subtext of the Declaration of Independence may be Declaration of Independence from God, non serviam. The idea that he's not going to take second place. So the Kraken, the Titanic, the falling tower motif, this could all be about how this one world unity that they've created is designed to break, to finalize the Great Reset, and the Build Back Better, of course, can't start until they finish washing away the old order. So they have to make an example of the Bezoses of the world, of these rich men, space cowboys who want to become trillionaires. They have to say, no, that's not sustainable, that's not going to work. They're going to crash spaceship Earth into an iceberg, into a kraken. And so this is the consistent story we've been told, my interpretation of Bezos, Dr. Evil, erecting a Tower of Babel. Let me go through your comments. Echo Charlie says, why Supreme Court near Earth Day? Yeah, it seems like it was probably an Earth Day event. The Earth is burning. USA is burning. Let's see. Q is the keystone, says Once Upon a Brick. Oh, Q Brick is the keystone. Yeah, Kubrick is very integrated into this whole story. He really is. And all of his work connects to Q, of all things, because the entire Q script is actually based on the Kennedys. Linda Cutter says Full Metal Jacket ended them singing Mickey Mouse. Yeah, I remember there was something about that. Mickey Mouse and the idea that we live in a Disney universe and everything is so phony. But the Pluto conjunct with USA in 1776 ties into this 100%. And what's more, the 1619 project is also competing. So you have two competing visions here, the 1619 and the 1776. 1776 was part of an InfoWars tip of the spear thing. He said 1776 will come back again if you attempt to take our guns. Do you remember Alex Jones going all gun Karen on Piers Morgan? I mean, it was an interesting point, I guess, but he was very agitated. And he screamed, 1776 will come back again. It wasn't bad. I mean, it will commence is what he said. But the idea that they're going to take the guns, I think that's kind of, it's a red herring. I think it's part of a never-ending political football. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a listen here to Jones's reaction, if you remember that, because this is where I first started noting 1776 as a meme.
Took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms.
So recently, Marjorie Taylor Greene also associated 1776 with the 1-6 event. Now, 1619 is from the other side of the political spectrum and has to do with shifting our perspective back from when this small group, or this group that represented their own interests, founded this nation, versus being more inclusive about who was here before, and specifically starting with the arrival of the transatlantic slaves. And this is the idea that we have to set our frame of reference back. But it is again coming from the left. So you have 1619, 1776, and this may be the Kraken. This may be the big, one of the major divides here. Like, to get into the symbolism of these events, when Derek Chauvin in the Twin Cities was kneeling for 846 on George Floyd, well, 846 is the exact moment that that plane hit the tower. That's when 9/11 started. It's code. Mercury was rising at 8:46 a.m. on that date. So why 8:46? It's part of their code. We've deconstructed the numerology to some degree. I'm not in their meetings, but what we can infer here is that it's definitely a code for a fracture, a split, a civil war type stuff. So on the 2nd of February, a 22-year-old, so again, their symbolism is so obsessive. Witches and warlocks with OCD, like that counting vampire on Sesame Street. On 2/2/2022, a 22-year-old in the Twin Cities gets killed by the police in his own home. But his name gives away the whole story here. It's a no-knock warrant, which they had to cease because of this. His name was Locke, Amir Locke. So I'm thinking, okay, Locke, no-knock warrant makes sense, but a mirror of what? And I looked at the timestamp. They shot him at precisely 6:48, which is a mirror of 8:46. So they're telling our story, or the story here, of this fracturing of the schism, two competing visions. And the idea of the Pluto conjunct has to do with Hades. Pluto is Hades, and Hades releases the Kraken. And the Kraken is a meme that they've associated with the election and the disputed results. So you have your crack. There were cracks in the ISS back in the summer before Russia started talking about abandoning ship, breaking apart this international cooperation, letting the tower break apart. And this tower, again, is what unites us in our quest to the heavens. And this is all about, again, the scattering of the language, the internet. So I thought for some time that this Tower of Babel as a metaphor is all about our ability to even engage in commerce being significantly disrupted. And of course, the language being the internet, that's a major unifier. Just a coincidence here. Erica Bear said, my wife is watching the show Everybody Loves Raymond. In season 3, episode 14, Raymond says he was born at 8:46 a.m. That episode is from January 18th, 1999. Netflix's new Dave Chappelle special, 8:46. Well, 8:46 is the time of Dave Chappelle's birth. And he took this coincidence, he said it haunted him because it relates to George Floyd's plea for his dead mother. So a couple comedians with that birth date. Just side notes here. Now, crying out for his mother, that sounds very much like a scripted ritual. Don't the Masons do that? Hailing distress, calling out their mother when they cry for mercy for the widow's son. It seems like it. The whole thing was definitely scripted psychodrama. Okay, so we've been talking about the Burning Man in DC, the Joker as the Phoenix representing the burning down of the system. And that's what the climate change activists actually represent, shutting down society, shutting down our economic system and replacing it with something sustainable. Notice next to Joker's hand, and here he is, this is Joaquin Phoenix walking as a phoenix, and notice to his left hand right above it, you see the logo for DC, so Burning Man in DC. I think these codes, these symbols kind of speak for themselves, especially when you look at how integrated they all are. Joined by Rocco, thanks for joining. Frank Murr. Kevin Mooring says, Disney in the Metascript. Your thoughts, Tim? Oh, sure. I mean, Walt Disney and Wernher von Braun have everything to do with our modern concept of space. And then you look at all these different films and how they were used to bring us these ancient myths in a new context, with the new heaven being space, with the new gods or the old gods represented in new ways. Darth Vader is Saturn. Luke Skywalker is the sun, light, walk in the sky. And these are lessons that they're teaching everybody. So you see Luke Skywalker lose his sword hand and hang from a cross in Cloud City before he gets saved and has his hand reattached. Well, the sword hand represents, the lightsaber. It's the same symbol as the obelisk and the sun god with his castration, his thing getting chopped off by the darkness, by Saturn, the Lord of the Night, whatever it is. The story set, Prince of Darkness, Darth Vader. Anyway, it's a repeating story, but the symbolism tells us all of it, but it's not there for the masses, the profane, as they call them, the hoodwinked. But they're consciously using biblical templating. That's why I point out this modern flood myth, because Twitter is now saying that they're going to stop criticism of climate change. And I'm like, wait, can we still deny God? Can I say I don't believe that God's getting mad at me because I don't go to church or whatever? Are we allowed to not believe in God's wrath? Because Twitter's going to censor ads that say you don't believe in climate change. And I believe we have a case here that climate change is a replacement myth that they're trying to make us believe in. They could show us the evidence. I mean, global warming's 33 years old, and I don't think anything's gone underwater yet. And if you look at the exponents of the climate change doom narrative, they're the biggest hypocrites of all. We have already discussed Leonardo DiCaprio on his yacht with his conspicuously and notably small feet, but his yacht, massive carbon footprint, not offset by the small actual footprints. Major league hypocrites. And they do this on purpose, though. They want you to see what is causing our downfall. That way we all just kind of go along with it and say, okay, well, it makes sense. We screwed up the environment. And it's not we, it's them. And it's always the ones who are, of course, saying, do as we say, not as we do. Now, really quick here, Elon Musk is something of a, he for some reason, a lot of people on the right who are suspicious of people like Bill Gates have no problem with Elon Musk. And it's because of things like this. Elon Musk compares Bill Gates to controversial pregnant man emoji in a tweet, mocking the billionaire's belly as a bee killer. They censored that word, whatever it is. Tesla's chief executive Musk has an estimated $249 billion to his name. He's expected to get richer with a $23 billion share bonus, just as Tesla posted its record $3.3 billion quarterly profit. But anyway, yeah, he tweeted Bill Gates pregnant next to a Bill Gates, or next to a pregnant man emoji. And so that kind of memery, that kind of meme game, I mean, it's pretty good. It's commendable. I don't know if it's original, if he's got a board of people scouring the net for the best memes out there. But it is commendable, and it does kind of make people like him, trust him, even though he wants to put you in a gulag on Mars or a simulated Mars base. So here you have Bill Gates, and he's not wrong. Bill Gates with the pregnant man emoji. Now, about Walt Disney, we'll probably get back to Disney. You know, we talked about Pluto today. The planet Pluto has the dog Pluto's face on it. Both of them just kind of were discovered in 1930 or found. I mean, it's strange. Pluto is just so young. It's disputed often. And we pretty much have a perfectly flat solar system, except for Pluto, which it's kind of skewed 17 degrees, which puts it below the ecliptic, which makes him the god of the underworld. I mean, it's just part of their astrotheological story. In addition to Pluto on Pluto, you've got the Game of Thrones House of Stark logo on Mars, the Star Trek logo on Mars. Both of these tie to Musk, because Musk has the starship to take us to Mars, and Musk is Iron Man. Tony Stark, House of Stark, Iron Throne. These tie-ins are so intricate. They're undeniable, by the way. Then you have Mimas, the Death Star, the moon of Saturn. Darth Vader's Saturn. Saturn's moon looks like the Death Star. Mercury's got Mickey Mouse on it in the form of a few craters. I haven't looked too deeply into that one. Now, when we get into this topic of, well, we'll get into this, Marjorie Cameron a little bit here, and her relationship to L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons. We'll find some more things along these lines. I don't want to get too distracted. Let me go through your comments. The main thing I wanted to focus on, and we'll probably get back into Disney a little bit, is the Tower of Babel concept and Jeff Bezos. Well, we may as well continue. And when we talk about Disney, we kind of have to add into it Pixar. You know, one of the best examples of what I'm talking about, the programming, would be Wall-E, which has this thing called Directive 113. Again, note the use of this number, 113, with relation to this falling of the Tower of Babel, the burning of the system, the burning of USA. Directive 113 was in the movie Wall-E for kids, which had to do with abandoning the Earth because it's covered in too much trash. So everybody moves into a space ark. So they're saved by the space program. You know, they're literally taken above the world as it's judged. Probably not everybody. There's no way you could fit billions into one of these ships. But the idea of a space ark was introduced. So this was Noah. And Noah is on his ark and he's waiting for a sign. When can I go back? When have the waters receded? Well, the sign comes in the form of a dove with a branch in its mouth. So it's a symbol of peace, I guess. But the idea here is the flood waters have receded. We can begin the post-reset. Well, in the movie WALL-E, they send a little white robot down to Earth. It looks like a dove. And it finds plant life and it brings it back up to the ship and it says it's time to go back to the Earth. So they recreate these stories, but you find out that Directive 113 is code for reset. And it's a reverse 311, but 113, again, these numbers 911, 119, they use them in a mirrored way, like I mentioned with a mirror lock. By the way, the Batman movie has a lot of interesting Kraken tie-ins, a lot of interesting tie-ins to this idea of a flood. It happens at the end, and it ends with Gotham underwater on 116, which is a mirror, if you look at the water as a mirror, of 9/11. So another connection between a major Batman production and a big psyop. They're all interconnected. We found a scene in Dark Knight Rises where the guy without the mask goes up to him and says something along the lines of, "I'm not afraid, I don't need a mask." To which the Batman says, "The mask isn't for you, it's to protect those you love." Like, that's a statement right out of 2020, 7 years ahead of its time. And then Batman takes out a COVID ball shaped, or like a COVID shaped grenade, a smoke grenade, and he throws it, and it creates this mushroom cloud. So you have predictive programming, and I think we're still waiting on the mushroom clouds. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Kevin Mooring says Mickey has always been a racist. I don't know about that, although wouldn't surprise me. You know, hear the grooming stuff. I'm more concerned actually about the cannibalism stuff. We have food shortages, apparently. I don't necessarily believe in it, but these are the stories we're being told about all these various food production facilities being hit by airplanes or something, which I'll get to. I do have a list if you actually care, but yeah, I guess it's pertinent here. I'm just wondering how much of this is hype to sell food items like MREs. You know, this is the type of stuff that happens every election year, these same types of fears. But it is the year of Soylent Green, so if there are going to be shortages, I think now would be the time. Food processing plant fires. Jenna Lovecraft Reeve says, "My cat likes IPS." Here we go. There's a weird trend going around. It's food processing plants catching on fire. Since the beginning of this year, there have been a high number of food distribution plants catching fire and creating massive damages. But why? So here's an image on the screen. Firefighters spraying water on a plane on top of a food processing plant. Azure Standard is an independently owned company. On April 19th, they released a statement that their headquarters were destroyed. A total loss. April 12th, Taylor Farms processing facility in Salinas, California, overnight fire. There was concerns about ammonia storage exploding. February 22nd, there were several employees sent to the hospital after an explosion at Shearer's Food. This was in Hermiston, Oregon. North Carolina, February 1st, evacuations as a fertilizer plant caught on fire. Food and water shortages have been a theme since the pandemic. Again, this is all part of, I think, maybe a theme. But again, you tie this into the Disney cannibalism push, and maybe they're going somewhere with this. Linda Curtis says there is a mirror of the character Mickey. He's from space. Send me a link. I saw an image of the name Mickey as the logo, when you look at the way it's spelled, and if you put a mirror below it, it spells wicked. Okay, it's an other dimensional counterpart character to Mickey Mouse, and it's Yexim Essam, or Mickey Mouse backwards. So yeah, there is an inverted version of it. And I have an image of it here. Very strange. There's a lot of strange things about Disney. Here's what I was going to mention. Kenneth Anger, who was one of the head members of the Church of Satan when it was founded, he's a filmmaker. Kenneth Anger was a Mickey Mouseketeer, and he was involved with Walt Disney when he was a child or young, and he said Walt Disney was obsessed with spankings and certain types of clothing where the bottom has a flap that opens. I mean, really insane stuff that he said. But anyway, this guy produced a movie called Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, starring Marjorie Taylor Greene, who represented the Whore of Babylon for Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard in their rituals there at the beginning of JPL, where rocket science and black magic and science fiction were merging with this bizarre sex magic cult. So this is noteworthy, I think. I mean, this whole role of Disney with the Nazi von Braun, very significant. In fact, when I look at Walt Disney and von Braun, I was looking at him the other day, I can't help but notice, I think that that von Braun, his persona itself is probably the basis for Elon Musk's persona. When he's out there in front of the audiences speaking about his rocket engines, and he sounds like a rocket scientist. He sounds like he's trying to explain very complex things to people he knows can't possibly grasp it. So he's got to kind of sound like he's lost, like he's struggling for words. And I've listened to von Braun, and he is very Musk-like. Now, I'm not suggesting that Elon Musk is the son of von Braun. That's not his dad, but it has been suggested. And I do see something of a resemblance. Here's von Braun hanging out with JFK. Trust the plan. Trust the plan, QAnoners. And I have nothing against QAnoners. I understand where they're coming from. But you have some issues here to resolve, some conflicts. Like, what does this mean here? Is the good guy trying to save you, even though he was behind the moon fakery, or was he not behind? And then you look at the role of Kubrick, it's pretty obvious that, in my view, in many ways, JFK is just a character directed by Kubrick. Like, I think our presidents might actually be reality TV show stars, for all intents and purposes. I know that sounds bad, but if it is that way right now, was it ever not that way? Like the news. Was the news real at one point? And it got co-opted by some bad actors? Did religions used to be good? So I kind of get the idea here that we're just looking at standard operating procedure and we're just now noticing how it works. And there's nothing original about Musk's rockets, by the way. All these ideas are pretty much borrowed from von Braun. And I have found some interesting images where many of these iconic shots have actually been imitated by Musk, which is a repeated theme here. You'll find many world leaders having their photos taken in ways that associate them with others. MAGA cult's most insane conspiracy theories. Trump rally-goer claims Princess Diana, Jackie O are alive and ruling the world. Last year, they didn't want to talk about this stuff. I would talk to the more mainstream QAnon experts, and they said, nah, nobody believes this. This is just fringe. No, this isn't fringe. This is core doctrine.
If you struggle to lose...
I got a good idea what's going on in Ukraine. When they went into Ukraine and they found these labs, they believe that maybe that the deep state is possibly going to use a bioweapon on Russian people. Because they've been, just like they were collecting our DNA in China, they've been collecting their DNA as well.
So Trump and Putin right now are the only ones successfully fighting against the deep state.
Well, I think as well as Xi too.
Who?
Xi.
Oh, Xi Jinping?
Mm-hmm.
So Xi Jinping is fighting against the...
He's a good guy.
Oh, so he's fighting against the.
Why? Because think about it. He's not part of the CCP.
Xi Jinping, do you think he's working with Putin and Trump against the deep state?
I think he probably is, yeah, probably.
Okay, so I saw this coming. I knew that Putin was going to be somehow made into just another version of Trump for the Trumpers, and it's absolutely true. Once Apana says, I saw a pic of JFK at the Bohemian Grove feeding a deer wearing red shoes. Wouldn't surprise me. Well, look, the person that we think of JFK, I think is mostly a construct. And they've associated him with Jesus in some manner. They managed to turn him into Jesus for the QAnoners. And at first it sounded like a joke or some fanfic run amok. But no, this is actually a major part of the storyline. It's about a second coming. And I've been talking about this all day. We started off this discussion about how modern events are being templated. Ancient stories in the Bible are a template for what happens in the news today. So why wouldn't you have the returning Christ story being used again and again? And I found other examples of this one. And I think we're being set up for some major league psyops this summer. So I expect it to be very interesting. I don't think the QAnoners are wrong. I just think that they are misled. As in, they got the storyline right. They know their doctrines. But do these doctrines correspond to reality, or is it purely a world stage event? Here's a meme that really sums things up regarding the political right and their love affair with Elon Musk. So Bill Gates says, let's make more vaccines. The guy says, no, you will put microchips in our bodies and track us. Elon Musk says, I will literally put a microchip in your brain. People on the right say, nice. So they're cool with the microchip for Musk, but not, they're cool with the idea of a savior coming from technology. If it involves, I guess, Elon Musk. I mean, it's the same exact program. Musk is just as much a green fascist as Gates. So is RFK Jr. I mean, so many of these people cancel out their own credibility by believing in this flood myth, and that's why it's central. That's why I said it's a crucial part of their worldview. They need you to accept this one premise because it sets the stage for everything else. Going through some comments. Once Upon a Time says, Dorothy clicks her red shoes 3 times and goes back home. In the JFK assassination storyline, there's some Wizard of Oz subtext. You have Jack Ruby, who takes out Oz, Ruby Slippers and Oz. You also have a lot of Macbeth tied into that story. And they actually played or performed Macbeth at the White House before JFK was assassinated. And the Macbeth story has returned to us mostly in The Lion King. And there's some interesting connections there we could probably get into, especially when you make connections between JFK and Lincoln. Because I think that there's the common theme. In fact, some QAnoners have reached so far as to think that Lincoln was also part of this special royal bloodline. And I don't find any of that believable, by the way. So let me go back to this in case any of you missed it. If you're on my newsletter, you'll get these breakdowns that kind of show you where we're coming from with some of these things. So the Riddler was an anonymous domestic terrorist with a doomsday ideology, a prophet of doom. The guy that shot up the subway, Frank James, called himself online the prophet of doom. The Riddler had an insane live-streamed rant about the mayor. Frank James threatened Mayor Eric Adams on YouTube. So the mayor and villain dialogue that you have in the movie is actually mirrored with the subway shooting. Then you have the Riddler as a Q-type, and he's having a war with what he believes to be a corrupt elite. And QAnon is also about going after these elite with an end goal of a National Guard rollout, military tribunals. So the idea is that QAnoners will be there when it's time for the tribunals. So the movie ends, the Batman movie ends, after the Riddler's digital army becomes real life. So his followers online meet him on election day at the big stadium, and they prepare for a mass shooting. And the way they filmed the movie, I think they were trying to correlate this with 1/6. The scene is also reminiscent of the Donde 2 event, if you watch that, which connects us to the whole 1776 Pluto return thing. Being that the Donde event was a dark, flooded stadium, and the performers were wearing rain boots. So here at the end of the movie, you have the flooded stadium, and then Batman, of course, saves the day or whatever. But the whole point of it is, it ends with Gotham underwater on 11/6. And as I said, if you have 11/6 up to a mirror that's horizontal, like a lake or a flooded Gotham, it's a reflection of 9/11. Very subtle, but if you're looking for it, I mean, they program 9/11 into all the Batman movies, and once you're aware of it, it's hard to not see it. Even the poster with the bat-shaped hole in the building looks like a 9/11 shaped 9/11 plane hole. Let's continue here. Going through the Riddler movie, just a few notes if you haven't seen the new Batman movie. So in the Riddler's final video to his online community, he gets emotional about how the community was there for him. And one of the big themes about the QAnoners is that they're being abandoned by their families, and they are going into these self-reinforcing echo chambers. So this is part of the media's idea that we can't let the super spreaders of bad ideas, or those who carry mind viruses, to exist separately. We can't let them become variant factories. We have to separate them and vax them individually, or censor, mentally vax them, have them put on their digital masks. And the whole thing about the mask too. Okay, so the Riddler was attempting to unmask the corruption. So unmask the corruption was a reoccurring phrase there. I'm like, interesting, because they just did the unmasking thanks to that Judge Mazel, or Judge Muzzle, appointed at 33, even though she was unqualified. So she calls for the unmasking. And this happens to be on the anniversary of Future's track Masks Off being released. So on the anniversary of Future's track, which came out in 2017, Masks Off, Judge Muzzle says Masks Off. And the tie-in here, Future goes by Pluto. And Future produced Donde with Kanye. So you have a direct connection there as well. So again, we're talking about Masks Off and the Riddler saying he's going to unmask the corruption. And this is, of course, a partisan victory for the anti-vaxxers and the right. Now, in the movie, the election day is called One New Election. Again, this is one new election is like 11/3. It's like a major day. This is a Kraken event. So you have the Kraken, which was brought up in reference to November the 3rd and overturning the results. So here you have, at the end of the Batman movie, Election Day looks like Donde 2, dark and flooded. And the QAnon parallel group, the Riddler's group, set off bombs to flood the place, which is, of course, releasing the Kraken, the floodwaters, into the stadium. And one other thing, the Riddler opposed the Great Renewal. So just as the right is opposing the Great Reset, the Riddler opposed the Great Renewal. So the subway shooting was a psychological operation, and here's the point of it. It was intended to drive into our minds the reality of this new monster that they've created. You know how they created bowl cut shooters? They create all these various, like the Islamic terrorist threat was presented to you in the form of fiction first. So this was designed to drive into our minds, hey, we got these Riddlers everywhere. So it's the mirroring of reality. The 11/6, 9/11, this mirroring is intentional and pervasive. Just as the Joker movie preceded 2020, a year of left-wing chaos, I expect this movie to be followed by right-wing violence. Both the Riddler, Joker, and Batman archetypes are used in these events because they operate outside of our norms. You have the regular police, and then you have the SWAT team. You have the regular criminals, and then you have the terrorists. So what we're looking at here is predictive programming and the paving of the way for what I think is going to be an interesting summer of right-wing patsies or psyops that are coming from that side. And ultimately, I think it's aimed at mental health and censorship, or the idea of branding people with the wrong political opinions as mentally ill, weaponizing psychiatry for the purposes of censorship. And here I have a screen cap from the movie. I killed your mayor because he was not who he pretended to be, meaning he was wearing some kind of a mask. The Riddler, the Prophet of Doom, was ranting about Mayor Eric Adams and the New York City's mental health system. So this mental health system also connects to the Joker, again, who is in a mental asylum. It connects to the Joker movie, which is, someone who fell through the cracks of the system that should have saved him. And then finally, the final tie-in here is that you have this new dark MAGA aesthetic being pushed by Trump's followers, that they want Trump to be the Batman. So this is another tie-in here. The dark MAGA rising. Now finally, one final point on all this that kind of ties it all together for me, and that's why I focused on this today, this Batman thing in addition to the Tower of Babel thing, is that the Burning Man Joker image has a parallel in the burning of Bruce Wayne in DC. The guy with the name suspiciously close to Batman's name, dying after setting himself on fire. MAGA MAGA rebrand, marketing Trump as a fascist savior. I've already talked about this. This is the Young Turks. They happen to cover this. I don't always agree with them. However, here they're just reading off and observing some things and drawing attention to it. And it's just important to note that this is a concerted effort. Now, what they say is MAGA dorks offer rebranding effort.
Runs for president in 2024. He hasn't officially announced it, but we all know he's going to do it. And so Trump supporters want to rebrand him. They argue that he was just too polite in 2020 and that things need to change a little bit. So they're going with this dark MAGA theme because they're children and they think everything is a game.
Well, it is a game. It really is. So they're right. QAnon chronicles COVID-19 vaccine is snake oil, but injecting old urine into your arm is good. Yeah, Christopher Key's doing that. Norse code, are white supremacists reading too much into the Northman? Now you know why they gave you the QAnon shaman wearing animal skins. Can Hollywood tell its historical tales without appealing to toxic ideologies? The Viking blockbuster has been hailed by white nationalists as keen to exploit European mythology. Again, just setups in advance. I was talking about this briefly yesterday, how the Matrix movie really set the stage for the idea that people who see through the Matrix become violent insurrectionaries. That once you see through it, you want to get armed and dangerous. Which is why right after the Matrix movie came out, they did the Littleton shooting, where they came out dressed like Neo and shot up the school. Jenna Lovecraft Reeve says Miley Cyrus admitted on stage her last marriage was a farce, just like when she plays Aisha Curry. You know, she was Hannah Montana, a character who played a dual role that was completely obvious, and Aisha Curry was in an episode, but never in the same shot. If you haven't seen the Aisha Curry Miley Cyrus conspiracy theory, it's that Aisha Curry, the wife of Stephen Curry, the NBA player, is in fact a deepfake of Miley. You know, there's an episode of Black Mirror where Miley Cyrus plays a pop star who kind of wants to get out of her contract, but her aunt controls her and doesn't want to lose that revenue stream, so has her killed and replaced by a digital deepfake, and nobody notices. Sounds legit. So the main theme, are the ancient stories in the Bible actually a template for what happens in the news? We were talking about Jeff Bezos and the Tower of Babel that he's building, and how I've been saying for a couple of years now that what we're seeing with Bezos is Nimrod, that the Tower of Babel is sort of a metaphor, and that he is part of this. What is the strange story, a Tower of Babel? Maybe this is why Bezos is leaving. There's all kinds of stuff in the metascript leading up to this idea of this Kraken taking down America, the Titanic, the Tower of Babel. It's the implied lesson behind don't look up. And part of that too, don't look up means don't look up information that might counter what you're being told by your experts. Don't look at other religious doctrines. Stay in this echo chamber. It's not safe to look up other information. So don't look up is also suggesting self-censor. Put on your digital mask. I mentioned this the other day. So we have this Russia performing course correction of ISS to dodge space debris. So on the 23rd, they dodged space debris. Days before, I saw a number of articles about what would they do if there's space debris. So it's hard not to notice. So this is just another character they put on the stage. And my contention is that the fall of the ISS might be the thing that ties it all together. So I mentioned Marjorie Cameron briefly. If you're not familiar with the origin story of really where the space program begins, and I think the space religion begins, where you have a merger of science fiction, of Mystery Babylon, New Age, Black Magic, occultism, and rocket science. That would be where you would find Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron. She was an actress. He was a naval guy, intelligence, I think, but later founder of Scientology. And Jack Parsons, rocket scientist, American counterpart to Aleister Crowley. But one of the other connections I found here today is that Doctor Strange is a new movie that just came out. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. But apparently Tom Cruise has been trying to land a role as Doctor Strange. And I'm like, that's interesting. Because Doctor Strange is clearly based on Jack Parsons. So again, Jack Parsons hanging out with Marjorie Cameron, who represented Babylon. Well, in this Doctor Strange movie, the co-star, the other character, is the Scarlet Witch. So the Scarlet Witch definitely corresponds to Marjorie Cameron, because in the context of the Babylon working, she's called the Scarlet Woman. So this is Jack Parsons and Marjorie Cameron. I haven't watched the movie. I don't know if there's an L. Ron Hubbard counterpart or something, but this is based on the same archetype. Let me go ahead and pull them up. In fact, Jack Parsons and Doctor Strange, I believe they've already been compared before. There's a movie about him called Strange Angel. There's a whole series on ABC, which is probably mostly accurate as far as a biographical. But here's an image of Jack Parsons with Marjorie Cameron, who played the role of the Scarlet Woman. And again, they correspond to Doctor Strange and the Scarlet Witch, and this would connect Tom Cruise, interestingly enough, to L. Ron Hubbard and the Babylon working. And if you go into the story, you find that this Tom Cruise is, I think, fulfilling a role. He's been playing this archetypal hero, and of course the name Tom Cruise has some very special significance to the idea of a resurrection, a second coming. But what's more, Marjorie Cameron represented the goddess Babylon, because in this New Age version of Mystery Babylon, of this Egyptian mystery school that Crowley brought about, in this new iteration of it, they replaced the name Isis with Babylon. And if you look at the symbol of Isis, the goddess of the night sky, you can see why the temple, the ISS, it's clearly a temple, but you can see why the name ISS and Isis would be significantly close. But the idea here is you could call it not just the ISS or Isis, a temple of Isis, but you could call it a temple of Babylon, because that is the New Age name for Isis. So you have this pair on the screen here that corresponds, again, tying in Tom Cruise to this, I would say, ritual. And if you look at the movie Vanilla Sky, there's a very pertinent scene where he confronts a woman with red hair, and she introduces him to LE, Life Extension, the company that puts his body in freeze so that he can be resurrected into this eternal life in this simulation. Again, reoccurring symbols, reoccurring characters. Let me go through your comments. Once Upon it says, I just saw a bowl cut walk by. I don't have a flak jacket. Dangerous out here. No, actually bring some squibs. All the bowl cuts have been fake, and they're all using squibs. If you watch any psyop breakdown, you gotta really look at let me see if I can find it. Jim Fetzer did one I've got to find as well. Look at the subway shooting breakdowns, because it's pretty obvious that there wasn't blood on the ground. But then someone walks by with a trench coat and drops what appear to be blood bags on the ground. And the blood bags are stepped on by the actors, and they squeeze the blood out like, ketchup packages. That's pretty much what a squib really is. Anyway, to get back to this really quick here, the ISS, the Temple of Isis, Temple of Babylon, the Tower of Babel, the uniting of Earth to space. And this is another connection here, is that the World Trade Towers in New York, again, templated for Babylon as revealed by the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, the largest cathedral in the world there in New York. On the pillars, it has New York as Babylon, and it has it being hit by a flood. Let me see if I can find that. Because this was designed way before 9/11. Yeah, the Twin Towers on the Cathedral of St. John the Divine depict New York as the new Babylon, the most powerful city in the world. But if you look here, New York as Babylon is being hit by a flood. And the Batman movie ends with Gotham underwater on 11/6, obviously 9/11 reference. Again, this is the ritual carved into stone. My point being, the architectural feature of these twin towers is reflected in the twin towers. I'm sorry, in the solar array of the ISS. So I'm suggesting that there's a continuity of architecture between the Tower of Babel monument on the ground and the one up above, reaching into the heavens. One final note here, since we brought up Tom Cruise, and the only reason why he's been on my radar here is that Eyes Wide Shut was a Kubrick production, and Kubrick is heavily involved in this whole space program. We find out Cruise is going to space to film a movie, and when you follow the lead there, you can see that no, he's playing a bigger role, and it has to do with the emergence of the space program. And there's more. At the very first Oscars after 9/11, Tom Cruise comes out and talks about how he wanted to be an astronaut, and he shouts out Stanley Kubrick. And the significance of this is a few years after Kubrick has died. Why would you shout out Kubrick at the first Oscars after 9/11? It's because he's the director of 9/11.
When the great director Billy Wilder was asked, what makes a movie unforgettable? His answer was simple.
This is the first part I want to mention. Magic.
A little bit of magic. We're all here tonight or sitting at home watching because something came off a movie screen. A little bit of magic touched our lives.
So he's talking about magic post 9/11, and 9/11 was a magic show. And he knows it. You can see the duper's delight here, in my opinion.
And you always remember where you were. The theater, the popcorn, the people you were with when it happened. It was 1968. My family was living in
1968, which was 33 years before 9/11, so the towers were 33. Also the year that 911 was made the emergency phone number here in the United States.
Ottawa, Canada. The movie was Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What is life? What is space? What is existence? I was 6 years old.
Now again, he's part of Scientology, the Jesus Christ of Scientology. In Vanilla Sky, he dies at 33 and is resurrected. And this ties in to that ritual, the Babylon working with Marjorie Cameron, L. Ron Hubbard, and Jack Parsons. And that's why I'm bringing up him, and his desire to be Doctor Strange. There's a definite connection here because, of course, Scientology is a space religion. NASA is a space religion. Space Odyssey, the movie, I think this is all part of the New World Order's control over culture, where they're basically introducing us to this new heaven, this utopian vision, the universal heaven that unites everything else beneath it.
And I knew right then and there I wanted to be an astronaut.
So there you have it. Wanted to be an astronaut, giggling about movie magic post 9/11. By the way, his movie Vanilla Sky that had just come out, full of symbolism, has a lot of predictive programming for 9/11 and the coronavirus. That deserves, really, we should probably do a whole video on that in itself. But when you go into the script, Tom Cruise trying to connect himself with the Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange is pretty clear to me that, yes, he is definitely walking a path that was already laid out there. He's living Kubrick's script in many ways. Definitely an insider, in my opinion. Mountaineer 333 says he was 6. Really? No way. Kids don't think about that at that age. Right, it's probably all code anyway. That would be my take. Okay, this has been great. We're probably going to take calls later on this evening. I'm also going to open up Skype. Kind of waiting for the next couple hours to determine if I'm going to be on call tonight or not. So if I have the night off, we will be live to take calls. I have a few other notes here. New York's new Tower of Babel, about the World Trade Tower. Any of the notes that we discuss are going to be posted at minds.com. We also want to discuss the burning food supply. Does it relate to Soylent Green? The space fence. Great article here by James Fetzer, Destroying the Narrative, 40 Reasons Why a Pandemic Never Existed. And lots more. Anyway, it should be an interesting week. Trump's out doing all these speeches, dark MAGA rising. So I'm on the lookout, just paying attention to this whole thing with the right-wing extremist archetype being put out there. Death toll in Afghan mosque bombing rises to 33, so you know that's real. All right, pregnant man emoji tweeted by Musk, causing extreme offense here. How is this not just straight up gaslighting, by the way? What are they trying to tell us here? All right, I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat here as well for the newsletter if you haven't signed on. Mountaineer says there will always be dead bodies, Tim. Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, I just do transporting, so I don't even get my hands dirty. It's a nice job. I get paid per mile. And I've been putting in a good number of hours, so it's going to help this channel out. And in fact, if you haven't noticed, we're on Rumble again. And we're also live streaming 24/7 on Telegram. So if you go to any of these links, even my Twitter account, go to the pinned tweet or mind.com at the top. Rumble, Telegram, DLIVE, Twitch, and we have an audio feed. And these are the 24/7s. And we also have the text alert links. So if you want to get text message alerts, I've made it very easy to find those. There's like 150 of you so far getting those, which again, it's very, very helpful because of the way that we've been chased off of channel after channel. It's been like 120 plus so far. Anyway, we'll talk later on. Open phones, and you can find me on Skype. Just search Infinite Plane Radio, which makes it very easy for people who are overseas. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd Degree. We'll be back.
A little plaque upon the door beckoning me. I had a little bit of it.
right, everyone, it is 4/21, 2022. This is the birthday of the Queen. It is the death anniversary, or death hoax anniversary, of Prince, who died 4/21/2016, as predicted in some of his music, and other places like The Simpsons, which we'll get into. Unmuzzled airspace, dark MAGA meta scripting in Batman. We'll discuss all of these things this morning. Thank you again for joining. I sent out notifications to all the patrons. So if you're not a Patreon, I highly recommend it, because if I run out of text alert credits, which happens here and there, you are guaranteed to get a notification via email. Also, I put up some new products up at the shop. I'll put a link here. I put press passes you can order. I put press passes on coffee mugs, press passes on shirts, on hats, presswear. Because when you are a member of the media, you are essential. You're unlockdownable. It's your freedom pass. And all Infinite Plane radio callers are pretty much entitled to a press pass, because you're all the eyes and ears of this media organization. The eyes, the flaps, and the beaks. All right, let me go through some headlines, and then we'll get into the main topics. Again, Prince's death hoax anniversary. So right now we'll start with Dark MAGA movement calls for a ruthless version of Trump to take revenge on his political enemies in 2024. Now, this Dark MAGA concept has everything to do with the Dark Knight Batman. Everything to do with this meta-scripted drama, where you have the movie Batman paralleling real-life events like the subway shooting with Frank James, which we've discussed, just as the previous Batman movies have had connections to Boston bombing, Sandy Hook, and Aurora, among other events, specifically COVID. I mean, the burning bat motif that they've put in front of our faces for more than 10 years has all been to prepare us, or psychologically, I think the operation needed us to have a certain set of concepts and symbols, but they give us the phoenix all the time. They prepare us mentally for a reset, for a dystopia after everything crashes and burns. And so the burning bat phoenix was this symbol that pretty much told us that, yeah, the big reset's going to be set off by something having to do with the bat. Trump linked to Proud Boys as explosive texts revealed in coup probe. So this, again, ties into this idea. Proud Boys are run by feds, but this is part of this ongoing drama, left versus right, Antifa versus Proud Boys, Joker versus Batman. Joker, the Joker movie preceded the year 2020 and the riots and everything that happened therein. The Batman movie, I contend here, is setting the stage for right-wing violence. Proud Boys, Dark MAGA, subway shooters with gripes with politicians. I mean, the subway shooter, Frank James, did a rambling, ranting video about Mayor Eric Adams, just like the Riddler in the Batman movie. And I watched the Batman movie twice, and that's 6 hours of work there. The first time, though, I must have fallen asleep several times. But the second time, I watched it earlier in the day, and I took notes. And so the more I watched it, the more closely I watched it, the more I could see that this movie was tailor-made to be released at that time, at this time, and to set the stage for what is coming. As was true with the Joker. Again, the March 4th release date was our first clue. March 4th, right-wing terrorists. 3/4 was the date that Joker from the Boston bombing had his death penalty reinstated. Batman comes out, Joker gets the death penalty. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. Piers Morgan interviewed Trump. Trump stormed out angrily. So, just made for TV drama. Ginny Thomas also texted Meadows about another friend who shared election conspiracy theories. So, Ginny Thomas, of course, wife of Clarence Thomas, is a full-blown QAnon election result conspiracy theorist. And you can see the whole topic about 1/6 heating up. And you'll notice they're not refuting that the thing was real. They're going along with the story. The entire right, Trump, the alt media, they're not calling it a hoax. The only people calling it a hoax are the people who are looking at things at our level. For the most part, It's a real thing. It's just a question of how much of it was instigated by the feds. So the excuse of the right and those who believe it, and those who are actually being tried and convicted, people like Owen Schroyer, people who are being indicted, their excuse is, oh, it wasn't our fault because bad Antifas made us do it. No, you can't blame the agitators. I mean, this is an old tactic. You know, you have a bunch of peaceful protesters, and then a non-peaceful protester throws a rock, and then it changes the dynamic of the situation. And this was clearly a setup. But my point is, no one on the right is making a deal about it being all a hoax. They're saying, oh, Ashley Babbitt did die. So they're kind of taking credit for what looks to be an attempt at an insurrection, which was really just, as you saw, a very poorly staged riot. But we have to, operate on the premise that this stuff is real when we're talking about it, when we're discussing these stories, because this is what the 99% believe. And we do live in a consensus reality, like it or not. New York Times rings alarm. Forces unleashed by Trump have not lost momentum. MAGA airspace. So here's another bit of world stage, I think, a world stage character. So the one who lifted the mask mandate, this Trump appointee, well, she was a 33-year-old who was, here we go, Trump's Surgeon General condemns a single unelected judge. So here you have it, a judge who's a Trump appointee. She was picked when she was 33. Sure, there's nothing significant about that. And former Surgeon General Jerome Adams said that the judge pretty much wasn't qualified to make this decision. Her name is very close to muzzle, which also stands out. Let me go through some comments here. All right, we are joined by Cubstar, Vigilant Patriot, spelled with a Q. Look, if you're a QAnon believer, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to, criticize someone for their beliefs. Like, I know how you got there, but you also have to realize that you're all being set up by the Trump family. Like the Trumps and the Clintons, they're all best buddies behind the scenes. I mean, how is it that the QAnoners fail to see the hypocrisy in hunting the supposed bad guys, the secret cabal? Meanwhile, Trump's been on Lolita Express like 6 times. The HBIC has joined us, AJob266. Yeah, hey, by the way, I am still working at the job that I just picked up. So anytime I work at night, I'll be live in the mornings like today. I nearly terminated my employment there after a back injury followed by it was a gurney that failed, where the catch didn't catch, so it fell almost all the way down, and I had to catch it in a real awkward position. I didn't feel it for like 24 hours, and so really the first reason I couldn't sleep through the Batman movie the first time through, I think, was because I was nursing a back injury. But anyway, I'm through it now, so if I'm working nights, I'll be live in the mornings. Sometimes both, depending on if I'm tired or not, which I'm generally not tired. It's just a driving job. Eric says, I haven't been able to sit through a movie in 10 years, not interested in programming myself more than I already am. See, that's a very good point, because the programming, it doesn't ask your permission. It doesn't tell you that you're being programmed, that the images, which seem innocuous right then and there, have significance or will have significance later. Predictive programming means nothing when you first see it. It doesn't make sense until you look at it in hindsight. So you are being technically programmed, you're being conditioned. So when you watch a movie, yeah, you're basically going in there and you're allowing yourself to be conditioned. So even if you are hyper aware of all the propaganda, you're still being inundated with the imagery. So you can watch all the cliche climate fiction, alien invasion, post-nuke apocalypse movies, and still, even if you know this isn't a real thing, it does saturate your imagination, which may or may not mean a lot to you, if you don't put a lot of stock in that kind of thing. But I think there is a cumulative effect. I think it's all about suggestion. And suggestion is one of these things that doesn't ask your permission either. It's like a way of coercing you to arrive at a predetermined selection of options. Well, it looks like free choice. So that makes it seem like, okay, for example, it's a non sequitur to say that the bowl of bat soup triggered this worldwide lockdown. But if you watched all the movies and you've been a fan of Walking Dead, every virus zombie movie 28 days later, it's not that big of a stretch. It's really a non sequitur. It shouldn't even follow that this thing here triggered everything else. But if you look at the propaganda, you look at the not just the movies, but the books, the video games, and a lot of the education, yeah, we were definitely prepared for that war game, which people took as real. All right, let us continue. Now, I watch movies all the time, specifically to reverse engineer the propaganda. And here's the thing, since we are consciously watching for the programming, we often call the programming out real time, which allows us to predict what the predictive programming has in store for the future. And then you look back and you can see the patterns, and yes, we have a pretty good, I would say, a pretty good methodology for sifting through these various agendas that are presented to us really just, I wouldn't say subliminally, but more or less. I mean, because it's there in your face, your eyes wide shut. Okay, April 21st, 2016, Prince was found dead at his Paisley Park estate. Autopsy revealed that he died from, it was fentanyl. Interesting connection there. So, he was found dead in his elevator. He was 57. Just a couple key symbols there, or components to the story. I'll go through a few other things about Prince. Okay, 5 intriguing internet conspiracy theories. Now, there is a theory that he didn't die, faked his death, and even came back and visited his own funeral, deep faking it as his sister Tika. Is Prince his own sister? And so Prince royalty dies on the Queen's birthday. That may have some significance. So when I noticed this too, his age is 57. So the number 57 has a lot of interesting connections to royalty, to the big script, as we will get into. The Simpsons predicted Prince's death. 19th installment of The Simpsons staple Treehouse of Horror had a segment where family patriarch Homer Simpson offs a number of celebrities, including Prince, who Homer kills with the singer's own uniquely shaped guitar. Some have taken this as evidence that the animated comedy has foreknowledge of the singer's demise, 8 years before it occurred, at the hands of the Illuminati. You know, he was also someone who went out on TV shows and talked about chemtrails and other fake conspiracy theories that are very mainstream. And that to me suggests that he's part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, death faker. Okay, Prince thought elevators were evil. In an interview with CBS this morning, Prince told him that the elevator was the devil. And what does that even mean? A spooky coincidence given that Prince was found dead in an elevator. Also giving fuel to internet chatter, the Prince track Let's Go Crazy begins with a sermon-like speech and contains a line about an elevator to bring you down. So Saturn, elevator, very significant in that sense. It's a cube. He's inside of a cube. And the elevator, elevation, the symbol, like, you know, if you look at the Space Needle, you got a symbol of a tractor beam and the elevator that takes 42 seconds to take you to the top. We have the 42-meter wide restaurant shaped like a flying saucer. The elevator, L, Saturn, elite, very significant there. And here's something else I want to point out. So after he died, I mean, he died in 2016, but there was an event that happened later that's definitely connected to it. So the next year, the acrobat named Pedro A. Union Monroy, so Pedro the acrobat, was performing at a Green Day concert. It was actually at this, I think it was Mad Cool Festival. There was like 3,000 people there. And so this acrobat named Pedro is performing to Purple Rain. And of course, the significance there, it's a song, it's by Prince. And while he's performing the song Purple Rain, it's in an elevator-like device, the contraption. It's basically a purple like cube thing that he's performing in. And he falls to his death in front of everybody. So you have a guy named Peter or Pedro. Pedro, Peter, you could look at that as like rock star. You have a rock icon who died. And so this guy's performing to Prince's music and he falls from a elevator like thing in an aerial stunt. A couple of significant things here. The theme of falling man, people falling, things falling from the sky has a lot to do with the number. It's always associated with the number 42 for some weird reason. As we've often discussed with the space program, Elon Musk and his CubeSats and his entire space program, his private space program, everything about it is connected to the number 42. And it all ties into Saturn, L. It all ties into this same exact set of symbols. So Green Day acrobat performing a concert falls 100 feet to his death in front of a live audience. So I think the name Pedro probably means rock, like falling rock in an elevator-like thing. So anyway, he's 100 feet in the air in a glass case, and it's unclear exactly what happened, but he fell, it says here, at lightning speed. And several articles talked about Pedro falling like lightning. So you got the falling rock, falling like lightning. There's a connection here. All right, let's see what else we have. And then, okay, after this, Green Day continued to perform. So they didn't know exactly what happened. They say, was it a human sacrifice? Was it real? My thinking is it was fake. You know, this was shortly after another 42-year-old. It was Isaac Cappy fell and died. The number 42, like 33, figures prominently in a lot of psyops. And the fact that a guy who predicted his own death in his own music, it had multiple instances of predictive programming in the entertainment. The fact that it was repeated in this way, not insignificant. Okay, so let us continue. We're going through these conspiracy theories about Prince's death. Prince predicted his own death. His last Instagram post right before his death had a picture of him. Just when you thought you were safe was the message. Prince was prone to mysterious pronouncements, and this one had been interpreted by some that he knew he was in danger. Now, I was going through my Metascript decode research last night, and here's an interesting 9/11 connection to, everything that we're talking about with this metascripted drama. Like every little detail seems to correlate to some bigger story having to do with 9/11, space wars, moving into this one world system. And then there's also this reoccurring theme of the Kennedys somehow being involved in this, starting with the Kennedy assassination. And it all ties in to Q and the belief that the Kennedys are part of some royal bloodline and they're fighting this evil elite bloodline. Anyway, I'm looking through my notes last night, and the 9/11 falling man, and this is really intriguing when you might map it out. So the falling man from 9/11 is the guy who looks like kind of like the Hanged Man tarot card. Now this photograph, which is very iconic, was taken by Richard Drew of the Associated Press. Two things about this photo. One, the main thing is that the guy who shot this photo, Richard Drew, is the same guy who photographed Robert F. Kennedy when he died, when he was shot by Saran. So Robert F. Kennedy, 42, that's how old he was, shot with a .22. Isaac Cappy, 42, fell 22 feet. So anyway, the falling man, having been photographed by the same guy that photographed Robert F. Kennedy's death. So this one photographer from the AP caught two very iconic photos, people about to die. But this is another Kennedy 9/11 connection. And then it gets even more interesting when you look at this photograph is actually owned by Elton John. He probably owns snuff films. I mean, why would you buy something like this? Yeah, Elton John has the photo. He says, "I have The Falling Man by Richard Drew. It's one of the most beautiful and powerful and upsetting images ever." Now, this is interesting in itself because Elton John on 2/22/2022 was something of a falling man himself, as his plane had failed, the engines had failed, and they nearly had a crash. And I was looking into that date and that crash, and then I saw that he owns the falling man photo. So this isn't a real victim, a real falling man. It's a prop. It's a symbol of something. It represents something, which is what we're getting into. And I think it has to do with the same symbol as the man who fell to earth, but this Prince thing. Prince falling, Prince in the elevator, Prince's death pantomimed or repeated by this guy named Pedro, another falling rock. All right, let us continue. So Prince predicted his own death in his Instagram. Okay, 4. Prince predicted his own death again. During his final appearance during a party at Paisley Park, just after his reported treatment for an overdose and days before his death, he reportedly told attendees, "Wait a few days before you waste any prayers." So he said, "Don't pray for me yet." Okay, Prince was offed after spreading word about chemtrails. Chemtrails did him in. The Illuminati didn't like him talking about that. And there's one of his songs where he actually predicts it. He even predicts the date. It's encoded into one of his songs. So again, today's the hoax anniversary of his death. And if we get into the mind map thing, which I may get into this a little bit. We may look into this in depth later. We'll look into it a little bit now. Basically, the number 57. He dies at 57, and it happens to have a lot of connections to many other related or somewhat related events. Let me go ahead and go into some of these here. So I think the place where the number 57 really started standing out is I noted that it's correlated often with royalty. So in 2020, they were celebrating the 57th anniversary of Martin Luther King, "I Had a Dream" speech. So the 57 and the King thing was very prominent then. And that was 57 years from the killing of the King ritual of JFK. They had 57 sing the national anthem that summer. Then I noted Nipsey Hussle, who was portrayed in a very Christ-like manner during his like basically a Holy Week ritual murder. 33-year-old. He was described as Christ-like by crisis actors on the scene. Snoop Dogg compared him to Jesus. Said he was Jesus. Anyway, after the shooting, he was taken away in ambulance number 57. And so I was noticing here again, and when I map these out, it stands out a whole lot more. But you'll see this 57 thing has a lot to do with royalty, and I believe it might even suggest something that is coming. And often these numbers have significance when they're reversed, 57, 75, and we'll be getting into all of these numbers as they come up. The main one, though, with Prince, 57 and 42. So 5 intriguing internet conspiracy theories. Going through some comments, Jordan says Heinz 57. Echo Charlie says, "Okay, I'm tripping now. That's Sir Elton, Tim." Let's see. Eric says, "Prince has been playing Queen Elizabeth for years. Granny suit tech has come a long way. The whole Prince is his sister is an obvious decoy." Cubstar says, "There was a live gig in '99 where Prince shouted out Bin Laden, New York, and dropping bombs." Let me take a look at that. Now, the Vigilant Patriot with a Q in his name says reaching. I'm sorry, but if you're a QAnoner, you are drowning in Kool-Aid. And JFK Jr. is not coming back to save you. He is not the third Jesus. You know, this is fascinating to me. The whole QAnon narrative about JFK Jr. coming back to save the world, they really do see the Kennedys as Jesus's bloodline come back. Or they never went away, but JFK was Jesus part 2. And they killed him. So his son is going to save the world. Jesus Christ part 3, JFK Jr. This is QAnon orthodoxy. They believe this stuff. But there's a Marilyn Manson video from let me pull this one up. It's called Coma White. This video, Coma White from 1998, was actually delayed because of the proximity to the crash of JFK Jr. And weirdly enough, the video, which has Marilyn Manson playing the role of JFK, it's kind of a mockery of the Zapruder film. Okay, so the whole video is based on a script Marilyn Manson wrote. And his script is the QAnon script. Listen to this. The music video for Coma White, which recreates the assassination of JFK, was inspired by a film script Manson had written called Hollywood. Manson said the script featured the idea that there were 2 previous Christs, Jesus, JFK, and now they're waiting on the third final savior, who's going to be president of the world, which they here call President White in this video here. But what's more, the Coma White video was delayed in the spring of '99 because of, one, the Columbine massacre, and then it was delayed again in the summer because of the death of JFK Jr. So here's a video about JFK Jr.'s expected return to be like another Christ. And then he actually dies. And when I dug into this, I found that there are more examples of Marilyn Manson and these weird Kubrick connections that all connect to the Kennedy story, this new savior story. And so this is 1998. So this is 20 years before any QAnoners start talking about JFK being the second Jesus. So Manson had the inside script here, in my view. Eric says, shouldn't the QAnoners be doing their morning prayers, aka analyzing the latest Q drops? Yes. Yeah, the QAnon radicals have replaced the Quran radicals. And they really are a violent and bloody movement, whether they want to admit it or not to themselves. But they gleefully talk about, oh, we want God to come back, aliens, or a nuke. They just want someone to come back and punish their enemies. It's a doomsday cult. And I'm not really into the whole doomsday scenario because, you know, it's like the globe, accept it or not. But as a model, the globe is there. If anything, the main reason would be to put a leash on human migration. If the elite invented a false model, it's not to hide God, it's not to hide biblical creation myths. You know, it's not an anti-science proposition to suggest that the elite or the rulers of this world, the governments, have collectively lied about how much land that there is. But the idea of a false model is to constrict your movements. And I think the doomsday prophecies, whether it's global warming or any of the religious ones or even the QAnon doomsday, it's to put a limit on time, to get you thinking short term. So your biggest priority is getting this particular political leader back into office. And it works, you know, but the world never ends, if you noticed. Has it ended yet? I mean, there are some who believe that we have these periodic resets and the world ends all the time. Maybe, but my point being, if you start off with a presupposition it's about to end, it constrains your vision. You know, why plan for 50 years down the road when doomsday is coming next week? Judge Muzzle ruled from Florida on Monday that the CDC exceeded its legal authority in ordering the face diaper mandates. So Judge Muzzle had the muzzles dropped. She was nominated by Donald Trump and confirmed by Republican senators in 2020 at the age of just 33. even though the American Bar Association had not given her a qualified rating. So basically, she was appointed by Trump, and she did this thing, made a lot of people on the other side mad. You know, it's funny how they need these mandates, and the people who prefer the mandates want the mandates for everyone else as well. And with the masks, it's pretty obvious. It's not a huge deal for these mask mandate um, proponents to just keep doing their own thing. They can just virtue signal, like, "Oh, look at me, I'm being safe, you're not." But if you really follow the science that says you got to cover your mouth up and your nose up, you got to social distance. If you really follow that science, you wouldn't even leave your house. You would still be quarantined. So anyone out there wearing a mask when it's not mandated should be at home quarantined because they're just simply virtue signaling. It's like, if you're going to wear the mask, why did you even leave your house? Like, if you had to wear a bulletproof vest to go downtown, would you go downtown? If so, then you're very brave. Like, I know it's really violent and wild down here, but I'm so brave. I'm going to put on my bulletproof vest. Now, it may not save me, but I feel a little bit safer. So you would say, well, you're kind of crazy because if there's bullets flying, why don't you just stay home? So by their logic and by their, quote, science, well, the sneeze, a cough, a breath of air from someone else is worse than a bullet because it could kill your whole family. You could catch the virus from someone in public, bring it home, wipe out your family. So the idea that you would go out with a mask on and feel safe, you're braver than somebody going into a war zone with a bulletproof vest when they don't have to. Same with the climate change. Like, if you're afraid of climate change, why are you still driving around a car? Are you actually living green and sustainably? And most of them are not. But wait until they mandate space junk helmets. It's coming, mark my words. All right, let's move forward. So yesterday we talked about, or a couple days ago, March 4th, QAnon Riddler Dark MAGA Rising. It's going to be a reoccurring theme here. The Dark MAGA aesthetic. Basically, it's a bunch of Trump memesters pushing a certain view of Trump where now it's revenge, now it's Napoleon after his exile. A lot of wishful thinking. They're hoping. This is what it comes down to. They're hoping for doom. It's doom hope. They want Trump to unseal the 500,000 sealed indictments so they can have their tribunals and their big snuff film. Now, at the end of the Batman movie, it does end with a scene that I think you could look at as a setup for this QAnon end goal of bringing about some kind of judgment against the political elite. And that's kind of where QAnon is coming from, because QAnon isn't really just about going after the left. They're going after the deep state, the pedovores at the top, the compromised, corrupt rulers. So they're kind of like vigilantes in a way. You could look at them as patriots, but that term is used a little too flippantly, because we're looking at more about a group that believes they're privy to an ongoing military operation. That's what they think that it actually is. So the Riddler, kind of like the QAnon character, has an online following, and he gets them all to arm up and show up at election day. So here you have an election day event, kind of like 11/3. You know, election day is a very significant thing in this movie. And at this event taking place in a big stadium, you have all these Riddler slash QAnon types who are waiting to basically shoot everybody. And the movie ends with martial law. Eric says Dark MAGA sounds like bad anime. Yes. Well, again, it comes down to the Batman Joker thing, and this is not a new thing. You know, we talked about the correlation between the Batman, the Joker, and these various psyops, but Trump has consciously identified himself They have associated him with Batman. He's borrowed lines from Bane. These are not coincidental. In fact, there was this article I read last year where Trump was hanging out with Christian Bale. Now, Trump has been compared to Bruce Wayne. I don't know if you, I mean, I think he's more like Biff Tannen, but anyway, look at this. Christian Bale recalls meeting Donald Trump. And here's the thing about it. All these reports say that Christian Bale was kind of weirded out because Trump talked to him as though he were Bruce Wayne. Christian Bale said Donald Trump thought he was Bruce Wayne in real life. As Christian Bale remembers it, Trump spoke to him as if the actor was actually Bruce Wayne. So he was speaking to him in character. Christian Bale is pretty sure Donald Trump thought that he was actually Bruce Wayne when they met on the set of Dark Knight Rises. Christian Bale says Trump thought he might have actually been Bruce Wayne. He talked to me like I was Bruce Wayne, so I went along with it, really. So was Trump confused? You know, these people, they go on the screen, off the screen. They exist in two worlds. That's kind of an interesting point here.